Welcome everyone to the second day of the first annual Wrath of the Lich King Classic Arena Tournament. I am Vinruki, joined with some very special people here today. We've got Zico, we got Supatees, as well as a very special guest, Zale. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I just realized you guys are all wearing the exact same jacket. You know, just leaving out the newbie. I see how it is.
Yeah, we're the official. You know, just
Oh yeah. I see how it is. Yeah, I see how it is.
Yeah, but yesterday, if you didn't get a chance to watch, we went through the first stages of the top 8 in Europe. Today is going to be all about North America, but we can take a look at that European bracket and kind of talk about how the day did go, Zico. Were there any surprises that really happened for you?
I feel like there was a lot of surprises. I mean, we had a lot of big names knocked out in Europe. Scarabs, Sheesh. Definitely surprising to see them gone already. And also the number 1 seed as well in Europe got eliminated before the top 8. I think the 2 teams that you kind of expected to do well was Remnant and Black Betty. I think those are kind of the top dogs. So seeing them in the upper final or in the semis, I think most likely the outcome there is not a really big surprise. But in that lower bracket, definitely was a lot of surprises.
Yeah, I think going into yesterday and just like with the way Wrath of the Lich King has kind of evolved, you know, it seems like the Elemental Shaman and the Holy Paladin have kind of been like the pocket pick paired with a Warrior Destruction Warlock. And Azale, we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday. You know, we had a discussion about, you know, when we were competing, it was a little bit different. There was some comps that, you know, still could kind of rise to the top. Like, do you think that that's something we're going to see in North America today?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, yeah, as you said, we talked about this. You know, RLS in the past was something that I felt dealt with Thundercleave, you know, pretty well. We talked a lot about, you know, Beastcleave and even BM, PHGK and things like that were actually really, really strong, at least back when we competed. It sometimes can be hard to keep track of like what the patches were like, you know, back in the day versus now, because obviously we're competing on the final patch of Wrath now, and obviously back in the day there were some changes, but it'll be interesting to see if anyone brings out something a little bit different. Yesterday was really exciting to watch. You know, I personally really enjoyed Scarab versus BWG Black. The Jungle Cleave actually taking down an LSD I thought was really interesting. So I definitely think, you know, there's opportunities to bring out some different comps, and I'm curious to see if some of the NA teams are actually going to look to counter comp a little bit or mix things up, especially if they've been struggling against LSP on ladder.
Yeah, there's lots of opportunities too on the tournament realm. These players can pick whatever racials they want. They can pick whatever gear they want, whatever class they want. And taking a look at this top 8, Sid, are there any teams that are kind of jumping off the page for you that you're excited to watch?
Well, I mean, we're talking about like surprising compositions. The team Haha is the only Elemental Shaman Feral Priest team in the tournament, and then HOZI and Friends is obviously going to be Sidhu's team, and they're running with a Ret Paladin, Death Knight, and Priest. So those are very well, maybe the Death Knight comp's a little bit more standard, but I'd say, you know, not the expected Thundercleave or Lock Shaman Paladin. And the fact that they're still in the upper bracket is going to allow them a lot more opportunities to extend deeper into the bracket. I think the number 1 team that, you know, everybody's kind of like, you know, this is probably going to be the one that wins this is BWG Gold. So I'm really looking to see if anyone can upset that team. That's the roster of Snuts, Cubsy, and Chanimal.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that too. I think for a lot of people, they're kind of the fan favorites at this point. You know, a lot of players do not like going up against them, and they're willing to just play whatever the best compositions are, right? I mean, we've known Snuts for such a long time as a Warlock player. Actually, it's been a long time since he's played Warlock, since he's paired with Chanimal, but back in the day, he was one of the top Warlocks, but now he's taking...
I feel like I knew him as a Warlock, but I feel like all the last couple of years, he has not been playing Warlock, man. But Snuts has got to be like the best multi-classer, at least from NA perspective, I think, like of all time. Like this guy can basically play anything. You know, obviously was absolutely legendary Warlock, was dominating on Rogue. Now he's playing Ellie. Like this guy
could do the best of what classes, and sometimes I just want to say it's just Nuts on every class.
It's just
like,
Nuts.
Whatever Nuts plays and puts his mind to, he's going to be the best at it. And I think that's also like the thing is their team has such good communication and just good like kind of perception of the arena. It's one of the things that really makes them kind of a special roster, right? When you just listen to them play, everyone knows exactly what's going on. Everybody knows what cooldowns to be looking for. So the big thing for me today, Zico, is going to be if anyone can really take them down.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the name of the tournament at this point. I don't think it was the exact same roster, but Snuts did win the TBC tournament as well. So he's kind of a returning champion in a way. And obviously having a lot of experience in Wrath, having a lot of experience on the ladder, having played with him as well. It's just a scary team. Chanimal, of course, has also been practicing in the better region over in Europe. Just kind of dominating the ladder there. So Chan, he looks ready to go. And the big question, I guess, is just GOOB'S. Like, not sure how much healing he's been doing in TBC. Maybe there's a weakness there, but GOOB'S just been so good at the game for such a long period of time. He has such good synergy as well when they were competing under the Cloud9 banner together. I just feel like this is the test of, and can anybody even touch BWG Gold? And if so, they might be a contender as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys have so much experience as well. Like, even just within, Wrath coming out, let alone playing Wrath back in the day and stuff, which obviously Snuts did. But I feel like Chanimal has got to play more Arena than probably anyone. Like, he has 4 Warlocks, I think, plus he has an Ellie Shaman. This guy's queuing Arena like 18 hours a day. It's just like, he knows every single matchup. He knows every single match. It's going to be really interesting to see if anyone can challenge him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we do have game number 1 almost ready. We're going to have Bing Bong going up against GOOB'S Angels. Have to see what they decide to lock in for this blind pick. And just a quick, in terms of maps, if you wanted to know, every single first game will be on the Grand Arena. The second map has to be different than the Grand. So the loser of the first game can pick something different. Just cannot be in the Grand. And then after that, the loser can pick any map they want. It could be in the Grand over and over and over if that's what they want. But yeah, we've seen a lot of these Elemental Shaman teams kind of implement Blade's Edge for the Nox. Having that Z access for Warlocks as well has been super strong. So it always is interesting to see how these different maps do come in to the team strategies and see if they can actually pull off wins with it. But yeah, for game number 1, we're always going to be on that in the Grand. All right, here we go. It looks like we are going to be getting into game number 1. Bing Bong versus GOOB'S Angels. Bing Bong locking in the Elemental Shaman Warlock Priest, and they're going up against the... Oh, it's a mirror match, actually, except a Paladin instead of a Priest, which is really interesting.
That is interesting, man. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to play out. It's a Blood Elf Priest, a Blood Elf male Priest, actually. It's a UA Warlock. Oh, Azel is going to love this. We got 2 Warlocks. Is JPEG, what is he playing? He's playing Destro. We got UA versus Destro. I feel like the UA lock, actually, if the game is a longer game, I feel like he's going to have the edge. He's going to have so much rot pressure. You can already see Goob going in here, getting a full fear onto EMCL, and now swapping it over there to the healer. Nice Hex there as well. And not too much pressure, but I feel like a UA Warlock is just going to be able to kind of slowly rot down the mana bar here of the healer.
Yeah, and I think in the long game, that should give Whiteout an advantage on that Paladin, right? Over the Priest who's dealing with UA, and instead of relying on that Dispel, he's going to have to actually just kind of heal through the raw pressure. But in terms of setups, I think GOOB'S Angel is going to have a big edge in this one. We'll have to see if they can start getting some pressure rolling. It looks like Goob did lose his first Fel Hunter, so he's going for kind of a hard summon right now. Doesn't want to commit that Feldom, just to make sure that the second pet doesn't go down as well. But I think pets are going to be the main pressure point here. Once you get rid of the Fel Hunter, you don't have the Dispel Magic, you don't have the Interrupt, and it seems to be one of the easiest targets to kill for most teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And Goob, I don't think he still has a Fel Hunter. He still has a...
Whoa. Later.
All right. UA Warlock, is that... Did he already use Feldom?
I don't know what happened to it. I don't think he used it.
Oh, yeah, he did. He did.
Oh, wow. All right, well, yeah, the pet getting taken down very fast there, and they're able to get that second one down very quickly as well. So Bing Bong with a commanding lead. They obviously knew exactly what they wanted to do in this one, and I think that's, in these kind of matchups, whenever, I'm playing a Wizard comp or we see these Wizard comps play, it can be really difficult. Elemental Shaman, Destruction Warlocks, all very tanky, but the Fel Hunter, it can just die immediately. You can see the first one goes down, Goob getting Shadow Fury on the next, and unfortunately he just wasn't able to get a pet off after that, and that's why we saw him go down. I mean, a Warlock without Soul Link is going to be very vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how much I like the positioning. We talked about it quite a bit yesterday, but I feel like as a UA look, do you really want to be in everybody's face like this? I feel like if you just play on your side of the map and you just dot everything, eventually it's kind of a good recipe to win. And look at those engineering rockets coming in there at the end as well, doing so much damage. A lot of people opting for the haste enchant with the NG rocket. As an engineer, you can get an enchant on your gloves, either on use like haste, like kind of like a trinket almost, that just gives you a haste buff, or you can go for those rockets. And I think a lot of the teams in the tournament have been opting for those rockets, just going for those triple or double rockets and just bursting somebody down very quickly. And I think that's what actually happened to Goob here at the end. In the end of that match with no pet, just a very exposed target, and you can see it right here. Lava burst coming in, and Chain Lightning, Chaos Bolt, and then rocket there flying in as well. You see 2 rockets there onto Goob. And I feel like if you're playing the Affliction Warlock, you probably just want to take it nice and slow. Make sure your pet is parked far away, avoiding those parking tickets, and just take it from there.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a little bit of a strategy change here from Goob. That pet's going to be behind the pillar, exactly what you said, running and hiding. But I want to talk a little bit more about like the priest versus paladin in this matchup, because I've always kind of liked having a priest on my team. Discipline priest as a healer in these kind of, wizard matchups. I can get in and get really aggressive. I think you can have problems with your mana, but it just allows you to play really aggressive with the spells, both offensively and defensively. Really push the pace with offensive fears and stuff. And I think normally, if you're playing double caster and you have a priest on your team, you could be afraid of like melee cleaves, right? But when you're fighting against other casters, it seems to be pretty strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And the mana burns as well can be nice. We saw it yesterday when we saw Ellie Mage. They won some games because of those setups, just having a pre-spamming burn as well during those goes. And we did see a couple of burns as well go out from Tempest last game. So definitely just brings a lot of offense to the table. Also, against a UA Warlock, it's really nice to have a priest, because that Prayer of Mending is going to be able to bounce on the dots, and it's just going to do basically top healing, and it's very cheap. It's the most mana cost efficient heal for a priest if you can get all the 5 charges to bounce, which you obviously can against a Warlock. So if Goob's Angels go for single target, that's not going to be a problem, but the whole kind of strength of the UA Warlock is that you want to, rot everything and make sure you get that big kind of unhealable pressure going. I feel like the priest worked out well for them. Now, if they pick Destro, maybe not. We did see a couple of priests get deleted by Destro Warlocks yesterday. And in general, I like the Paladins, just kind of like spikiness. You just always have a cooldown to kind of trade. It's really nice about the Paladins. They have a lot of longevity as well. If you have an open map and you can just all stay, and just kind of PvE, I feel like the priest can be very nice.
And it looks like we are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers for game number 2. So a little bit of a mix-up here. We'll see who that really favors. I mean, the thing is, both the Warlocks can portal up if they get knocked, and both the Shamans have knocked. So I feel like on paper, it doesn't really advantage either one of these teams, at least that I can tell. I would say if you're going to play the boxes, having a Discipline Priest be able to move in and get fears, kill the Tremor, get double fears on Joxy, I think that's going to be massive. So we'll see if Bing Bong can kind of capitalize on that and potentially actually turn this map pick in their favor over Goob's Angels. But we'll have to see. Really, really quick game number 1. Honestly, a lot quicker than I thought. And that's kind of what happens when that Fell Hunter goes down. So both these Warlocks really need to do a good job of protecting that pet.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, what is Goob playing here? He's still UA, yeah? He's still going to be playing that Affliction Warlock. Let's see how it works out for him here in game number 2. They go for the Shadow Fury. They're already going after the pet. The rocket's coming in onto the pet. Pet is getting absolutely sent here behind the pillar, but he manages to keep it alive just for a couple of seconds. They're swapping to the Holy Paladin right now. Big damage. Chaos Bolt's coming in. White out. Is not going to respond to that Chaos Bolt and will get sent.
I'm not going to lie. Like, I really thought that these matchups would go a lot longer. It has the making, right? It's like Warlock, Elemental, Priest, Paladin. Like, everything feels like it should live for a while, but these games are ending in 30 seconds. So, I mean, is this what you expected?
No, definitely not. I was expecting a lot more kind of defensive gameplay to come out of Goob's Angels, but Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Against Destrolox, against Ellie Shamans, we're in Wrath. You can't be sleeping. Like, you blink once, all of a sudden there's a Chaos Bolt in the air, does half your HP, you're just dead behind the pillar. And that's exactly what happened to Whiteouts. You know, you can't be caught sleeping on the wheel. And that's exactly what happens here. He gets, let's see. So they go after the pet. He ducks in to make sure that the pet is nice and healthy. They drag the pet to his line. He's healing it. And then look at the EMCL. Lightning Bolt.
Like,
Chaos Bolt. Boom.
Oh my goodness, that's so sad for Whiteout. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's literally a disaster. Whiteouts wasn't in anything. There's no crowd control on him whatsoever. He's just in the middle of the map, just getting casted on. I mean, that game should never have ended there. That's like one of those games that could be a tilter. They definitely need to just like kind of shake that off, and it's a go next type of game, right? Blanket Silence comes in, he gets out of line of sight, but this is like, you see the Chaos Bolt in the air, you just cannot greet it at that point in the match. But yeah, surprising amounts of damage, but that's kind of how this comp works. You can Destruction Warlock and Elemental Shaman. If you're not paying attention, if you're snoozing when the Lava Burst and Chaos Bolts are coming in, it's good night, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just so scary. That's why this comp is so popular, right? Because all you need to do is literally just get off a Lava Burst and a Chaos Bolt on one target, and they will be completely erased. Sometimes you don't even need that. Sometimes just one of these casters can just solo you, Shamans, if they go for that Elemental Mastery, Lava Burst, Chain Lightning. If they can get that off, it can be 100-0. And also the Warlock, if you can just get a Chaos Bolt, and while it's in the air, cast another spell, he can definitely take somebody down by himself as well. So they're scary on their own, and they're definitely scary together, and they're definitely scary when Lust is active. So I think from GOOB'S Angels, they need to kind of just forget about that game. That game never happened. Just go back to Nagrand, play max range, try to keep up maybe a little Curse of Tongues action during Bloodlust. Just try to slow them down a little bit. Try to play the longer game and see what happens. Park your Fell Hunter, you know, nice and safe in a storage facility. Find a garage, you know, somewhere behind the pillar, and just take it from there. Because right now, they're just kind of getting a little bit dominated here.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder what map we're going to. Do you think it's going to be in a Grand? Do you think we're going back to the Dalaran sewers? Like, I'm not sure what would really, like I said, in terms of like, this is basically a mirror match, right? Except with the priest. So not exactly sure. I think the Paladin wants, so we are going to Dalaran sewers. I think the Paladin wants to kind of play at range and be able to just spam out dispels and avoid fears and stuff like that. And kind of just, yeah, that's how Paladins like to do things, right? Just sit in the back line, heal as much as you can, be uninterrupted, get off your Divine Pleas when your team has pressure, things like that. I think for Whiteouts, he just needs to be really, really careful of those moments. Got to kind of anticipate that damage a little bit better, and we'll see. I think this game should go longer. Like, if this game's 30 seconds again, I'm going to be completely blown away.
It might just be.
Could be.
I feel like maybe I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but I feel like if both teams stay on max range from each other and just PvE, I feel like the Athlete Warlock should win. Like, I feel like the Athlete Warlock can just spam instants and just duck behind a pillar, you know, over and over. So I feel like playing the smaller maps, like, sure, maybe they want to abuse the knock on Joxy, but EMCL also has a knock, so it's like you're not really gaining an advantage too much there. And at the same time, you're playing on a small map where this can happen. You can already see the first setup coming in. We're going to see Whiteouts in a full fear. Already one pet dead for a Goob. You just fell down. Now they can go after the Paladin, or they can go after that second pet. And there's a nice knock right there. We'll buy them some time, but the Feldom has already been used, so they already got the cooldown. And I just feel like a small map is definitely scary when you're going up against a priest, number one, and number two, when you're going up against a Destro Warlock. Look at that knock onto Joxy. He's already in the middle of the map. Coil coming in. He's going to trinket it. Joxy will duck for cover, but already losing a lot of cooldowns here now. Joxy's stuck in a full hex.
Pet, look at that pet. Oh no, the Fell Hunter is dead instantly. Oh no, Goob, you're in so much trouble. You know, going down to 10% health. He's on the run behind the pillar, but that pet just got absolutely deleted. Now they're just sending Joxy while he resummons.
Joxy!
Can they take it down? Big Incinerate's coming in, but they let him get the Fell Hunter. Doesn't matter. So that was interesting. I mean, I feel like that was a close call. If Joxy had lived there, that might have actually allowed them to recover. But as you can see, they're still sitting on their heroism as well. So EMCL is able to get that Bloodlust off really early on after they killed that second pet. They're able to ride the momentum. And it just seems like Goob's Angels can't really find their footing in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, that was definitely a steamroll. That was like a trade offer. You get a Fell Hunter, I get 3-0. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking rough. I think going to a large map for sure is the play here. If you're Goob's Angels, park the pet behind a pillar and just try to not play on top of them. Like, I'm so surprised that there's so many teams that just allow the other team to just play on top of you. We saw it so many times yesterday as well. A lot of these wizard cleaves, they like, positioning is everything. Positioning is everything when you're playing these comps. And I feel like the positioning, playing on top of them and getting double Shadow Furied and getting Priest Feared and stuff like that, just not the move. I think just go Nagrand. If they run on top of you, you just cross the map and relay your port on the other side and
His pet.
just dampen.
That's so sad.
That pet died 100-0.
It died instantaneously, but it also was like parked in a really awkward kind of position, right? I've never seen that. It was just parked like on the grate in the open. That's basically like, hey, there's a Fell Hunter. You want to kill it? It's got to be at the
parked in the middle of the road.
Yeah, exactly. It got bulldozed in that situation. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like even watching the games yesterday and watching the games today, it feels like just like momentum is such an important thing in Wrath of the Lich King, right? Like having that early pressure, having the momentum, you can just keep your opponents on the back foot for such a long time. And it just seems like Goob's Angels is playing this matchup like very defensive. They're playing very defensive, very slow. Maybe that's what they think they should do is the Affliction Warlock, but I feel like they gotta start getting some damage out. I mean, look at the damage meters. It's completely, extremely one-sided in all of these games so far. So really just got to see a way for Goob and Joxy to get enabled in the match a little bit more, get out pressure, maybe use a early heroism so they can actually get that damage out. But right now, I think if they're just going to keep playing this kind of like really slow match, it's going to be really, really, really rough.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you kind of hit the nail on the head. Having that extra pressure is so important. Just forcing mistakes, forcing the enemy to position somewhere they don't want to, forcing the enemy healer to, start healing and maybe compromise his position, stuff like that. But yeah, I think we go Nagrand and just try to not play on top of Bing Bong.
Apparently, he was actually Destruction that last game too, so kind of abandoning the Affliction Dream, going for Destruction Warlock as well. It just seems like the Shadow Fury is so strong, right? Like just getting the double, triple Shadow Furies and being able to cast off that. There's just so much value in that ability. So yeah, I guess we're going to the Destruction Warlock. Mirror matchups, we're going to the Grand Arena, creating a little bit more space. And honestly, I kind of like it because I feel like the Paladin, when I think about this matchup, if I'm the Paladin, I don't want to be near the Priest. Like, I don't want to be on the box. I don't want to be near the Priest. It's just too many threats. You want to be able to create space. You want to be able to run away. And I don't think on Dalaran series you can really do that.
Yeah, I agree. And I guess now the big question is for Goob's Angels, what are they actually going to run? Are they going to run Destro or Affley? Because I feel like if they're going to do Affley and they swap their strat, it could work. And if they just want to go toe-to-toe with Destro, I think that could also work. Yeah, it just depends really how they're feeling. Morale's probably a little low right now. They kind of did get... they kind of did get sent in the last 3 games, but we'll see what they decide to do. They're going to take some time here to lock it in. Bing Bong, though, not hesitating whatsoever. They're chilling. They just want to get into the next game, end this, and keep on trucking here. And this is a lower bracket game, I do believe, right? So if Goob's Angels lose here, it's a best of 7, by the way. I'm pretty sure they get taken out.
Yep, all the series today will be a best of 7, and the finals as well. On Sunday is going to be a single best of 7, so no double elimination finals. It's just one series. But yeah, Goob's Angels, they have one chance left. This is their last chance, and they're going to have to do it in kind of a reverse sweep. So locking in the same composition. They took their time, discussed strategies, hopefully figured out, what's not been going great. I'd say just as like a quick analysis, what's not been going great is they're having to play way too defensive. Goob's pet is dying way too easily, and it's just not been super good. But I do think that extra offense from the Priest is really nice, like dispelling the Sacred Shield during Bloodlust, the additional damage you get, being able to push in and get fears. Like, I really like the Priest in this matchup.
Yeah, the priest so far has been quite working out quite well for them. In that last game, he did almost the same damage as the Ellie Shaman, so definitely helps when your healer essentially doesn't have to heal anything and he can just kind of assist with the offense, get those mind blasts in, etc. So yeah, priest definitely been working out well for them, but I don't know. I feel like the priest could also be a liability in a way. He is actually a blood elf, I believe. So I feel like the priest, at least he was in the previous games, might swap now, but I feel like a blood elf priest definitely could be something that you can take down, especially if he's playing close to the paladin. He wants to try to get those fears. So if you can get a Hodge on him and instant Howl of Terror from Goob onto like the Ellie Shaman, for example, that's a clean setup that you can snowball into pressure. I feel like from Goob's Angel in general, they need to get that pressure because that's the strength of the UA Warlock. Once you have that pressure, you're just rotting down everyone. You're having the most fun ever. Everything is dying, and you're just continuing that pressure. And then you snowball it into healer, or like a win, somebody dying to the damage just being too high, or your Ellie Shaman being able to pick somebody off. But so far, it's just not been the case. I don't think he is playing. I think he is playing UA once again. Yeah, Goob is playing UA, and they're playing on opposite pillars here. So I want to see Goob just go all the way to the opposite side of the map. Then.
This is like textbook. JPEG runs to the pillar, parks his pet. Goob, pet, chasing him around in the open. It's like basically the worst position you can have for your Fell Hunter in this match. Yep. If I'm being like brutally critical of him, I think it's definitely rough. But they are getting a lot more early pressure. Early heroism, I really like this. Going for immediate unstable afflictions. JPEG pushing in as well, looking for some offensive fears here. Trying to get the crowd control out. Chaos Bolts could potentially land, but he does get interrupted. This is looking a lot better so far for Goob's Angel. Is actually getting damage off in the beginning of the game. But Goob gets feared into the open. His pet is banished. Do they have the damage to take him down? They're actually going after him right now. Down to about 70% health. Ducking behind the pillar. His Fell Hunter died as well. So now he has to park the pet. Like the pet can't be in the open anymore, Goob. I'm sorry, but if it is, then I think they're going to lose this game.
Yeah. There is that. There's no way that's his pet, right? That's there's two warlocks. We're just gonna have to assume it's not Joxy right now taking huge damage. Chaos Bolt coming in, and Joxy gets absolutely destroyed. How much did that Chaos Bolt do? That looked like a big one. That looked like a really big one, actually.
I've never seen a small Chaos Bolt.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But that looked like a 10K one.
A 10K.
It looked like it. Yeah. Was he feared too?
Might have been. We're going to definitely get the replay of that one. But once again, it just feels like Bing Bong, they have the pressure, they have the momentum. And yeah, unfortunately, Goob, in this position, you can see he gets feared away. They actually banish the pet. Then they actually make a hard swap on the pet. As soon as the Goob gets behind the pillar, they target the pet. And you can see the Fell Hunter goes down. And at this point, they kind of just are able to go after Joxy. He's isolated. They still have their heroism up. That's a great opportunity to make a swap on him. And we can see how big that Chaos Bolt is. Whiteouts and Goob just so far away. Goob going for haunts and stuff like that to take down the Fell Hunter. Don't know if they actually kill it. I don't think they do. But yeah, there's the Mortal Coil. There's the Chaos Bolt. And that's a lot of damage. The Elemental Mastery to follow it up, too. That was at least like a 6K overkill with that amount of damage.
The lava burst didn't actually hit him. He died before the lava burst hit him. So it was definitely overkill. It was a big overkill. And I thought maybe he was feared, but he was coiled. So the way it works for Ellie Shamans is that when you get silenced, when you get stunned, when you get feared, basically most things in the game, you get an automatic shield wall. You get an automatic damage reduction. It's 30%. But when you're coiled, as you can see, he doesn't have it. It doesn't work because it's a horror effect. So I don't know actually if it was the Incinerate that didn't hit him there and the Lava Burst might have killed him, but either way, definitely a lot of overkill damage. And Bing Bong just showing absolute dominance here in this first series today. Just looking fantastic. Bringing out the Priest as well. Bringing out the Blood Elves here. We got JPEG on the Blood Elf. We got Tempest as well on the Blood Elf. Looking good there. And yeah, this looks like a scary team to face, honestly.
And no doubt about it. EMCL has actually played a lot of the Burning Crusade on that Elemental Shaman. He was kind of known for playing those 4 DPS Elemental Shaman cleaves. So super good at kind of like picking those isolated targets and bursting them down very fast. I know my team got one shot by them many times in the 5v5 bracket. So yeah, nice to see him competing here with JPEG and Tempest. That was a great start to the day for them. they're going to be marching through that lower bracket. Unfortunately for Goob, Jockey, and Whitehouse, that does mean they will be eliminated. And that brings us actually to our next series, which is, I think, going to be a really good one. Finally get to see the Golden Guardians here, Zico.
Oh, the Golden Guardians. Yeah, we're going to finally see it. Shadow Priest, Assassination Rogue, Resto Shaman, Whiskey, Absturge, and Peekaboo. Who are they actually going up against? I'm trying to see.
They're going up against Levels PvP.
So that's...
Levels PvP.
Yeah,
We think they play Thunder. I'm not exactly sure what compositions they run, but it's Vader, Rachel, and Zyinx. So, yeah, we'll have to see. I think it's going to be one of those games where in the blind pick, we're not exactly sure, but we'll be able to get a feel for it pretty quick after that first Nagrand game. But we can take a look at the bracket and see the kind of matchups we have today. So our first match, obviously, was Bing Bong versus GOOB'S Angels. That one is completed. Bing Bong will kind of advance. The next one we have is Levels PvP versus the Golden Guardians. And then we'll be going to the upper bracket for some of those really crazy games.
Yeah, I mean, look at that upper bracket. You got Ganking top. What are they playing? Mage Ellie, I think. Holy Pala.
I think so.
And then you got BWG Gold, which of course Snuts, Cubsy, Chanimal playing Warlock, Ellie, and Pally, and other things as well. Like, let's be honest, they might just bring out the double rogue. They could bring out anything they want at this point. They have so many options. And then our next series, of course, as well, which is going to be our first look at the Golden Guardians down there. The only Assassination Rogue, Peekaboo, in both regions, holding it down there. And I think Whiskey actually is the only Shadow Priest as well that made a top 8 in either region. So I know there was a team over in Europe that was playing SP Mage, but I think they almost made it, but they didn't quite. I think they finished like 10th or 12th or something. So it's nice. Going to be some representation. We also got Bean playing Feral Ellie. I don't know. It's just Bean things.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely a lot of variation here in NA. It's going to be exciting.
I don't think we've seen any rogues either. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we've seen a single rogue yet this weekend. But we will. And we're going to be seeing that. Yeah, we're going to be seeing that in that next matchup. It's going to be Golden Guardians going up against Levels PvP. So that'll be a really exciting match. Get to see them play that RPS, Whiskey, Peekaboo, and Absturge. You don't want to miss this matchup. It's going to be a quick one after this short break. Welcome back, everyone. We have a very exciting series in store for you today. Going to be levels PvP going up against the Golden Guardians, and Azil, I'm really excited because we haven't seen the Shadow Priest yet. We haven't seen a Resto Shaman yet. We haven't seen a Rogue yet, and I think it's going to make for a really explosive match.
Yeah, it should be really, really interesting. And if Levels PvP is bringing out Thundercleave, kind of like what we're thinking, I do think that, you know, the Shadow Priest Assassination Rogue, especially if he is Assassination Rogue, you know, have the ability to rush him down early. I do think that sort of composition needs to have like a really good opener for Golden Guardians, because I think the longer the game goes, the tougher it's going to get. Like the Resto Shaman, I think, is going to struggle way more mana than a Holy Pally. You know, Shadow Priest is going to struggle way more mana than an Ellie Shaman. But you do have the ability to have a really, really strong rush down, a lot of instant CC, a lot of silences and disruption, MD for the Pally, etc. So I think both the Warrior or the Ellie Shaman could be pretty good targets.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what's interesting too about the Golden Guardians is this RPS composition is something that they've really they've mastered, right? And I think they played it in like 5, 6, 7 expansions. I know when I was playing with WizK and Absurge. Yeah, when I was playing with WizK and Absurge, they're like, yeah, we want to play Shadow Priest Shaman in every single expansion. Like, they have a lot of synergy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool, right? It's one of those things where if you truly master a composition, there are some disadvantages to not playing meta, but there's also some advantages, right? And I used to feel this when we played, you know, Shadow Play and stuff like that back in the day. If not a lot of people play it, it's very hard to prepare for your team, right? There's going to be like 20 LSPs that you can practice against on the ladder. How many Shadow Priest Rogue Shamans can you practice against? There's literally one. Because even if you get other people to play their composition, they're not going to be able to play it at anywhere close to the same level as Golden Guardians. So there is an advantage as far as preparation goes, because I'm sure that Golden Guardians have played against many, many Thundercleaves, assuming that's what Levels PvP brings out. But Levels PvP is only going to have played against Golden Guardians and probably no one else for their composition.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If the matchup kind of evolves, like even if Levels PvP has played against them a few times, the matchup may have evolved because Golden Guardians has probably played against that composition an additional 50 times. You know, that's like half the ladder right now. So they can perfect their all-in strategy, and it is really about aggression. And the thing is, if you don't respond to that aggression appropriately, you're just going to get ran over. So Golden Guardians, if they have a good start, I think they're going to have a good finish.
No, I agree. I mean, so much I think about playing against this composition, and I've played against Golden Guardians a little bit on ladder, is just about not overlapping your defensive CDs and like appropriately responding, right? You need to respond to all their cooldowns without over responding, because if you actually spend too many defensives, you're just going to be toast as soon as the next go comes in. Like the amount of pressure that can come out from Assassination Rogues is actually really, really high. I do think they're kind of being underrated. And I don't know if it's because people just aren't really super comfortable actually playing that spec now, because they've been so used to you know, playing sub, but we'll see. He is Assassination, I believe, because he has Cold Blood, so it is going to be Assassination. It is versus Thundercleave, and we're getting underway here. Zinx is just charging straight on in. They're not going to allow them to get a sap, and he's going to be going right in onto WizK. Gonna have to be careful though, and he will get opened up on here by Peekaboo. Cheap shot into the kidney. Lust is getting popped. The spam dispels are coming out. Racial for the win is pushing up here, trying to stay around this warrior to keep him top, but he's going to have to intervene out already.
Yeah, already having to play defensive. Such a good offensive start there by Levels PvP, but they just cannot recover. Actually in a lot of trouble. Big fear here from WizK. They're just going for it. Cheap shot. Do we see another kidney shot? And Venom spam's coming in. Dispel spam from Absurge. This is an absolute nightmare for Levels PvP. Zynex finally using the shield wall. Very greedy not using that, but holds on to it for this key moment and ultimately will survive. And have they weathered the storm? That is the question. Can they finally start getting some pressure?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, they're going to try to turn around on Peekaboo now, who's going to be running out of some of those cooldowns. Vader getting a good triple root, and Zinx is going to go aggressive here onto Peekaboo. The disarm will come out, but they need to get some sort of pressure onto this Pally, who has used a sacrifice onto Zinx, but the sustained pressure is going to be way higher from this warrior. You can see he's still sitting in that shield, that one-handed shield setup. Silence is ready. That's going to be used here. And Fear is coming up as well for WizK. So we'll see if he can actually get a push in here onto Racial for the win. I'm not sure if Golden Guardians can actually win in this extended fight. If they are playing defensive, they're going to have to find an opportunity here to get some CC out onto Racial for the win, who has no bubble, who has no trinket. So if they can get CC onto this Paladin, I do think there's an opportunity for them here. But WizK is getting really low on mana, and this is where it's going to start to get problematic for them. He does have the Disperse, and we'll have to send that out just to get some mana back. Nice knock coming out here from Vader, going to pop them off that pillar, and Peekaboo could be in a little bit of trouble here, but Zink's still worried about this damage that's coming out here. He's going to trinket. Will he actually go aggressive at any point? He's just been playing one-hand shield. I'm assuming this revenge build that we've been seeing a lot of online.
Yeah, and it looks like he still wants to push in. Peekaboo falling further and further behind at this point. Interrupt on Absurge, beautifully done there by Zyx, and they have just basically tanked out the Golden Guardians at this point. But Golden Guardians potentially just one setup from closing out the game as well. But WizK with no mana left, I don't know if he's going to be able to find that pressure. Absurge falling behind on mana as well, and I think Levels PvP may have done it. I think at this point, WizK, there's no chance he's going to be able to drink. He is on the run. Zyx, I think, can push in. He has the Blade Storm if he needs it, but just with that sword and board this entire time, actually putting out quite a bit of damage, Golden Guardians are falling apart.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough for the Golden Guardians. Zinx are going to be pushing in. Peekaboo here has no cooldowns left. Does have the blind, though. If they could find some sort of a setup, they might have one more go left in them. Silence is almost up. The blind is actually going to come out here onto Zyx. So they're just trying to use it a little bit defensively, see if they can get any sort of a reset off this, any sort of mana. Cloak is going to have to be spent here by Peekaboo as well. So that's the last of the cooldowns. They use that blind not for a go, but to buy them a little bit of time. Fear will get popped here onto Vader. It's going to get dispelled quickly off him, though. They're looking for a Hex, but it's going to get ranged by Racial. Nicely done by him. Some dots going out on the Paladin. Perhaps Golden Guardians trying to look for a swap over onto that Paladin, but they're going to swap it up onto Vader for now, getting off this Warrior, and Zinx is going to go into the two-hand now, looking to get aggressive here onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo down about 20%. He gets intercepted. He's in trouble here. Absturge down to about 20% mana. Can he actually top him up? The Shear coming through. The Kidney Shot is going to land onto Zinx. Going to be a little bit of a peel there, but the Shear comes through again onto Absturge, and now he's into the Hex. He's got to run here. WizK trying to keep him alive. The Fear coming out onto Vader. It's going to get dispelled, and Peekaboo in trouble now. Flame Shock is out. They're going to look for the Lava Burst. Can that actually get sheared? It does by Absturge. It's just this Shaman battle back and forth. Both these guys trying to interrupt the other as much as possible.
Nice. It could be in danger here, though. There's still no cooldowns. Racial trades out the Sacrifice. He does have the Blessing of Protection, so likely going to trade that. Yep, as soon as that Kidney Shot lands, the Blessing of Protection lands, Nynax now gets to hold on to his Trinket as well. So good exchange there, but now things have actually evened out. The Golden Guardians, they ran out of steam, but they are just not dying. They're staying alive. Racial's mana not looking good. Peekaboo behind the pillar, still on the run, and he just won't go down. Zynex and Vader right now, they can't believe it. How is this team still alive? Just using this pillar to their advantage, hitting what they can. And honestly, I feel like Racial's is going to have to sit down for a drink at some point. Zynex just has to pull back and get a little bit of a reset here.
Yeah, Sturge was actually sitting down for a drink. It's going to get interrupted, but yeah, Racial for the win already used his plea, so, he's very low in mana, doesn't have that plea available. Vader getting feared out again. WizK just kiting around the pillar here. They're just LOSing Vader as much as possible, interrupting him as much as possible, and just getting that damage down on this Warrior constantly here. Will he find a moment to go aggressive? Peekaboo again, they're right onto him, but the disarm's going to come out. He's able to get that onto the Warrior, try to get back towards this pillar because he did get knocked off it, but Hodge is coming through. Peekaboo could be in trouble here again, but again, it's so tough for Vader against this pillar to be able to get that damage out onto Peekaboo. Absturge is just constantly shearing him and grounding him, and Peekaboo's LOSing him constantly. We can see just again pulling back here, trying to get a Hex out now. Will he be able to actually land this? He's constantly trying to actually fake that Hex. He does land it onto Sturge, and this one is going to have to be trinketed. They almost have their mana tide back, and WizK's actually getting a drink. This is massive. No one's able to push in and get onto WizK. If he can get a big drink here, they could start to really get aggressive. Racial for the win has regened a fair bit of mana, but we'll see if they can actually find an opportunity here to get onto perhaps Vader, because the shield wall is actually coming up for this Warrior here again. Bubble's going to be back up for Racial again in 30 seconds, but the silence goes down onto him. They're swapping it up over onto Vader, who did take a good amount of damage, but he gets a good knock onto Peekaboo, putting him into the center of the map. The Kidney Shot now, though, landing onto Vader here. Full damage coming out from WizK. There's the Mind Blast. The Flays coming through as well. Another Fear getting thrown down just defensively, and Racial for the win going to trade out the wings here to try to stop this push here. They're also going to be able to get the Trinket there off of WizK. It actually looked like the Hodge coming through, and he's forced into the Disperse. I think this Thunder has to find a window to try to get aggressive. They just haven't really been able to find it, but WizK now in a lot of trouble here, down to about 30% HP. They're trying to get back towards that pillar, but again, Vader, a great knock, pushing him off, and Racial for the win has that plea up, back to about 20% mana.
I think this is the time. They just go for Peekaboo or WizK. I think either one of them is just a really good option. They have Bloodlust available, all their cooldowns. Peekaboo could just go down. Absurge has nothing left in the tank whatsoever. Intercept, execute. Peekaboo, what are you going to do? Evasion comes in. How is he still alive? This is just an absolute nightmare for Golden Guardians. Peekaboo doing his best to survive, and honestly, that was a really back and forth match. Such an aggressive opener coming in from the Golden Guardians, but Levels PvP, I feel like they handled that really well. Just keep on the sword and shield basically the entire game. He knows he's going to be the target. Like they're playing super high resilience, and they were basically able to survive that opener and kind of keep things calm for the rest of the match, and eventually kind of out Christian the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, that was really well played. The one hand shield sword and board just kind of worked out pretty well. They basically just needed to them. It felt like, but I will say Golden Guardians lasted a lot longer than I was really expecting, and maybe there could have been some windows, for levels PvP to just go towards the two hand, try to find a blade storm, because we did see the dismantle coming out a few times, and once that dismantles down, maybe there is that opportunity to really try to go aggressive and finish it off. Because they allowed Golden Guardians to hang around in this match for a really long time. And I do think that there were some windows potentially where Golden Guardians could have turned it around. I think back especially to that defensive blind that they used on the Warrior. If I recall correctly, at that time, Racial for the Win had no bubble, had no trinket, so maybe there would have been an opportunity for them to try to get to him. But that is one of the difficulties when you are playing that assassination rogue, is that you can't just like step over to the pally and blind him, right? You need to be able to actually find that opportunity to get in range to land that blind. And I think Peekaboo just didn't feel that he could do that. But of course, it will be Golden Guardian's map choice. And I'm expecting we're going to go to something probably like Ruins, play a lot smaller map, and where they can maybe get easier access towards that pally.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a target change in this match, because it really feels like Xianx is comfortable being trained here. Maybe he could get a little bit aggressive in certain situations, when there's no mana left. Like, that'd be maybe my only criticism, is it felt like there was moments where you could put the two-hander on and kind of just close out the game, but wants to play it better safe than sorry, I suppose, and it did get them the win. So yeah, maybe we see Peekaboo actually go after a different target, go after the Elemental Shaman, maybe even go after the Paladin. I think that can be a dangerous thing to do, but maybe just mixing it up and throwing them off their game, because it feels like Levels PvP was really prepared for this strategy.
Yeah, no, I agree completely, right? They were expecting them to actually train that Warrior. I think, he is probably playing that revenge spec, playing a little bit more defensively. And it worked out really, really well. It's going to be interesting to see, if they want to swap it up. You can go towards the Ellie. Obviously, it's difficult to take down the Warrior, but then the problem becomes, if you're training the Ellie, then the Warrior is going to be doing way more damage. He's going to have your back as that rogue. He's going to be equipping the two-hand and getting really, really aggressive there. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to actually survive that. So there is the trade-off, but it's all going to be about these setups. Can they actually find an opportunity to really get that good setup onto the Warrior? I think that, Racial for the Win was doing a good job actually keeping distance so that they couldn't easily get anything like blinds. And once you're low on mana for Golden Guardians, it's like if they leave the pillar, they're probably going to die. But if you don't leave the pillar, the pally's never pressured, right? You're never going to land a fear on him. You're never going to land a hex on him. You're never going to get a blind on him. And without that, it did seem unlikely that they were going to be able to finish him off. Though I will say, on this map, I think it's a lot easier to actually get access. Runes is kind of what I was expecting. It looks like Levels PvP is just going to lock in the same comp here once again. And we'll see if Golden Guardians can do anything a little bit differently. Because even, I will say, like, it felt like they got less from the opener than I was expecting. There didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure actually out onto Levels, with this opener from Golden Guardians. And normally, they do have such terrifying openers right off the bat. So it's hard to know if that is just like a gearing thing. Like if Zinx is playing like 1200 Brazil or whatever the theoretical maximum possible you can get is, because he just didn't seem to be taking very much damage.
I think the big surprise for me was just how long he was able to hold on to that shield wall, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was just hovering 20-30% for the longest time. I was like, is he going to use it? Is this going to be, a down goes moment? But he played it patient, was able to save it for that right moment, and basically kind of weathered that last little bit of the storm where Racial's, didn't have the cooldowns left, but it really kind of came in clutch where they didn't overlap their defensives. And I think that's really important in a matchup like that. Because Golden Guardians, like we said, if they have a good start, they'll likely have a really good finish. So they have to be getting basically everything during their bloodlust. I wonder if we're going to see more hexes come in from Absurge. I'm not sure if he was really able to land any, but maybe getting more crowd control on Vader would be smart. Getting hexes on him just so he can't, throw in any kind of support to the Warrior, any kind of off heals, and try to get control of the match that way.
It felt like Vader was doing a really good job actually interrupting a lot of hexes. I do think Sturge at least got one out on him, but I think that one was trinketed. And it's tough because as the Ellie, you're not the healer, right? So it's like you can sit there and continue fake casting hex and continuing trying to play this like sheer grounding battle and keep looking for those hexes. But your Pally's still healing up the Warrior, so you're not really under the same level of pressure. Whereas as Absturge here, as the Resto Shaman, when you spend too much time actually trying to go for this fake battle where you're nonstop trying to get those hexes out, your team is getting lower and lower on health the entire time, right?
Yeah.
So it's like he does have to be finding those windows to actually get a lot of heals out as well. No big surprise, they are not changing their composition here on the Golden Guardian side. I don't think anyone expecting them to swap it up or anything like that. But I'm also really interested to see if Peekaboo will push in because last game it was this Thundercleave just rushing straight in. There was no ability for Golden Guardians to get a sap, and that's one of the things that you really do want to try to look for here. Of course, there is some risk associated with that. You know, if you go out and you get rooted out of stealth or something, or shouted out of stealth, that can be really, really problematic. But, you know, if Peekaboo can get a sap, I do think that would set them up for a much better opener.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just such an important part. Let's see what Peekaboo decides to do here. Move it in with his sprint. So wants to get in position, but he gets shouted out exactly like you were talking about, and that is the risk. Peekaboo needs to find his target. It looks like they might actually be going after the Shaman now. Hex on the Warrior. Cheap shot on the Shaman. Do they have the kidney shot? This is the spam purge. This is the damage you want to see. Disarm over onto Rachel at the moment as WizKay is trying to get some crowd control. But Vader doing a good job just kiting right now, using that freedom, able to create some space, and Peekaboo is really struggling to connect to his target.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, they have the knockback and then they have the root. The kidney shot was already trinketed here. The second kidney shot is going to be their window to try to get something done, but Vader is gone. He is so far away at this point. Peekaboo just struggling to try to get back to him. We'll see if he can actually do it. Now he's going to be connecting. Zinx, though, with an intercept onto the back of him. The root comes down here again, but there's the vanish. The cheap shot comes in. They had a nice shield on that. The kidney going to be able to follow this up potentially, but the knockback onto Peekaboo, can he actually get back there? No, he can't. He gets stunned up again here by this Warrior, and Peekaboo is out of cooldowns. I don't know that he's going to be able to get back. This one could be a quick one as Peekaboo's in trouble. The evasion's going to get popped. He's down to 20% HP though. Zinx on the back of him here with this two-hand is just crushing through Peekaboo. The kidney shot going to come out. The fear there to peel. Absurge's going to get intercepted. He's trying to get this hex out onto the Warrior. Is he going to be able to do it? No, he can't. He's going to get sheared on that, unfortunately. Now looking for it here once again. But the Warrior Fear going to interrupt that. That's going to actually force the trinket from Sturge. And WizKay here is really low on mana. He's over here in the Hymn. He's going to have to use the Disperse just for mana here. But Peekaboo into the Cloak. He's got no evasion. It looks like he's going to be going down.
Oh, he gets barely. The gouge. He's able to potentially get off the Mortal Strike effect. Can he run away? But at this point, Zyx, the thing is, he has not had a one-hander and shield on this entire game. He's just going, oh, no, as soon as I say that, there it is. But he's able to get a lot of pressure out onto Peekaboo in this match, and that's one of the things you were talking about, right? If Peekaboo isn't on the Warrior, the Warrior's not going to be afraid, and he's going to be able to put a lot more pressure in this match. Big swap over onto Absurge right now. Zyx going for a huge Blade Storm, and it doesn't look like they have the disarm. Absurge is getting ripped apart right now. If we see an intercept, this could be the end of the game. Oh, no! Kidney shot isn't able to land on Zyx, and Absurge is just desperation, trying his best to survive right now. But if this Warrior connects once again, if he can keep up the Mortal Strike, I don't know if Absurge is going to be able to survive, but this crippling poison doing work right now for Peekaboo, allowing Absurge just a moment to breathe, but a big lava burst going to get grounded. Nicely done there by Absurge, doing what he can to survive, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to keep this up. It doesn't look like he will. He does get dropped. Golden Guardians, unfortunately, not a good start, right? Peekaboo getting taken out of stealth, not able to connect on Vader. He gets knocked away. He's getting intercepted. Just his uptime in this match wasn't high enough. And my question to you is, after watching this match, do you think going after the Shaman is something they're going to be able to do? Or as that Mutilate Rogue, it's just too difficult with that knock?
Man, it's so hard because it's a best of 7 here. You're in the lower bracket. You're now down 2-0. Because on one hand, you know, I would be looking at this game and I would be thinking to myself, if we didn't get knocked from stealth and we started this game with a sap and a clean opener, do we just win? You know, but it's tough because now are you willing to actually take that risk here to go right back at the same strategy and potentially not have it work out even if you did get a clean opener? You know, that is kind of the big concern here, I think, for Golden Guardians. Peekaboo getting knocked is actually such a big deal. Like if you're playing sub, it's less of an issue because you do have more of an ability to actually, you know, just step back and get back onto your target here. But it forces so many cooldowns out early from Peekaboo. And I think that Rachel for the win and Vader did a really good job of actually rotating those cooldowns. You know, you just constantly are going to have the knocks coming out. Then you have a root when Peekaboo gets back. Then there's the intercept stuns and everything actually coming through and really disrupting Peekaboo and making it very, very difficult for him to get back. So I think on one hand, you know, there is a possibility that if they get that clean opener, that this really could work out. But you know, you see the damage done, and that's the problem with leaving the Warrior free is the Warrior did more damage than their team did, right? Like he's pumping you. So it's going to be very, very hard. And this time, Levels did find an opportunity to really go aggressive. It was like a great swap over onto Sturge, and it looked like either a parry or a dodge on the kidney shot, which was very unfortunate for Peekaboo. But they put so much pressure on Sturge that they were able to close this one out way more quickly.
Yeah, it's just really rough. I mean, even at that Shadow Priest, I mean, so much of your damage and burst comes from Devouring Plague, and with Cleansing Totem as well as Cleanse, like the Devouring Plague just is never sitting right. So they're able to remove that, and that is just a huge way for the Priest to actually get pressure. So I think the only way they really close it out is by getting crowd control on everyone, so they can't kind of stay ahead of the damage with their cleanses, and they can actually start developing some pressure. But it's not going to happen if they don't have a good start. If Peekaboo is not able to connect at the beginning, if he's getting kited, if they're not able to get a bunch of cooldowns with Bloodlust, I don't see them winning the game. So for Golden Guardians, it's going to be all about that start.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the first game, I don't know if Golden Guardians was unprepared or if it was just their strategy to not go in on the first game and just kind of receive the opener. But game number 1, they didn't even try for a sap. Game number 2, they got knocked out of stealth. I want to see what they're actually going to do here in game number 3. If they're going to be able to get one of those really good openers, it is so critical to be able to actually get a strong opener when you're playing Assassination. You just don't have the gap closers. You need to get a sap. You need to be able to get onto your target here because there's so much peeling that's going to come through. And it seemed like in game 2, they had a solid strategy of just trying to CC the warrior a little bit. Like they got the first hex on him. But then again, once the game is actually moving around the map and Absurge is having to chase Peekaboo to heal him, and Vader is just shutting down Absurge's hexes, it's really, really hard to actually get consistent hexes out as this Resto Shaman. So I'm not sure. I mean, I just think they need a perfect opener because Levels PvP is playing this really, really well.
Yeah, a lot better than I expected. I don't know a lot about this team, but they're playing very solid. I mean, it seems like Xianx knows exactly what to do if he's being targeted. Same with Vader. So right now, both targets have responded to the situation accordingly, and that's not an easy thing to do. You're getting spam dispelled, you're getting trained by the Assassination Rogue, but it seems like they're comfortable in that kind of level of pressure. And Golden Guardians kind of struggled at this point to get the openers that they need. But we'll see if Peekaboo can get a sap in this one or what they decide to do. Maybe they do just let Xianx run in once again and they just open on him behind a pillar or, in their enemy territory. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to them. At least they need a cheap shot, right? Like if you're not going to get the sap, which is it could be ambitious
Give me
in this
something.
matchup.
Come
but
on.
at least get the cheap shot on the warrior.
Yeah, it's pretty cursed if you can't at least get the cheap shot for sure. I mean, it's tough, man, because there's also like theoretically they could go sub, but I just think when you go sub against like high armor teams like this, your damage is so low during the dances. It's like you're the only, and especially outside of dances, you do nothing, right? Like your only ability to pressure whatsoever is during dance, and I don't think it'll work really against a high armor team like this. I think it can work better against teams with cloth wearers and stuff like that, but when it's like plate and mail with a shield, it's basically triple plate here, and sub rogues just don't really do a lot of damage. So I feel like you pretty much have to play Assassination. But yeah, I mean, it's tough because there is possibilities of like if you go sub, then you can maybe set up things like pally swaps and try to mix it up. I think if they lose this game as Assassination, that I think we would see sub. I think that they'll try to change something because at that point you've got to throw a Hail Mary, right? But I do think you give it the old college try one more time here as Assassination, see if you can get a decent opener and see if that is really what's been holding them back.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Golden Guardians, it's going to be up to Peekaboo to find that good start, and it's going to be up to Levels to continue this kind of early pressure in the match where they're just denying the opener from Golden Guardians, which I like. I like that they're able to just push in. They're not afraid of the Golden Guardians in this match, it doesn't seem like so far. They don't want to just sit back. They want to be the ones that, keep their opponents on the back foot. And that's basically how it has been so far in this series. So for game number 3, we're going to be looking for Levels to basically continue what they have been doing and throw Golden Guardians off. But if Golden Guardians want to kind of reverse that, they need to find an opener. They need to find a sap.
It's sub. They're already doing it. They're swapping it up here. So they've had enough. If Peekaboo's had enough of being kited, he's unchained now. He's playing sub. So let's see what they can actually get done. I do wonder if they're going to try to go more aggressive for pally swaps and stuff. At the very least, there is the potential for things like step kicks, first step blind and stuff on the pally, so they are going to have that opportunity. And Peekaboo is sprinting right out here. We'll see if he can find that opener. He does get the sap on a Vader. That's very big, but he's going to get shouted out of stealth. They get the cheap shot onto Racial. Really nice opener here onto the kidney. I think Bubble is going to have to be traded, but the MD's already coming in. The Bloodlust is popped. He's in trouble. There's the disarm. The silence could come out to follow it up. I think Racial might just go down. He's down to 10% HP. Everything coming out here to try to stay alive. Will he be able to do it? He's being spam purged though, and Peekaboo is right back onto him. He's down to 5%. He's going slowly back up into the Aura Master, but there's the cheap shot. It's going to be trinketed, and the fear comes out onto Peekaboo, but the step comes through. Prep is going to be committed. They're trying to get the rush down here onto Racial for the win. He's in so much trouble, down to 5% HP. The peels are coming through, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, and Golden Guardians make the rush down happen. What a run there from Golden Guardians, able to take him down and grab a match back.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, this is much more their wheelhouse, right? Where they can get aggressive, they get the triple crowd control out, they can kind of just sit on a target. And I think this is the kind of curveball that they need, because Golden Guardians, they are a really calculated team, right? Like WizK is kind of like a mastermind when it comes to strategies, and when they can actually execute on that strategy. I know what it feels like to be on the back foot against this team. They just can ride that momentum. It can be really, really difficult to recover. And I don't think Racial's is normally, he's probably not used to being trained down by a Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman of this caliber, where all of his freedoms and sacred shields are being ripped off, and Peekaboo and WizK are just all over him. But I really like this kind of momentum switch here by Golden Guardians.
I mean, Peekaboo is also just, let's be honest, he is cracked at sub. Like, it is really difficult to deal with this guy. The way he uses his prep aggressively, like kick, prep, kick, and things like this that you're not always necessarily used to dealing with. Double offensive dispel, sheer, disarm, silence, like everything coming through, plus the ability to actually have to deal with double vantage cheap shots, garrotes, kidney shots, 2 potential kicks, double steps, like all these things to actually get onto him. It is very, very difficult to actually deal with that. But I will say, I don't think Racial for the win was actually expecting this. And even though Golden Guardians had all the pressure in that game, if they don't actually get the kill there on Racial for the win, I think this game is pretty toast, right? Like, you use all your offensives there, you run out of cooldowns completely, your damage is going to fall off a cliff, because they committed prep, they committed both vanishes, both evasions, like both sprints, like they committed literally everything. And Racial for the win was kind of rushing in at the start there to not actually try to get sapped. And they still did get sapped plus the opener. So that's about as good of an opener, I think, as Golden Guardians can actually get. And I think that if you were expecting Peekaboo to be sub in this next game, we could see Racial for the win playing it very differently, right? Like, he could even play Battle Master. He could try to max range it in a way that even if the sap comes down on the pally, that it's very difficult for them to get onto you. Because I think even if you get a sap on the Shaman, if you're the Paladin and you're behind the pillar, all your warrior has to do is not stop the rogue, you actually stop the priest. Because if Peekaboo opens on you behind the pillar on the other side of the map, and the priest is just hamstrung in the middle of the map, like, you're not going to be under pressure unless they're all connecting, right? They need everything there. So I do think that the Paladin can position a lot differently to make it way more difficult for them to actually look for this rush down. But instead, they're going to go to Dalaran Sewers. So to me, this says that Levels PvP thinks it's the most important to actually get in and just prevent the sap, right? Like, they're probably just going to run in and immediately try to get in combat and prevent that sap. But I do think it gives Golden Guardians the opportunity to potentially get onto this pally. Of course, you have to deal with knocks on the boxes, which is going to be really difficult.
Yeah, that's something you're absolutely going to have to avoid. And it's one of the reasons why these Elemental Shamans favor this map so much, is if you do get a good knock, it can completely reset the pacing of the game. But the added benefit for Peekaboo in this one is he's playing Subtlety, right? So even if he gets knocked, he's going to have that Shadow Step, preparation Shadow Step if he really needs to. So it's just going to be up to WizK and Absurge to make sure that they can avoid it at all costs. I think we actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you noticed it, I think Absurge actually went for the NS Hex at the beginning of that game. I know that's something that they actually really like to do in their openers, so they can get easy triple cross. And honestly, the Nature Swifters doesn't really do that much. So in terms of healing,
he's not going to get a sap.
Yep.
Oh, he does. He does. He get the sap from the side, and he's going to get the cheap shot onto Racial for the win. And he's in LOS. The pally was in LOS, so he has to actually trinket the kidney there immediately. Vader's still in the sap. Can they get a CC off it? They're going to get the fear. That's the trinket coming out. They had the stun on his Zinc, so they've gotten all 3 trinkets down here already. But Peekaboo down on the bottom. Can they actually get back up? Absurge looks like he's the target for now, pulling back, but Peekaboo charging in, trying to get back towards this Paladin. It's target acquired. It feels like their only option here is to get onto Racial for the win, and he knows it. WizK, though, getting in on top. The Hodge is going to be spent onto him. There's the cheap shot onto Racial for the win. He could be in trouble here. I think the bubble could have to come out. He's going to use it out early this time. It does get MD'd, but he's at full health, and he's still kiting away from Peekaboo. They're in a much better spot.
Yeah, but Peekaboo still has Vanish as well as Preparation, so they have the tools. There's the Shadow Step Gouge they're trying to set up. Ooh, nicely done there by Zyx, and as well a beautiful knock by Vader, sending WizK and Absurge off the side of the map. Big kidney shot's going to be landing here by Peekaboo. Can they take him down? Vader gets interrupted. Beautifully done. Peekaboo just getting crowd control on everyone. The silence on Racial right now, but it doesn't look like Peekaboo's going to be able to connect. Another kick on Vader with the Preparation, just shutting down all of those off heals. But I think Racial for the win should be able to survive here. Beautiful Fear. The pressure from Golden Guardians is just super unrelenting, and this next kidney shot could be an absolute disaster if Zinx isn't able to peel it.
Yeah, but he is able to peel it for now. You know, Peekaboo is in a lot of trouble here. There's a shear on a Sturge. Peekaboo might just go down. He's down about 5% HP. He's going to have to step defensively. The Divine Hymn coming out here from WizK, but it's not going to be enough. Peekaboo will go down, and Levels PvP push us to match point here. 3-1 is the series score. They handled the all-in so much better this time. I think the early bubble was actually really critical from the Pally. You know, we saw in that last game, he bubbled once he was already low. This time he just used the bubble, very early on. He trades it out, uses it basically as a PvP trinket while he's still high on health. So even though it did actually get MD'd, he wasn't really having to trade additional cooldowns after the bubble. And as soon as he's able to actually get cross map, really get away, it became very, very difficult for Peekaboo. It felt like they had, maybe one more chance where they got that good fear from WizK onto the Pally. He gets put into the middle of the map, but Zyx, that Warrior, had an intercept on Peekaboo right as he was about to actually close that gap to get a kidney. Because if they had gotten that kidney on this Pally in the middle of the map, they might have been able to make something happen, but they just couldn't actually stick to the back of him.
Yeah, you're right about that. The intercept and the charge, the disarms are just really difficult. I think Peekaboo did a pretty good job with his evasions and trying to dodge it, but at some point when you're chasing the Paladin and he's crossing like that, like Levels was, and I think it's really smart, right? The only way you're going to get those effective intercepts is if you're actually creating space for your Warrior to use that ability. If you're just sitting on the box the whole game, it becomes difficult. So Levels, I think in terms of their positioning, it looked really good. Vader had some very crucial knocks as well at the beginning of the game. As well as during that scary moment on Racial, he was able to send WizK and Absurge off the side and actually buy a lot of time for his team. So you can see right now, Racial getting feared up. And these are the intercepts I'm talking about. When he's crossing, it's just so difficult for Peekaboo to actually get there. And now, like you said, if they don't have the pressure, Peekaboo at this point, there's just no cooldowns left. And you're in trouble. I mean, he's down to 1% health. WizK trying to go for the hymn, but it's really not enough. And at that point in the game, I feel like the game goes hugely in favor of the Turbo Cleave or the Thunders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was actually really smart from WizK. He started channeling his Hymn of Hope to get sheared and then immediately went for the Divine Hymn, but I'm not sure that the first tick actually came through. So it would have been a fully uninterrupted Divine Hymn if he could have got it off. And Sturge, we saw, had like 80% mana. So Sturge still had a ton of mana there. But the problem is it's very difficult for him to actually stick with the rogue. Like, they have no opportunity but to go for the Pally. I think when you're playing sub, I think you have to go for this rush down. But that means Peekaboo has to be target acquired, Terminator, just lock on the Pally, running them the whole game. And that means Sturge is going to be chasing him the whole time, right? And if you're actually getting hamstrung or slowed up by this Warrior, it's difficult to actually, get in a position to even spend that mana. And I think Vader is really doing a good job harassing Sturge every single time Sturge is trying to actually stand and cast. He's shearing him, and then Sturge starts another cast, and he starts casting a Hex on him, so he has to actually stop that to shear him again, and now shears up again, right? And then you're having to deal with that once more. So it's this constant harassment that Vader is actually putting on Absurge that I think is making his job so difficult. Because he doesn't have to be doing damage, right? Like, the Warrior is enough once he's on the back of Peekaboo, and Peekaboo has no more CDs. So I think Levels is playing it well, and it's going to be pretty tough, I think, to win as the sub comp when they know what you're doing, right? Because it's like, as soon as you go sub, you know who the target is. Everyone else goes aggressive. This Pally just plays turbo defensive. I don't even know if he was playing Battlemaster, but if it was me, I'd be playing Battlemaster full resil 100%. And early bubble, you trinket out the first kidney, the second kidney, insta bubble. Don't get low before you do it, right? Just use it as a second PvP trinket, because you have to expect the MD is going to come through with Lust.
You can't rely on it whatsoever. And I think that's one
Yep.
of the things that really hurt levels in that first game where we saw
Yep.
Racial actually go down, right? It's you kind of rely on bubble, but once the master spell comes in, then you start overlapping everything and you have to start using all your cooldowns, your trinket,
Panic
everything you
sets
got.
in.
Exactly. The panic sets in and
I'm
it's
gonna
a
die!
disaster.
I'm gonna die! And then everyone presses every single button at once, and you're like, ah, crap, we got nothing left.
Yeah, they still have everything and you've got nothing. It happens to the best of us, right?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Definitely.
Or in my case, it happens to the worst of us now that I'm super washed. So, but we'll see. We'll see if they can clean it up and be able to clean up this series, because it is match point here for levels PvP. Looking to take down Golden Guardians, one of the tournament favorites. Definitely a huge fan favorite here. Sturge, Peekaboo, and WizK, some of the most popular players here in NA. So we'll see if they can battle back. They are playing sub again. Peekaboo rushing out here, so they should be able to get a sap. It's harder to get in combat with WizK and Absturge way back. And Zinx is not going to be able to shout him out. So will he be able to get the sap? He's not. He got popped out by a Consecrate, it looks like. It's the gouge onto Vader. The kidney's just going to be triggered immediately by Racial, but there's the Garou coming down on a Racial for the win. But unfortunately, WizK's still not in line of sight. Now the disarm coming up from the Shadow Priest. Are they going to follow it up with the silence? Not quite yet, but the bubble's going to have to be traded out. The MD comes through, but it looks like it resisted. Now it's going to be off. Peekaboo's into the stealth, so they're going to try to look for a reset here. Can they actually find a Fear to set this up? They want to get a clean opener. The Fear comes through.
This is an absolute nightmare. Fear on Racial into the cheap shot. Do they have the kidney shot? Beautiful peels coming in from Zyx. And that disarm on Peekaboo is the only reason why Racial's still alive. The kidney shot does land, and I think there's no way you live this. Beautiful off gouge there by Peekaboo. A perfect setup by the Golden Guardians. They were able to just get the overlap, right? That's what we were talking about. We got the trinket as well as the bubble in that opener. And once that happens, I mean, Golden Guardians just so far ahead.
I mean, that was really, really clean. They did that very well. You know, even with the knock on a Peekaboo, the fact that he actually avoided the Warrior was the critical part. Being able to get the off gouge. Yes, he gets popped out. He can't get the sap, but he gets the off gouge. He gets the cheap shot into the kidney. You know, they get that trinket out immediately. They're right in on top of him. And I think, you know, the critical moment here for me was that they get the clean reset. Peekaboo realizes he's not going to get the kill. So as soon as the bubble MD comes, instead of just trying to actually chase him down, you notice Peekaboo immediately disengage, gets the vanish. They get the cross fear there onto Vader with Tremor dead. And Vader doesn't trinket it. You know, he needed to actually trinket that early. He trinkets with about 1 second left on that fear. I think he was hoping for a dispel, but you know, if he insta trinkets and spams heals, maybe there's some sort of an opportunity there. But a little bit late on the trinket, a beautiful reset out of that force bubble. They get the clean vanish, they get the cross CC, and they get that reopener. Again, there it is. You know, as soon as they get the bubble, Peekaboo knows he doesn't have the damage to finish him, so he vanishes off, waits for full energy, gets that reopening. And this is just showing that really high level knowledge of your composition, understanding your damage thresholds. Because I do think most rogues in that situation just try to continue training that pally down when he's already at about 20%. But when you have no energy left, when you don't have those cooldowns, it's not going to work out. So this was really, really intelligent by Golden Guardians. And then, you know, landing that kidney, dumping the energy, and then going for the off gouge onto Vader when he didn't really have any damage left to contribute. Just really well played by Golden Guardians.
And this is why they are a fan favorite, right? These really aggressive strategies. And I was right. Abs just throwing out the Nature Swiftness hexes on Zyx. So immediately Zyx, if he wants to peel, he has to trinket the hex. And then he sits full blinds. And Racial actually has to commit like a Blessing of Protection to remove that ability from him. So it's just a lot of crowd control on the Warrior. And he's going to be the main person who kind of disrupts Peekaboo in the match. But really wasn't able to do it with the amount of cross crowd control that they have. But that being said, we need to get back to reality a little bit. This does mean levels PvP. We're going to play out this series to the point where Golden Guardians can actually win it. They need to actually win twice on not their map picks, right? So they need to win on Dalaran, which is likely where we're going to be going, which I think is going to be much more difficult. The thing that we need to see from Absurge and WizK is they have to avoid the knocks from Vader. Otherwise, I think their kill pressure is going to go, going to go down so quickly. And it's going to allow Racial to actually recover.
I mean, it becomes so difficult because even if you are perfectly like LOSing the knocks, well, you're giving time for the pally to recover, right? So it's like, okay, he has knock, I'm just going to LOS it. Well, you're losing the long game. So you can't actually just sit back. So you kind of have to just try to play where you're like hugging the box. so that you have the box right against your back, so the shaman can't find that angle. But it is difficult because they can set it up for themselves, with the Earth Grab Totem, land that root, reposition, and then knock you out off. So it can become very, very difficult. But if they can find the sap here, if Peekaboo can find that sap and they can get the proper opening, I do think there's opportunities. I'd also say, maybe there's an opportunity for Vader to do something like just a super early lust and just turret Lesser Healing Waves, right? On the opener, especially if it's in a situation where, WizK isn't there. I don't think you actually have to trinket. That first kidney that he trinketed was with WizK out of LOS. And I think if Vader is with him, because Vader didn't get sapped in that last game, if you just lust and spam Lesser Healing Waves, the sub rogue is not killing your paladin, right? Like, you need to have everyone committing. So I do think, just trying to really be aware of the situation and when Golden Guardians can fully connect. If the Shadow Priest is there with the rogue stun, you must trinket, you must trade CDs. But otherwise, I do think that you can greed it out a little bit and try to have, just your shaman trade some of his cooldowns. Trade out the lust, trade out his trinket early, and just pump some of those off heals, because Ellie shamans do some respectable healing.
They definitely do. To Peekaboo's credit, he has been kicking a lot of them, right? So he has them on
it's
focus,
hard.
and if they're on the boxes, they're going to get interrupted. And another tricky point, I do agree that there are moments where you kind of have to pinch those cooldowns. You can't just make a scripted trade every single time. But what ends up happening sometimes, I know I've experienced this myself, where it's like you try to greet it, you think like, oh man, this is really not a good setup by them. They don't really have the damage. And then at the end of the stun, you get crowd controlled again, right? Like you get cheap shot, you get kidney shot, and then you're 40% health. You kind of feel like you're okay, and then you get disarmed, and then all of a sudden you're silenced, and it's like, okay, well, I have to trade out bubble at 10% health, and things can like kind of spiral out of control really quick.
And that's where, you were talking about this earlier, but just having experience against composition and understanding when they are going to deal damage, when you are actually in threat of dying, is so important. So you can properly rotate those defensive cooldowns, right? So you can understand, okay, yeah, I'm almost out of this kidney, but they're going to have, 4 to 5 more seconds of little garbage CC that's going to be landing on me. So like, I just need to bubble anyway, right? And being able to really understand that, I think, is so important. It is going to be sub. That will stay unchanged. So everything going to be staying the same here. We'll see if Levels PvP can get in and close this one out, or if Peekaboo and Co can actually pull this back to even. Is 3-2 for Levels PvP. The opener is so critical. Peekaboo sprinting in. Oh, but that Warrior's going straight for him, and he shouts him out. And now the intercept onto Peekaboo. A gouge going to be coming in here, and they're going to look for the opener again onto Rachel for the win. Cheap shot is there. The kidney to follow it up, but can they actually get enough damage? They do force out that trinket, and WizK is going to get knocked off.
Yeah, beautiful knock there, but they do get the trinket out of the way. Like you mentioned, Peekaboo just going to abandon the push. I mean, that was kind of a disaster, but he played it cool. Went in, he got the gouge on the Vader, as well as got a stun lock on the Rachel, and was able to force
clean opener though.
Absurge in a lot of trouble right now. Big lava burst coming in from Vader. It gets wind sheared. Nicely done there by Absurge. Big heal will land. Here's a full blind onto Zyx right now, and there's going to be no opportunity for a Blessing Protection. Cheap shot into Katie shot. This could easily be the Divine Shield, and it is. Mass Dispel essentially coming in from WizK, but Rachel shuts it down with that Blood Elf silence, really utilizing his Rachel to his advantage. But now there's really no cooldowns left. There's a beautiful knock there by Vader. And Peekaboo, oh no, he could just get dropped. Evasion, Cloak of Shadows, panic, desperation moment, but he is barely holding on. The Golden Guardians, this is match point. They could be eliminated. They need to find that opener onto Rachel.
Yeah, and WizK was knocked off again. He's been having so much trouble. They do land a big double fear, though. This one's going to sit full, and here comes the last push here for Golden Guardians. They're in onto Rachel. The kidney coming through. They're going to be free casting on him. Do they have any CC? The silence is there to follow it up. Rachel's in so much trouble. A great Earth Grab Totem comes through, but the shear on the heel from Vader. He's going to get a big knock, and he's into the wings. WizK got to finish him off, and he does! Rachel goes down, and Golden Guardians, as long as they can stay alive here, they're looking for a cross kill onto Wiz, but he does have the disperse. And that was the last opportunity they had. They had to get the kill on that final push, and they were able to find it. The Berserker Rage wasn't there, and there was no Tremor. There was no Trinket. Vader and Zinx get caught in that double fear. I'm not sure what the Berserker Rage got spent on. I wonder if that was an off gouge or something. Maybe we could see that in the replay, but he didn't have Berserker Rage. And he gets full feared, and they just get a 3v1. The last possible moment there that they could have got a kill.
That's if you're that paladin, you are so afraid. You're sitting behind the box, and all 3 members of the Golden Guardians are just coming in. So we can see exactly what happens. Rachel actually manages to get away. He trades out the Divine Shield, but this is where he's in trouble, right? He's on Forbearance, not going to be able to use that Blessing of Protection. He's got no Trinket, no Divine Shield.
It was
Peekaboo has kind of a heart attack right now. So he gets out of the gouge. Nicely done there by Peekaboo setting that up. But they have to trade out everything. And this is where Golden Guardians is really on kind of a timer. The gouge into
Yeah.
Vader, there's no tremor. Double fear, beautifully done. A gouge on Vader to prevent the tremor. There's the Shadow Step. I think Rachel should have just hidden. He didn't get Shadow Step cheap shot there. I feel like he maybe be able to live. A really close call.
I agree. I think you just have to pillar hug. I mean, he did step out and he got the dispel on Vader, who's I'm sure screaming for a dispel in that moment, so he could actually tremor the warrior. So I understand it. But I think in that situation, you maybe just have to pillar hug and stay away. It's tough though, because at the same time, he did get the dispel on the Ellie, so the Ellie comes back, and it's this gouge right there. It's hard to blame Zinx or Zyinx because they did get Peekaboo to proc cheat death. They got him down about 5% HP with him using Berserker Rage, so it's not like he just randomly used it, but they track the fact that that is on cooldown, and it's right here. He steps out, he gets the dispel onto Vader, but then they get this perfect setup here. So, Sturge coming over, they have that kidney, the silence is back up, everyone's putting out damage here, and Vader trying to get that heal off, but he does get sheared. He has a great knock. It was WizK barely finishing him off because both Sturge and Peekaboo got knocked, and he had wings up. If Sturge, is knocked off and WizK gets knocked off with him, I think he actually probably lives on the box there. But it's just Peekaboo and Sturge that get knocked off, and WizK stays up. And I don't know if that was a death that just came through at the very end, but able to finish him off.
It's just so interesting what the Golden Guardians are able to do when they have momentum. And it's just been the theme of the weekend, right? Like, one of the things about Wrath of the Lich King is a good start. It gets you so much momentum of the match. It can be so difficult to recover. And for the Golden Guardians, this is something that we've seen from them time and time again, right? They don't do well at the beginning. It looks like they're going to get, 3-0'd, 4-0'd in the series, and then they slowly battle it back. They go for that reverse sweep. And it seems like they accelerate when the adversity is the highest and they're in the most pressure situation. That's when the Golden Guardians always kind of rise up. And I'm curious to see if Levels PvP is going to be able to do that as well, because it feels like they can definitely win this matchup. These games are extremely close, and I feel like if Levels PvP just plays it a little bit better, they could definitely pull off a win in this last game.
I mean, absolutely. But now the pressure's on, right? It's a lot easier to play from a lead. Like, you've been in these situations where, you start really hot and you're up and you're at match point, and then you lose a game, and then you lose another game, and now it's match point for the other team. Your palms start getting a little bit sweaty, your mouth gets a little bit dry, you're feeling a little bit nervous there. And sometimes, teams like Golden Guardians, and I could say this is definitely true for me as well. Sometimes you just have to get the int out. Sometimes you just are going to have some trash games when you start, right? Like, you know exactly what you want to do, and you're just sprinting it. You're just not doing well. But you get through those first couple of games, you can calm down a little bit. And sometimes, you just need to get that momentum back. And it does feel like the momentum is in Golden Guardians' favor. These are, incredibly, incredibly close games, even with that kill. I think that, again, is like the last possible moment that they can actually win this game, right? I think Golden Guardians are toast if they don't get a kill on that push. And that's happened. I would say 2 out of the 3 wins for Golden Guardians were really at the final moment where it is their last push. They have nothing left, and they do get that kill. So, if Levels can play a tiny bit more clean, I do think that they definitely have the opportunity to take this.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's just they need to have those openers. Need to be careful of those double fears too. Double fears. It's just about there needs to be someone free. I think both Zynex and Vader are perfectly capable of kind of stopping a go and helping. Zynex in particular, they just need to make sure they're there. And honestly, I feel like I won't say it was unlucky, but you really can't blame Zynex for doing what he did. Peekaboo looked like he was going to go down.
He cheated death and lived at 5%. You can't blame
him. Yeah, exactly. You have to. The thing is, like, if you're in that situation and you're like, okay, well, I need to, hold on to my Berserker Rage for the potential double fear later on, so I can peel. It's like you're trolling a bit, right? Like, you have to take some risks in the matchup. There's like an old saying: teams play to not lose, not play to win. And you have to play to win in a lot of these situations.
You absolutely do, right? And that's why, to me, it's like the mistake, if anything, and it is a small one. It's a bit nitpicky. The mistake is not using the Berserker Rage. The mistake is that the Shaman and the Warrior stacked up when there was no Berserker Rage, right? Because, if you do actually, keep track of the fact, okay, I use Berserker Rage, we have to watch out for a fear, the Shaman stays away, then sure, you could actually, CC the Shaman separately, or you could CC the Warrior. But if you fear the Warrior, he's going to get tremored as long as the Shaman isn't there. So then the only person they can actually get is just that Shaman. And if the Warrior just stays away for that 15 seconds until he has Berserker Rage again and doesn't actually stack with his Shaman, then as you said, he can peel that go. And I think that was the mistake from Levels PvP. It's a small one, but it's these little things that really do make a huge difference at this level. When you are playing against these teams that are true masters of their composition, it's these small windows that they're going to be able to recognize and take advantage of to close out a game where they are, in a disadvantageous position. So, Levels PvP have got to make sure they're doing the same thing and really keeping track of all this stuff and try to close this one out.
And let's see if they can do it. We are all tied up. A lower bracket series. The loser of this game will be eliminated from the tournament. The winner will march through that lower bracket, and we'll see how deep a run they really can make. Golden Guardians has the momentum right now. Levels PvP, not afraid. They're just going to be moving in. Vader trying to avoid the sap. Is he going to get sapped? He does. Super unfortunate. Kick on Racial. This is an absolute disaster. Bloodlust gets popped. The gouge to keep Racial in place. There's the full blind. There is nothing he can do. We have to be... That Master Spell is going to be an absolute disaster. Racial could just go down. The Master Spell comes out. Racial in so much trouble. Might just go down in this opener. The Bloodlust from Vader trying to cross the map. Get away from WizKid. That was a beautiful knock. And they just send Peekaboo, putting a lot of pressure on him right now, but Peekaboo is not allowing Racial to get away, still has his trinket, and likely will trade out that trinket on that kidney shot very fast so he doesn't fall behind.
Yeah, but they don't have Silence, so they need to wait for Silence to try to go one more go. So this time he decided not to actually trinket and instead spends the Divine Shield first here. Peekaboo trying to get a reset, but he's down dangerously low, has the bleeds on him. He's got to be careful. He's just trying to LOS Vader back and forth, see if he can get a re-stealth. He needs a shield. He doesn't get the re-stealth, but he does get that sprint. They're trying to go straight in onto Racial. An aggressive disperse here from WizK, trying to get up towards that pally. The trinket comes through. There is that cheap shot. The kidney going to come through again here. They have the Silence now. It's got to come out. It does land, but Racial is still really high on health, and WizK's in trouble. He can't actually connect with this pally. They're going to have to try to go defensive and peel. Racial for the win, just pops the wings here very early on, and he's doing a great job of kiting this out, and now Golden Guardians are in so much trouble. Sturge low on mana here, and Peekaboo is just getting crushed by this Warrior. They're going to try to make a turn onto him, but the Earth Grab from Vader just shuts it down completely. The kidney shot comes out, but he's under no pressure whatsoever, and Peekaboo's got to run.
Yeah, Peekaboo is going to be going for a reset. I think that last kitty shot, kind of just a defensive one. They need to get control of the game, but this game is not looking good. Racial gets ambushed. The gouge unfortunately misses. They're not going to be able to set up. And look at Absurge. He's in trouble. This is what I want to see from Levels PvP. Just go after the Shaman, force them defensive. Racial in a perfect position to survive. And I think at this point, you can just sit on Absurge, really pressure him, maybe swap over on a Peekaboo. But I love the kiting from Racial in this match. I feel like he's done such a great job to get away. Absurge getting lower and lower, and they get the intercept. They do manage to find it, but Vader is going to be gouged far away. A full blind now onto the Warrior, and that should shut down the offense. No, the Blessing of Protection. Racial wants to keep his Warrior aggressive, and now they're going after WizK. Trades out the immediate dispersion. Golden Guardians have struggled to find pressure, but there's still an opportunity. There's no outs for Racial. They need one good setup. If they can find one good setup, there's still hope for them to win this.
He was looking for a drink, but he actually had to stand up. They already used the disperse, and WizK, I think he's just going to go down here. He's down to 20% HP. They're looking for the push, but it's not going to be enough. The Blade Storm comes through, and Levels PvP going to knock Golden Guardians out of the tournament here in the lower bracket. Peekaboo will fight on, but it's not going to be enough. Racial for the win will survive, and Levels PvP takes it 4-3.
I'd say this is an upset, just based off, the level of experience the Golden Guardians have. But I feel like Levels PvP, they really showed up here, right? They have the composition, arguably one of the best compositions in Wrath of the Lich King, and I think they played it well. There was some matchups where they really were kind of thrown off guard, you could tell, but that last game, I think Racials in particular did just such an amazing job kiting and repositioning and just staying as far away from the fight as possible. I think he rotated through his cooldowns basically perfectly, and you have to give a lot of credit to Vader and Zyx, who were able to kind of shut down Peekaboo and WizK with the knocks, with the intercepts, with the disarms. I just think this is a really solid series from Levels PvP, but big shout out to Golden Guardians for making it such a close matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Racial was making me nervous. That low HP bubble there got insta-MD'd off. But it was the Nox that saved them on this map. And, you know, if I'm on Golden Guardians, all I'm thinking about coming out of this series is, man, we should have played sub from game one, right? They dropped those first 2 games as assassination. And then, you know, over the next 5 games, they won 3 of the next 5, but they, you know, start down 2 games, you know, because they went assassination. It didn't work out for them. It just felt like they had a wrong read, and Levels, I think, you know, really handled it very, very well. You know, I thought assassination was definitely going to be the move. I thought that was going to be the way that they would actually be able to win this out. And unfortunately for them, you know, Levels PvP just handled the push onto Zaying so well. You know, he was playing it very, very defensively, stayed sword and board the whole time in those first 2 games, and it just kind of lasted a little bit longer than Golden Guardians could. So by the time they actually swap over to the sub, they were already down 2 games, which meant that they have to play a lot of these games. They have to win a lot of these games on their opponent's map pick. And it is very, very difficult on Dalaran Sewers. You know, with that late bubble that came through from Racial for the win, if Whiskey doesn't get knocked, I think they get Trinket, they get everything, and they potentially even just kill him, because he bubbled at 20% and got instant MD, right? But because it is on their pick, because it is on that Sewers that they had to play on, you know, it really gave them a big advantage. And credit to Levels PvP for being able to handle those assassination games so well and force that late swap.
Yeah, I think they were certainly prepared for those first couple of games. The subtlety rogue threw them off a little bit, but going to Dalaran Sewers, I felt like they definitely got a little bit more comfortable in the match. But yeah, big shout out to Levels PvP. Definitely going to be looking out for them for the remainder of this tournament. They played that extremely well. Unfortunately for Golden Guardians, that does mean that they will be eliminated. And that does bring us to our next match, what is going to be an upper bracket match, our first upper bracket match of the day, which is going to be BWG Gold versus Ganking Top. Now, BWG Gold, probably the favorite, I would say. Most people would consider them the favorite of this tournament. You got Snuts, Cubsy, and Chanimal. These 3 are absolute beasts when they play together, and they're playing all the best compositions. Snuts, one of the best multi-classes in the game. Ganking Top, they're still in the upper bracket, right? They haven't dropped a single series so far in this tournament, and they're going to be, I think, more than likely playing that Elemental Shaman Frost Mage composition we've seen be really popular so far.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, that just seems like a really tough matchup. I'm not gonna lie. For Mage Ellie, feels like he would be pretty disadvantaged against the Warlock Ellie. You know, we'll see. I feel like they're gonna have to have really good aggressive pushes. You know, maybe try to get setups and actually go for something like a kill on the Pally. But if the Pally is your only real option, that becomes very difficult, because I do think the Warlock team, you know, has kind of more options available to them as far as who they're going to target. I think you can really pressure anyone. The Destro Warlock is very tough to pressure. You know, with that nether protection, with the 6% flat damage reduction, you know, plus souling, plus everything, you know, maybe if you can turn on those pets, you know, you could turn it into a game that becomes a little bit more in your favor. But generally for mage teams, you know, going Warlock pet, I don't think is the best, because, you know, you just struggle in those long games. You know, as a mage, generally, you know, your mana is going to be pressured. So I think it's just going to be up to BWG Gold to kind of outlast the early pressure, where Mage Ellie is going to be able to threaten that burst. And I think as long as they're actually, you know, rotating their interrupts and really shutting down those goes, I think they're going to be pretty heavily favored.
Yeah, I think so, but we'll definitely have to wait and see. And we might even see Cubsy on that Restoration Druid, which would be really exciting. But we'll have to wait to see that matchup. We'll be back after a really short break for our first upper bracket match of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. We just had a heart-wrenching series. I feel like the Golden Guardians, they do that to their fans. They drag it out to the bitter end. They make it look like it's possible. It's finally going to happen. They're going to rise up and be able to pull it off, but just came up short in that final Game 7 in the previous series. I'm now on the desk here with Azael, moving into the upper bracket where we have some Titan teams, one of them particularly being BWG Gold. I know you were breaking down this matchup a little bit earlier before we took the break here. What's your prediction between these teams? Like score? Do you think Ganking Top has a chance?
Oh, I mean, I feel bad saying it, but I think it's gonna be a 4-0. I feel like it's a big compositional advantage for LSP. I know if I was playing this matchup, I would feel really comfortable. I feel like the only way you can lose against Mage Ellie if you're playing LSP is in the early moments of the match. I think that the longer it goes, the more and more you're favored. So you just play, as defensive as possible. You can kill water Ellies. You can just spam tongues, play defensive, because Netherprot is going to make the Warlock such a worse target than the Frost Mages. You both have an Ellie, but like it's going to be, I think, a lot easier for Chan to push and get aggressive after the early moments. So I think as long as they're actually playing well defensively, which I expect them to, I think it's going to be really, really tough for Ganking Top to get much done. But there is always a chance. Ellie plus Mage Burst, if you can get that good shatter in, EM on top, maybe you can just 1-deke someone.
I feel like Snuts and Cubsy, and Chanimal, all three of them for the past 10 years have been the most difficult team to actually execute a kill on, especially when their wizard compositions are strong. If you're dealing with spam fear or you're dealing with off heals, this is literally the hardest team to penetrate through and execute for a kill. Let's see what the comps are going to be. We didn't know 100%, so actually doesn't look like an Ellie Mage here this time around. Juke going to be flexing onto the Thundercleave with the Arms Warrior. This is still a matchup that I wouldn't say is 100% certain, but likely probably a lot better than the anticipated Mage Elemental.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw some of this in EU as well. We saw, Thunder versus LSP, Feed versus Sheesh, I believe. And I want to say the LSP did win in the end, but it was a pretty close series. We'll see. Snuts starting out a little bit of this hex battle here with pieces. It looks like Juke is going to be the main target. A lot of it is about Juke keeping this pressure on a Chanimal, trying to push him back without going overextended here. And the early Hodge comes through. Good cleanse though from Kazaki, but a lot of damage is landing here on a Juke. He's getting kited and pulled into the middle of the map here, where Snuts could just tee off on him.
Yeah, let's see. He's trying to save the port for the Bladestorm. They're using Thunderstorm to try and bait out an intercept. Duke going to use it and reconnect. Chan still holding onto the portal. Wants to make sure he has an answer. Goes for a Death Coil onto Kosaki. Looks like they want to try and set up some crowd control. Drops a Shadow Flame with a spell lock, so that snare is going to sit a little bit longer and try and get a bit of distance. But here comes the Bladestorm. Is Chan out of range of his portal? He is able to portal away from just a couple of ticks and get topped off by Cubsy. Cubsy out in midfield, just playing max distance away from his opponents to avoid as much crowd control as possible. Try and keep Chanimal stable, but now with no portal, they may need to be a little bit more hesitant. Hammer of Justice, Shadow Flame to cover the Dispel. I really love that coordination with Chanimal using Shadow Flame to be able to get away from this warrior so frequently.
Yeah, the position is a little bit awkward though, because Chan has his port on the other corner of the map, so you can't even really port here because you'll be so far away from Cubsy. So a little bit of awkward positioning. I feel like they need to relay the port and try to cut away from it, but they're going to pop the Lust. They're looking to light up Juke here. A great fear though. It's going to be tremored by Snuts. The Chaos Bolt coming through on a Juke. He's going to get earth grabbed in the middle of the map, and now it's up to Kasaki to get him out of there. So the Freedom will be traded out, and they're going to try to turn onto this Fell Hunter, but now the pressure being turned here over onto Pieces. They're going to try to keep this Fell Hunter alive, keeping it over on Kasaki. Juke again back on the Chanimal here, trying to shut him down, but he does port out of there over towards Cubsy, who repositioned over towards that portal, and now they've gotten a lot of space here. We'll see if they want to cross across the map. A nice spell lock coming through onto Pieces. That's going to shut down his damage for now, and Chanimal just sending that pet back in because Kasaki has popped the plea. He's sitting down for a drink. Kasaki's going to get a lot of mana back here. Back to about half HP, but Juke is almost going down. The Enraged Regeneration going to get popped here, and he's got to get these flashes out. Does land one, but another Chaos Bolt coming through. He trinkets. He's trying to get back to the pillar, and he will barely survive.
Definitely punished for going for that drink. Cubsy is massively ahead on mana at this point. Snuts is trying to get some distance with the Earth Grab Totem, trying to purge off the beacons and the Sacred Shields. Here comes a Lava Burst, setting up for damage. Cracks onto Juke, but Snuts actually gets hexed. He's going to be out of the game. Chanimal in trouble. Has his portal. He's trying to save it for the Bladestorm, but he's caught now in a Hammer of Justice. He trinkets. He ports, but they use Blessing and Protection and port at the same time, which means it won't be available for Bladestorm. That's available at any time. Chanimal still struggling even just to get to max health, trying to life tap and stay ahead of his mana, so he doesn't have to use it at a dire situation. dropping out the rocket gloves. Here comes Bladestorm, swap onto Snuts. A bit surprising. Pieces grounds the Chaos Bolt to keep Juke offensive here with Snuts down at half. He thunderstorms Juke, and Juke reconnect into Berserker stance, intercepts Cubsy's heal, and charges right back onto Snuts, but gets earth grabbed and gets death coiled and blasted down. Chaos Bolt being casted. It looks like it connected and ultimately do anything. Juke should be stable with Lava Burst and Chaos Bolt on cooldown as he continues to march towards his target.
Yeah, the mana is the issue, though. Cubsy has a huge lead, but he did pop the plea, and they're going aggressive on a Snuts. So with that plea, he's not going to have as many heals coming out. A great shear from Pieces, but he's going to get spam feared up. And now Juke, way too far in. He's so far away from Kasaki. There comes the Shadow Fear. They're going to try to light him up here. Snuts, though, getting interrupted. Snuts could go down here. There's no bop available. He's down to 5% HP, and Snuts is going to go down. Juke cleans him up, and ganking top take first blood in this series.
This is unexpected, to say the least. I mean, predictions into this. Obviously, maybe if you knew the comps 100%, you wouldn't say 4-0 in anticipation for this. But
comp. Give me some credit on that one.
but in this scenario, you don't expect like Legends of the Arena here to be losing in game number 1. And Juke took a really big gamble at the end of the game to just kind of like abandon everybody to go for the kill. But I feel like sometimes you need to make that choice, especially against veteran players like this on a caster comp. If you give them any breathing room, let them reset, eventually they're going to overwhelm you later on. So took the gamble, and it came out on top in game 1. These teams are looking really evenly matched. This is another series that could go to a game 7, and we'll see those multiple moments. Juke just getting blasted time and time again. This is when Kosaki went for a drink. They punished it just immediately went after the warrior rather than pushing to stop the drink. And here's where Juke, he overextends. Snuts pulls him into the starting room here. Juke doesn't care. Charge in, out of range of my paladin, whatever. I got to get the win here. Gets knocked on a cast, charged again to reconnect, and rockets come in, and they just overwhelm him with damage in that position. I don't think Snuts was expecting Juke to make that gamble and chase him into the starting room. So it definitely paid off, but it looks scary for this warrior.
It definitely was, and I mean, it's always going to be. But one of the things that Thunder does have as a real advantage in this matchup is that they have an easier ability to actually recover, right? You know, as long as you get that heals out, there's no MS. So you're going to shoot right back to full. Like, look at Juke. He's down to 5% HP. You know, they land one lesser healing wave. They land a Holy Shock. He's basically back to full health. Whereas Cubsy, when you actually don't have time to actually sit and just pump out a ton of heals, you're not really going to be able to top anyone off. And look at Snuts. I mean, he tripled Pieces damage. But they just got to this situation where I think a lot of it came down to that earlier bop plus port overlap that Shannon and Cubsy had. If they had the bop for that later situation, you know, even though the bop is going to get purged off, as soon as MS goes up, you bop. That's on cooldown for a while. You have the ability to recover, but you know they just couldn't quite find it, and the Warriors able to get in there and finish off Snuts. You know, I do think that Snuts and Cham were doing a great job actually kiting this warrior around early on, and clearly they were completely shutting down the Ellie, right? You know, double caster, yes, there is the additional interrupts. He's probably getting tongue spammed and stuff as well, but you know, he got his damage tripled by Snuts, right? So like you are getting locked down pretty hard, but that is the problem where, you know, if Cubsy falls behind, it's so much more difficult for them to actually catch up.
So they actually want to go. I think this makes sense for the Ellie Shaman Warlock. This is going to be a really good map for just getting the warrior off, also getting the paladin in a good position. What I've seen from like the teams that are performing the best is they'll kind of feign a target, they'll commit to one, and then if somebody else goes in a good spot, they just immediately change their strategy. And that seems to be the best way to perform. I feel like Bing Bong played like that in the lower bracket with EMCL. It was like, we're going after your pet. Oh, you think we were going after your pet? It's actually your shaman. You left him behind. Now we're going to take him out. So I really think being flexible with your targeting, noticing when people are out of position, and then switching your strategy on the fly is something that's going to be important throughout all of these series with elemental shamans and destruction warlocks. So let's see. Maybe that was just a warm up. You know, I don't know how long. Like I feel like Cubsy, Snuts, and Channel. I think Zico talked about at the start of the show. Like how long has Cubsy been playing in Classic with his team here specifically? Because these players have been playing with multiple partners throughout their experience in Classic. So maybe that was just a game 1 warm up. Their hands are warmed up now. They're jumping in Valorant sewers, and they're going to knock it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I do think the map definitely favors them. We'll see what they can get done. Early Shadow Fury coming out there. They're trying to go for the Shadow Fury Hex, but Snuts a little bit slow on the cast, so he's not going to be able to get it off there. Doesn't land the Hex, onto Pieces. It wasn't onto Juke. And Juke just pushing in here onto Snuts. It's going to be very difficult to actually train Chanimal on this map because he can just play bottom and port back up. And Snuts, again, just pulling this warrior into the open. That's the job as the wizard who's being targeted, you know, in this LSP. You just pull the warrior in a position where your other caster can absolutely tee off on him. But Juke now going in, he's going to get hodged up. He could be in some trouble here. Nice Hex, though, coming out from Pieces, trying to disrupt some of the damage. That's going to get sheared as Snuts and Pieces just battling back and forth here with these shears, with these attempted hexes. The knockback, though, coming in from Pieces, knocking Snuts down to that lower level, and they're back onto Chan. Cubsy even just parking himself on this lower level. They want to play fully onto the bottom, pull this warrior in an awkward spot, and there's the Blade Storm. That's going to force out the port. But now Juke trying to swap it over onto Snuts and Cubsy.
Oh, he got knocked off out of line of sight. Lava Burst. Snuts is trying to fish for Spell Reflect. Not finding it here. Now repositioning away from the warrior. Earth Grab going to come down. Root the warrior. Gets freedomed immediately. Getting uptime here. Snuts is going to have to deal with that overpower from the warrior if he's on him. He actually charges off back on a Channel. He sees Channel on his portal and wants to try and punish it by going after him. But he's getting blasted down. Lava Burst after Chain Lightning. Juke seems to be stable, though. Kosaki's got his back, trying to keep him aggressive. Push towards the Warlock. Has to relay his portal. Now they're going to reposition the same strategy they were doing on that side to this ramp. Now they're just going to swap the Snuts rather than overextend, not get Hammer of Justice out of line of sight. Kosaki's pushing in. He's getting aggressive. Is he going to go for a Hammer of Justice? Both Paladins kind of dancing close to each other. Cubsy gets stunned. Juke gets knocked off the side into a Death Coil. Are they ready for it? And they turn it around with Hammer onto Kosaki. Kosaki immediately breaks free to stabilize, realizing that knockback scenario is going to be deadly, and manages to pull his team back, possibly. Pieces is still down at half at this point with Chanimal and Snuts free casting, but it looks like both teams equalize. Who do you think comes out ahead? I feel like Kosaki's trying to get out of the way. Definitely has to be Cubsy. And now Chanimal, if he can recover here, is going to be in a great position.
Yeah, look at Cubsy's mana. He's 100% mana. He hasn't drank. He's just been using Plea immediately as soon as the cooldown is off. He pops the Plea, and Kosaki is really struggling to actually heal through this damage. He's down to about 30-40%. I'm not sure if he's going to be trying to look for a drink. I think Pieces and Juke should just try to pull back and reset. I think they're in a disadvantaged spot right now. But Juke is charging in while Kosaki's going to try to drink, and now Juke could be in some trouble. Nice shield slam there, interrupting Snuts on that Lava Burst, but he's still in the middle of the map, taking a lot of damage here. EM's going to get popped, but it's onto Chanimal, and that's not really going to get much done whatsoever from Pieces. Just let it rip onto Chanimal there, who was at full health, and he had the Nether Prod available. Kosaki, again, trying to sit down here for a drink, but Juke is just too far out, and he's across the map, and he's just going to get knocked down. It didn't feel like Ganking Top were on the same page at all there. Kosaki was just constantly trying to sit down for a drink, and Juke is charging in across the map here, over by the stairs. Maybe just really underestimating the damage, but I think, at that situation, you need to be pulling back to the pillar if your Pally's going to be going for a drink.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic warrior situation, a Zug moment, obvious miscommunication, but it also goes in credit to BWG Gold with their strategy on Dalaran to just, I think Chanimal actually hit his pet on the bottom so that if Pieces wants to hit it, he has to stand out in the open on the edge of the map and they can cast on him. So his positioning of his pet was way better than we've seen of a lot of Warlocks, I think. I think it's below his portal on the opposite side of the ramp. He's just got it on the bottom. And this way that there's always somebody out in the open. So they're just playing the edge of the map and then pull off to the bottom. Pieces can't really benefit from the knockbacks. And here's where Juke charges in while Kosaki's trying to drink in the corner. And maybe Juke is thinking like, do I do it? I don't know. Maybe he's kind of playing just like middle ground, stays onto Pieces. I think this actually might be a bit more before and in the match, to the point where Juke overextends. Kosaki wants to drink, and Juke is just not going to be in a great position. Excellent punish by Snuts and Chanimal, turning that map heavily into their favor. And now it's going to be the Thundercleave's selection. So I'm imagining after seeing this Dalaran play out that we're not going to be seeing this again.
We're going runes, baby. I can pretty much guarantee it. That's the Warrior's time to shine. He's getting in there. I do think Chan played it really well. You talked about how he's positioning his pet. To me, when you're playing against Ellie Warrior or Ellie Warlock, you don't have a pet. Like, you don't get to play with your pet. If you bring it in, you spell lock once and then it dies, right? So it's like you basically have to just accept that your pet is really just going to hurt you if you bring it in, because it's just going to drain your healer's mana. Again, though, Peace is really struggling. Like, he is just not being able to get out of the damage. Last time he got tripled. This time he got quadrupled. Yes, he is playing a slightly different role, and I do think it's easier, as this double caster, to be able to actually get that damage out. But clearly, Snuts, it feels like, is winning those Shaman battles between him and Pieces so far, and really doing a good job. And the positioning was really nice. I will say it's pretty standard, like pull the warrior out as the wizard who's being focused, allow your other caster to tee up. But I did like how, especially early on, even Cubsy went down to bot. All three of them went to bot, because one of the problems that you can have on Dalaran is that Warrior gets on you as a Warlock, you jump down, and then the Warrior just starts hitting your healer on the box and LOSing you, and you can't actually really contribute, right? So I like that they fully committed towards bottom, even GOOB'S going down there. They were in basically this full spread formation, so the Warrior can't even get easy swaps. For Warrior to go from one target to the next, he has to use Intercept, right? He's never going to be able to just turn and tab target to someone else when Chan ports away. So I do think playing that kind of like triangle formation, that's kind of like the wizard holy setup that you want through like all expansions. Force gap closers, force them to choose one target at the expense of the other one being free. And I think BWG Gold did it really, really well. We'll see if Ganking Top can battle back, though. I mean, they shouldn't have lost, let's be honest, in that situation. They still had a lot of resources. They should have been able to stay alive. But I will say GOOB'S was dominating the mana game. And I think a lot of that probably is because Snuts is getting out so much more damage and Pieces is really being shut down.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a way to say how many purges Pieces is getting. Like, maybe he's spending almost half the game just purging his target or something, and maybe that's what's going on. But getting more raw pressure out seems like it would be valuable considering how much uptime Juke is getting as he begins the fight. Oh, that Dispel was kind of lucky on Juke, getting that Hammer of Justice through a lot of debuffs. That's going to get Juke some uptime here as he goes into the Betrayer of Humanity. And Chanimal is getting chopped up. Is he ready? He's going to be forced to port before Blade Storm. Are they going to go for a Death Coil? He's getting pressured.
He's getting
knockbacks. He's getting destroyed right now, but here comes the Death Coil. Oh, it immediately is dispelled. Juke goes for a Blade Storm on the Shadow Fury. Is Chanimal out of range of his port? I think he must be out of range.
Yeah, he doesn't have the port. He actually crossed map there. And Chan tried to use that Death Coil to actually Death Coil the Intercept because that was the last gap closer that he had remaining, but he used it a little bit early, mistimed it on that read, and Juke just gets dispelled out. So they do actually force a lot here. You can see that the plea is going to be used here early on from GOOB'S. They use the Divine Sack as well, but GOOB'S still, in the midst of all this pressure, is using a plea, keeping his mana very, very high, but GOOB'S being swapped over onto him. He's taking a lot of damage here as well. Kosaki in trouble. The bubble's going to have to come out from both Paladins. Both Paladins under huge pressure right now. Juke, though, is getting lit up. The Shatter comes out. They're going to try to run down GOOB'S, but GOOB'S, I think, is going to get away. They can't overextend here. Juke is charging in. He's out of range of Kosaki.
Oh, Lava Burst, not going to get cast out of Pieces. Juke is going behind the pillar. Shadow Fury is off cooldown. He might regret this. He's already at half health. Kosaki's trying to stay with his team and keep them aggressive, but they're forced to swap to Snuts in midfield. Pieces is now getting blasted. Chanimal has been left to free cast. Double Shadow Fury. Chanimal getting aggressive. Chaos Bolt casted here onto Kosaki. Big damage. He manages to get right back to the pillar. Juke is now trying to stay aggressive while those are on cooldown between Lava Burst and Chaos Bolt, but Chanimal's just loading up Immolates, getting ready for Conflagrate hits here, but they're sticking onto Snuts for now. This is going to leave Chanimal open. He's actually got his Fell Hunter in the fight in midfield. Chaos Bolt gets grounded by Pieces. Well done there, but now Juke is left floundering in midfield, finds a target. She gets blasted immediately by Chanimal, gets rooted up by Snuts. Double Shadow Fury, Lava Burst incoming, gets grounded. Pieces getting really good grounding totems here. Trying to focus on that utility, at least if his damage is not going to be high. He is doing a great job of protecting his team.
I mean, both these shamans are still holding on to Lust as well. So they're trying to find that perfect opportunity to go aggressive. They know that it's going to get purged off if they just waste it. So they need to find that perfect setup, see if they can find some cross CC, drop the Lust, and really try to go aggressive. But time, it feels like, is running out here a little bit for ganking top. Again, GOOB'S, just monstrous mana advantages. I don't know if he's playing full PvE gear and Kosaki is not or what, but Juke is caught in the middle of the map here, and Kosaki is trying to top him up. He's in trouble, though, into the Hodge. Will pop the shield wall coming out of that. I think most of the damage was over, but the Lust was committed there from Snuts. So can they actually pull it back, try to strip these Lusts off and find an opportunity? Because Juke, the wall is about to expire here. He's got to get out of the middle of the map. Kosaki pops that plea, and I think it actually got devoured there by Chanimal potentially.
Oh, that's going to be devastating for his team if he doesn't get any mana regenerated here. He's got Divine Sack up, but his whole team is dying, and he's going to burn the rest of his mana just to recover through this. Juke could just die. Snuts gets a Chain Lightning. Chanimal repositioning behind the pillar with GOOB'S. Earth grabs onto Juke. Chanimal fishing for a Chaos Bolt, gets sheared here by Pieces. Kosaki managing to recover his team. Spell Reflect on the Lava Burst, intercept on the Chaos Bolt, but Juke might have overextended. He's out of line of sight. Hammer of Justice connects. Is he going to go down? As Chanimal connects a Conflagrate. Juke is holding on by a thread. His Paladin's out of mana. Gets Blanket silenced. Is it going to be enough? Kosaki manages to keep his warrior alive in that instance with practically nothing left. Juke gets another Spell Reflect on the Lava Burst into a full hex onto Snuts. Juke is pushing for the kill. They have to win here with heroism. They're going all in. Kosaki's repositioning. GOOB'S knows it. He needs to get away, but they're actually swapping. Maybe they can punish that PvE gear that you're pointing out. I think that is a PvE shield. I see at least from GOOB'S. He's going to use Blessing of Protection on the Blade Storm, which means he doesn't have it for Chanimal. Big damage incoming, though, from Chanimal and Snuts, and immediately punished for going after GOOB'S in Game 3.
Yeah, you let both those casters free, and it is going to be very, very scary there. They try to make that last push here on the GOOB'S, but he had the bop available, and that was going to shut it down, no problem. But Cubsy is just dominating the mana game, and I'm not sure if it is, you know, a massive PvE gear advantage that he is actually fully PvE gear if he's playing like really low res, super high regen, or if it is really just the pressure difference that's coming out. I'm assuming that it's got to be a lot of PvE gear, because even though, you know, Snuts' team is obviously putting out more damage, Snuts has been putting out more damage than Pieces, Cubsy is having to heal through Mortal Strike, right? So it should be really kind of evening out. You know, I'm kind of shocked how much of a mana advantage Cubsy is able to get. You know, he is being really aggressive with the early pleas, which I think has been great thus far. We saw this push on both of these Paladins, you know, really forcing out the bubble here pretty early. And then that final push here, they try to go into Cubsy. That Hodge does land on him, but it's just going to be immediately trinketed out of. And he had the bop available here for the Blade Storm. So shutting down that final push. And then Juke is just kind of caught in the middle of the map, does have the Spell Reflect available, but he gets Shadow Fury'd up. The Backlash Incinerate comes through. They light him up. They knock him down. I do think, though, that they are kind of being put into these awkward positions. I mean, Juke is getting crazy aggressive, and sometimes it feels like he's overextending, but they're so far down on mana that I feel like they're kind of feeling pressured into going for those pushes, right? So to me, they've got to figure something out with Kosaki's mana. Either he needs to wear way more PvE gear and just play, you know, max range and hit closest wizard so he can't be threatened, or they have to try to play a more aggressive strategy and try to go for a rushdown, which I don't think is going to be very easy, because it's always like, I mean, look at the mana at the end of the game, right? Kosaki's pops his blue, but he's on like 0 mana to Cubsy's full. Cubsy never drank.
Yep. There's definitely a big difference there in terms of mana management between these teams. And Chanimal
did some damage.
Yeah, Chanimal popped off. You're talking about quadrupling. It's like the damage just keeps getting higher and higher every game.
Yeah.
From the side of BWG Gold, and that moment at the end where it looked like Juke triggered like a laser sensor and just got eradicated immediately in midfield by the Shadow Fury. So this is a very scary team to be facing here in the upper bracket. They did still manage to take game number 1, and I think maybe swapping to Cubsy is a good option. They got bubble really early. We saw in the replay, and they tried to do it at the end, but maybe it was too little, too late at that point. Yeah,
and he had Trinket and Bop, right? So it's like, if I think you can kill him if you can get a Hodge on him, but then it's like the difficulty is that you need to be constantly taxing the Paladin's resources if you want to go for a kill on the Pally, right? If you just do a random swap on a Cubsy where he has Trinket and stuff, you're not going to kill him. It's very, very unlikely. So I do think that if they want to go for him, they have to be able to get to him consistently. But to be able to actually force out his Trinket consistently, you have to expose yourself to double caster over and over and over. And that is really difficult to do. So we'll see what they're going to do. You know, if it was me, I would be telling my Pally to put on more regen gear and just try to play it a little bit more slowly. I do think Thunder can grind it out and can get enough of an advantage through having Mortal Strike that you can sometimes win the mana game in this matchup. But I also have to really credit Snuts and Chan for how they're actually kiting the Warrior out, right? You know, they made it look so easy to actually keep that Warrior off of him by rotating Earth Grab, Nox. And you see that Chan often is using Death Coil not as a setup for a kill. They're not doing like Hodge Coil or Shadow Fury Coil. He just tries to coil the intercept every time. And, you know, by doing that, you're putting the Warrior in a position where if you actually get that, he can just completely run out of gap closers. And all of a sudden, you're just frost shocked in the middle of the map and you're waddling towards both these wizards. You can't get on anyone. You're just getting smoked. So I really like how they're actually playing this out and taxing that mobility from Juke. But in already, Juke is on to Chanimal. We'll see if Kosaki's going to be playing higher mana regen this game. The Elements is already up on him, so Chan, you know, at least thinking about potentially putting some pressure here onto him. He's in behind that pillar, trying to kill off the Tremors, look for any opportunities to find those fears. But Cubsy in a great spot, far back, and already establishing a slight mana advantage here. You know, Cubsy's just playing 40 yards. They just want to make sure that Juke is in the center of the map, and whoever is not getting hit is going to have such a good time just pumping damage out onto this Warrior.
Oh, full Hex onto Pieces. Anytime a Hex lands onto either team, it's just such a huge pause of damage from that side. Chanimal's trying to get in a better position. Gets shield bashed on his cast here. I think he was trying to fish for a fear. He's still trying to find a fear, but he's also going to have to deal with that overpower from the Warrior, reducing his damage. If he gets hit on it, he's down to half. Is he going to be able to stabilize? He's going in for the kill, and they have to use a Blessing of Protection here. It does at least trade for Blade Storm. I think that's more than fair. But Kosaki gets caught in midfield. Chaos Bolt's flying in with Chain Lightning. Manages to heal through it. Very insane heals coming out from Kosaki. I thought that could be a divine shield given his positioning. Knocked away by Snuts now. Chanimal behind the pillar, life tapping, getting his mana back while the Warrior isn't on him.
But it's dead.
Oh, is he going to get the Feldom off successfully? I can imagine that he should be able to, but he's going to have to be so careful about the next bet. He's still actually holding on to it.
He's
gonna
going to
maybe
try to
hard
hardcast it, I think. Yeah, he's going to try to hardcast. There's no shot he gets this, though. And it can be a little bit awkward. Pieces should be able to stop him. Wait, what?
Did he get
didn't have
grounded
shear?
on his shear?
No, he flame shocked first, so he didn't get grounded. Maybe he used the shear on Snuts while he was running in. I'm not sure if Snuts was like off casting a hex, and then he actually had to shear that to try to get in. But either way, he got there. He doesn't have the shear available, and now a coil onto Juke. Juke is into this awkward spot in the middle of the map, going to be shadow flamed up. He's being pulled away. This does mean Shanimal is off his port, but it will be relayed. And Kosaki, again, behind on mana, but not nearly as much as in the previous game. So they have made some adjustments. And again, connecting back here onto Chan, but it's a great hex out onto Pieces. And Pieces just getting shut down here very, very heavily. The pummel does land onto Chanimal. He's trying to get Fears out onto Pieces here, just constantly poking away on those Tremor Totems. His pet's in the middle of the map, though, so it could be a potential target here. And Snuts is just teeing off onto Pieces, who's going to be in some trouble. The Shadow Fury comes out over that Hodge. Kosaki healing him back up here. We'll see if Kosaki wants to try to dip back and look for a little bit of a drink, but this one's a lot closer than last time. Juke, though, behind the pillar has got to be careful, has to bail out of the Blade Storm there as he was getting dangerously low, but again, he's pushing in very heavily here and really pulling Kosaki into a bit of an awkward spot. Now Chan going to port, but he's porting away from his team. Can they actually connect on him here away from the rest of the squad? The Hodge is going to land, but Juke is rooted in the middle of the map. Snuts doing a great job keeping this warrior away, but there's the intervene now. Triple Shadow Fury. The Howl trying to come through, but a great knock from Pieces. Juke out into the middle of the map, does get the intercept, but unfortunately, there's no purge on the Freedom, so potentially could get kited out here. The Freedom now expires, but it's a Hodge and a Shadow Flame into an Earth Grab. Juke is just getting ran around the map.
Yeah, perfect cross crowd control there to cover the Dispel protection to get them off of Chanimal. If they can get the Warlock open and casting Chaos Spells, that's going to be the most dangerous situation. So they're going after the pet. It's going to get Shadow Fury to peel for it. He's trying to pull the Fell Hunter back. It's intercepted by Juke. Juke now going for the kill onto Chanimal. Snuts is getting rotted down by Pieces in midfield. He's not winning the exchange. Is Cubsy going to be able to stabilize him? Flash of Light's coming out here. Mana is all right for Kosaki, not nearly as dire the last game, but he is still inevitably falling behind at this position. Juke is getting uptime. Is he going to be able to get enough damage out? He gets Earth Grabs for a moment, reconnects with Intercept. Is Chan going to port here? He's got Death Coil, drops a double Shadow Fury, gets Thunderstorm, but it's actually not that bad when he gets Thunderstormed, I feel like. Yeah, because here he is using Intercept, and then Snuts can Thunderstorm Juke away, but he Thunderstormed him onto the Fell Hunter. If Juke wants to go for it, he's thinking about it. I don't think he has a way to connect, but maybe he's just floundering. Chaos Bolt's incoming, gets grounded by Pieces. Pieces trying to off-heal, gets sheared by Snuts. Juke is still at half. Kosaki's trying to regenerate mana with Divine Plea, so Juke doesn't want to overextend at this point, trying to stay out of range of the Purge of Snuts and keep it, but with another Fell Hunter down, he goes for a Death Coil, Immolate, maybe setting up for the kill, but Snuts gets Hex. There's no way they're going to kill the Warrior in this position. He gets Freedom, he gets stunned on it. Is he going to be able to survive this push? Feldom gets the Fell Hunter out, but the Warrior is going to start to cleave it as well if it's next to him. Bladestorm hitting two targets. Massive damage here onto Chanimal. Cubsy is struggling to heal at the moment. Goes for a Blessing of Protection. Instantly purged by Pieces. Rocket Gloves incoming. Is he going to drop? They drop a Thunderstorm. Juke gets double Shadow Fury. Chanimal ducking for cover. Behind the pillar. Needs to get in range of his port to relay it. He's going to relay the port in this position. Is he going to reconnect? Juke's just going after Snuts. Pieces staying on top of Chanimal, but they're likely going to have to give up on Chanimal here. He's looking fully recovered as the teams even out.
Yeah, going to be able to withstand that push. That was a great push, though, from ganking top. Able to actually kill off that pet, force out the Feldom here. I wonder if they should have committed to the second pet, have one person chase Chan while the second person commits to that second pet here because Feldom is down. But it's so difficult for Juke to actually stick on to Chanimal here. Great double Shadow Fury. Kosaki in danger of getting CC'd up here. The mana is still pretty close, but it is an advantage there for Cubsy. Juke just trying to get as much pressure out as he can. He's into the Hodge, but it's quickly dispelled, and now they're on to Snuts here, who's in the middle of the map, and he's taking a lot of damage. Kosaki into the plea. Just barely catching up here. But is Cubsy, in a good position to plea himself? He is, and he's going to pop that down. Chan behind the pillar here, a little bit out by himself, but Juke is the one in trouble. He's getting lit up here by Snuts, but right back in onto Chan. He's down to half HP, and the MS is applied. There's a bop not quite available here for Cubsy, so he's in some trouble.
That Thunderstorm did nothing on Juke. He didn't get knocked away. He's getting uptime. Chanimal ports behind the pillar, but he's still low. Hammer of Justice. Juke and Kosaki going at him with that exorcism damage added in. He's in Pieces line of sight as well. This is dangerous. Drops a double Shadow Fury. Tries to get a Fear. Gets intercepted on it. Instant dispels from Kosaki. Double Shadow Flame. Trying to kite away with the Earth Grab Totem. I love that teamwork. Just covering multiple magic debuffs to try and snare the Warrior. As he's launching in the Rocket Glove, Snuts gets hexed. They stun Juked. They're trying to set up damage. Immolate applied, ready to conflagrate at any
push,
moment.
though.
Trying to pull him away. Is he going to be able to survive this? Cubsy has no Divine Shield. They could swap to Cubsy here. He's knocked into
They're
an
on
intercept stun. Massive swap into Cubsy. He gets knocked away by Snuts. Juked is now getting blasted down by Snuts. It's a race to the finish in what could be the final seconds. Pieces unloads of Lava Burst Chain Lightning. Cubsy survives it somehow, some way in this position, but it cost a huge amount of mana to do so. Pieces is falling behind. Snuts is laying in. Kosaki recovers him. Divine Plea up for Cubsy, and he's safely regenning mana. Kosaki's trying to find an opportunity to do the same here as Juke drops his Spell Reflect, and he's line of sighting the Warlock and Snuts at the same time on this pillar. But Chaos Bolt incoming. Massive damage gets sheared, but it's not enough. And BWG Gold move to match point.
Oh, that was such a close game, actually. Ganking top, just not quite able to finish off that Paladin there on the swap, trying to take down Cubs. He got him incredibly low. This one was really, really close. But again, match point now for BWG Gold. They're just kiting out this warrior so well. It's looking so frustrating for this warrior to actually stick to his target because they're just constantly rotating through the Earth Grab, through the port, through the Shadow Flame. Hodge comes out. They're coiling him. They're Shadow Fearing him. They're using all of these abilities to actually keep him away. And, thinking back to that earlier, interrupt that didn't come out, I wonder if it was actually Aura Mastered by Cubsy. If Pieces did actually look for a shear and there was Aura Mastery down, because that was definitely possible, on that early push. But this was that push onto Cubsy. They peel out Jukes. He just can't quite connect. And then in they go here, Pieces in the middle of the map getting pressured very, very heavily. And Kosaki was running on fumes. He did pop the plea. He pops as many heals out as he can. But Juke is on the push. It felt like it was blood in the water for both teams, and they wanted to try to get this push. But Juke, unfortunately, pulling his Paladin into a really bad spot. You could see he was out of range of Kosaki for a really long time. And then as he comes in, Kosaki just gets Shadow Furied on the way in and just didn't really have what it took to actually finish him off. Maybe Kosaki could have just early bubbled there as he ran in and gotten the heals out. I think Juke would have lived in that situation. But unfortunately, Ganking Top has had a couple of moments in this series where it's just not really looking like Kosaki and Juke are exactly coordinated. They're not on that same page. And if the Warrior wants to look for a push to try to clean out the game, I think that's reasonable because Cubsy's low in mana. They have no bop. They have no sacks. They have no bubble, right? So I think it's fine to look for the push, but then you have to all agree that you're going to be going all in because Pieces is in a fear. Kosaki's behind the pillar. It looked like Kosaki wanted to even drink. And then by the time he realizes, oh my God, my Warrior is going to die, he runs in. He does pop the Divine Sack, but he gets Shadow Furied, and it's an easy kill on a Juke.
Yeah, a tough call to make at the end. Obviously, some miscommunication between the members of the team. Kosaki wanted to plea, wanted to get some mana back. Juke wanted to go for the kill because that felt like a great moment to do it. Not very often are they catching Cubsy in a position where he's got no trinket, no Divine Shield, and he's that low on mana. So as long as they're working more as a unit, like you said, I think that this is still possible for them. But at the same time, they'll have to play on Dalaran 2 games now. And that looked rough for them. Even one misstep on that map against an Ellie as a warrior, you're just gone. The pet is way more difficult, it seems, to kill. It seems like Nagrand, it's really tough for Chanimal to keep his pet in a spot where it's not going to get harassed at some point.
It's because they're like the way that Chan's team is playing it is they're swapping sides, right? So every time the Pally comes over and they push up and the Pally gets in, because there's like the 2 side pillars, right? So Pally wants to play here, the DPS want to be here, and he wants to be LOSing the casters while healing. And so every time they do that, Chan and Snuts are going to swap to the other side of the map. And that means that Chan is out of range of his port. He has to reposition his pet and he has to redrop his port. So every time you actually go for that repositioning on your port, that's kind of a big window of vulnerability where the warrior's on you and you drop your port. So you have no distance from it and you're not really safe until you can kind of create that space. So every time they cross, the pet can be vulnerable. On sewers, it's really, really hard to actually kill the pets off because if you park your pet against the wall on the bottom and they go and kill it, then you just cross map to the other box and start resummoning and they just waste their time, right? Like there's not really a lot that they can do. But on the Grand, there are opportunities for that. I do think, Ganking Top really needs to make their pushes on those windows. When Chan tries to cross and Cubsy is cross map and Chan can't use his port, that's when you need to actually fully all in, right? That's when you need to recognize that Chanimal's port is across the map from Cubsy, so he can't use it. And you can just try to full send this guy, either try to kill 2 pets really quick, or you just try to really pump out all your damage because that's when they're getting the most resources out of BWG Gold. Because as long as Chan and them are set up in that kind of triangle formation where Chan has distance from his port, it's really hard to get anything done.
Oh, double Shadow Fury. Oh, that's Divine Shield not even 10 seconds into the game. You do not want that situation as ganking top. You're on match point. You're already down your most vital defensive cooldown. Kosaki's going to be vulnerable for likely the rest of the game if it keeps playing out like this.
Yeah, but they're pushing in onto Chan here. We'll see if Kosaki can reposition, if they can recover a little bit here. Chan in some trouble. They got the early port out here with the Blade Storm, and he reconnects onto him immediately. Again, the port, wasn't really in a safe spot because they're all stacking onto his portal. So this is what I'm talking about, where Chan now has to reposition, try to redrop his port somewhere else because you can't use it when you're pulling away from GOOB'S like that. But GOOB'S clearly not feeling the pressure. He's just going to plea with Chanimal down to 30%, and the healing is not really coming out very quickly here. We'll see if he can top him back off. Now that plea is going to expire, and the Divine Sack is going to get traded out there by GOOB'S, but they're putting on a lot more pressure, it feels like, this time around. Chanimal is pulling back behind the pillar. Pieces looks like he wants to go for this Fell Hunter, but he's going to get locked on the Lava Burst, and Chan just going to pull it back, look to reposition here, and he's just LOSing Juke until they have those knocks and those portals here up once again. Chanimal, though, still down about half, and Juke in trouble. He's into the Shadow Fury. He gets knocked down very, very low. Are they going to continue the push? The root comes out. Chanimal gets a freedom, and he's creating space here across the map, pulling him into an awkward spot.
Ooh,
Juke, though, onto Snuts. Snuts is down very, very low here. That Spell Reflect, as you called it out, plus the Hodge coming through and the Thunderstorms. They're going to LOS, but again, Chan is split from the team.
Okay, let's see if they can just recover here. They're waiting for that Mortal Strike effect to end. Nice Hex onto the Warrior. Juke here doesn't want to trinket that. Actually, it ends up just breaking, but the Fell Hunter is getting blasted. It's actually running in at Pieces and Kosaki. Now it's pulling back towards Juke on that Warrior. Chanimal down at half. He's going to have to life tap pretty soon. He's got Death Coil and Shadow Fear. They're going to drop a Blessing Protection on the Blade Storm, relay the portal. Lava Burst incoming onto Juke. He's going to pop Enraged Regen, get some off heals. Pieces gets sheared on it, but Juke should be recovering with that Enraged Regeneration. Kosaki, although being down Divine Shield, his mana management has gotten better game after game. Curious to see if he's changed his gear, or maybe it's just his plea usage. You can see GOOB'S greeting these divine pleas quite a lot. If you don't know what it does, it reduces your healing but regenerates your mana. So you have to pick a moment where you aren't really stressed to heal.
Big fear.
Regen,
so let's just trinket into that. Oh, they're going to try to push with this. They're actually popping the Lust. We'll see if they can actually get anything done here. It's a Hodge onto GOOB'S. GOOB'S going to have to bubble it. They're getting a lot of cooldowns out here. And now swapping over onto the pet. Juke is on the pet.
Kosaki.
Pieces is teeing off, but Kosaki's in trouble. He still has no bubble into the coil. Going to have to trinket out of that. Kosaki, though, he's getting so dangerously low. Can they actually finish him off? He's down to 10% HP, but he has LOS. It's a Feldom Spelllock that Chan is looking for, but the heal came through. He couldn't quite get the Fell Hunter around the pillar to actually lock him down, but now GOOB'S could be in some trouble here. There's no bop. There is no bubble available for GOOB'S, but the peels are there from Snuts, and it's going to have to be back towards channeling it out onto Chanimal. But Pieces is 0 mana. I don't know how that happened, but Pieces is completely tapped. He just used his Thunderstorm, and he's got nothing. I'm not sure if he didn't keep his Water Shield up enough, or he was just over purging, but this is going to be a problem. Pieces is going to be able to do nothing now. Like, he's 0.
All right, let's see if Juke can carry the team here. Chanimal stunned behind the pillar by Kosaki, but Kosaki needs to be careful. He's spell locked. He's standing on top of Chanimal. That's going to be a KO. BWG Gold taking this series 4-1, and just saying that first game was a warm-up.
Yeah, they're able to readjust here and take him down. Those last couple games, in the last 2 games, the mana was way better, for Kosaki, but just when you're playing that low Resil, you've got to be so careful about your positioning. And it felt like he was trying to push on Chan because Chan is split from GOOB'S, and I think he's trying to, potentially look to actually harass him and set up a Hodge and try to go for one of those kill windows. But you've got to realize that you can get soloed when you're playing low Resil or no Resil as a Pally. You are really an easy target, as we see right off the start of the game. It was Shadow Fury onto Kosaki, followed up by that DR Hodge, and that forced out that bubble here. And then this push onto Kosaki, the coil going to get trinketed out. They got him so damn low. He was down to like 1% health there. The Thunderstorm coming through, and Feldom trying to get around that, but couldn't quite land it in time. The Fell Hunter not able to close the gap. They get that reset here, and it was a really good push, from ganking top that came back right after it. Chan got low. They forced out the bubble. They forced out the bop. They forced out so many cooldowns here. But Kosaki, at the very end, as I'm sure we're going to get to, playing on top of Chan, right after that port got used, he ports in onto him, and Kosaki's just not switching pillars. He's got to be LOSing him, but he gets spell locked there into the Shadow Fury and just straight up deleted.
It's always satisfying when you knock someone as they die and you just see their dead body flying through the air. Like, that's actually,
you're sick, sympathies.
I do it with Typhoon all the time.
I know.
It's actually a very satisfying feeling. But regardless, BWG Gold definitely stepping up in this series after the first game with 4 wins in a row, advancing to Championship Sunday, the first team to do so in North America. And we've got another series coming up here very quickly, and I think that is going to be between HOZI and Friends. So I think this is interesting. Back in Wrath, you were competing with Sea-Doo. Now in the replay of Wrath, you're going to be casting Sea-Doo. He's changed some things up, though. He's not a shaman anymore, at least for now.
He's not even healing. My boy's cleaving. He used to be an honorable RLS player back in Wrath, and now he's a cleaver. You know, he's not even a healer anymore. What happened, Sea-Doo? You used to be so so different.
What is the phrase called? You live long enough to become the villain. You know, you're the hero.
Yeah. Like you either die the hero, or you live long enough. You either die the Resto Shaman, or you live long enough to become the Ret Pally.
I know. I feel like shamans all around the world, like against Rets and Death Knights, getting stunned and killed. Like, must be a nice feeling to actually be able to pick it up. But he's going to be going head to head with also a former teammate. He played with Bean to the grand finals in AWC in Legion. So. Friends now foes here in the upper bracket to fight for the second spot in the top 4. Very curious to see if there's any surprises in terms of composition. I'm not expecting Haha to do anything too surprising outside of their Feral Elemental Shaman Priest, but I do know maybe Sea-Doo plays protection, or more so protection talents, the Crag Paladin as it's referred to.
There's a lot of stuff that Sea-Doo's team could swap up. You know, theoretically they could play double healer DK. You know, Sea-Doo also plays Ellie in 5. So like, there's stuff that they could swap up. I don't know if they think that that this is a bad matchup or anything. It'll be interesting to see what they want to go for. I do think they could, potentially win this, as their standard comp. But honestly, like playing against a Feral Priest Hunter, I feel like double healer DK could be kind of nasty. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like that team is something that a DK could definitely solo kill. Like after a little bit of time, you just kind of need to live through the opener. So there is potential for them to try to look for some different comps. Also, being, I want to say in the unofficial Wrath tourney that happened last weekend, the TL tourney, didn't they get to the finals? I feel like it was
definitely a top 4.
Really far. Yeah, at least top 4. So they were doing really well. Like this Ellie Feral, definitely not a common comp that you'll run into on ladder, but like they did really well. So they shouldn't be underestimated at all.
No, you can't underestimate an Elemental Shaman, and then you're going to have Feral Druid bringing in instant clones, which can be really deadly against Paladins, Priests instead likely. So maybe it's not as threatening. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. This could be a map pick advantage series. So like whoever wins the first series might take it, because Z-axis map with Thunderstorm, you would think is going to be more favored. But I do know a lot of Death Knight teams that when they get knocked down to the bottom, they'll just sit there. Yeah, they'll just sit there until you let them grip them, and they'll just do nothing. So it would be a very interesting series. These are both non-standard Wrath of the Lich King comps, in my opinion here, this time around. So it should be very entertaining and a lot different than the games that we've seen so far. Definitely looking forward to it. These teams have really delivered. There's a lot of threatening teams. That Bing Bong team in the lower bracket, bringing out some Priest tech as well. Looked really name as well.
Bing Bong is just a hilarious name. I feel like it fits LSP. You kind of just like Thunderstorm away and then coil them. That's the kind of the Bing Bong, and they just get one shot by Lab Burst or whatever.
You're gonna get a Zilia soundboard for this team and get Bing Bong into the mix a little.
I can just picture them just screaming Bing Bong while they're one shotting everyone. It's Destro Ellie.
It's been a very entertaining day. We've got an awesome series up next, and we'll catch you after the break. Thank you very much for watching.
Bye.
I'm excited about this next series. I mean, you guys touched on it a little bit. We got old friends turned bitter rivals, Sidu versus Bean. It's always a fun matchup. It's just going to be exciting to see what Feral Ellie looks like, because this is something I actually haven't played against or like played in general. So it's going to be my first look at it. And I think in general, I saw Sidu some of his games, some of HOZI and Friends games, and I mean they looked on fire. Sidu on that ret looked fantastic, and yeah, I wonder what kind of comps they're going to be bringing, because I feel like if there is a team that's going to play double healer, it's this team. Like Sidu, he loves the double demon hunter, the double outlaw rogue. You know, like I feel like if there is somebody who runs double heals, it's got to be HOZI and Friends.
I feel like depending
All
on
right.
the compositions that come through, I think I've fixed my mic here,
No,
so
we're good.
we're all good now. Here now, moving in for Haha and HOZI and Friends. You really think that Sidu would do that to Bean? You think he'd double healer him? It feels kind of BM.
I feel like if there was somebody to do it, it would be Sidu, but I think it depends on how the blind pick goes, right? I think Red DK into like Ellie comps can be tough. So I don't know if they lead with that or if they lead with something else. They might go for a game one surprise. They might go for the comfort for game number one and then swap to it if it becomes a tough series for them. Sidu can also play Enhanced Shaman. He's been raiding a lot with Enhanced Shaman in general. So they could go for, some kind of Enhanced Cleave as well. They definitely have some options. HOZI also playing a Rogue. So maybe Sidu heals and HOZI on Rogue. They could do like Rogue DK Shaman. They have a lot of things, dude. What is that icon? What is that?
All right. Why is it winking at us?
It's the HOZI flex, man.
All right. I mean, I know HOZI hits the gym. He's always tweeting pictures of his insane physique right now. So let's see how good his physique is in game here with his roster, with Mez and Sidu. What composition is going to be coming out of the gates? Is it going to be some double healer shenanigans? Is it just going to be main team, main comp, Ret Paladin? And it looks like Ret Paladin with
Called
the
it.
Repentance
No.
here. And Josito Jones going to be playing Discipline Priest. Mez on the Unholy Death Knight. I think this is the first Death Knight we've seen. It's the first Ret Paladin, first Death Knight. And that's about it here, but definitely some firsts as we see both teams charge in. Alori gets a double Earth Grab, but Mez is instantly dispelled, and he wants that Priest fusion, it looks like, but he's actually still on his mount, choosing to come back onto Bean and to assist Josito, wanting to just push Bean and Alori back and get some distance.
Oh, I really was hoping Sidu would be holy, but he's going to stick to the ret here, sitting through a full hex already. Gargoyle has been channeled in here for Mez, doing tons of damage. That Gargoyle just got deleted by the Ellie Shaman Beam, tanking things up here in midfield. Oh, he gets Nostund out of form, catches a big corpse explosion. Sidu going for the Hammer of Justice. Here comes the damage from Sidu and Mez. Is Bean ready? Bean looks surprisingly fine, actually, just using Survival Instincts, which is a last stand in the classic version of the game. So when that fades, he will be losing a pretty big chunk of HP, and Fusion, of course, is going to have to be ready for that. Pain Suppression now coming out from Josito onto Mez. Mez actually overlapped there with the Icebound, overlapped with the Sacrifice as well. So a lot of defensives here being used from HOZI and Friends. And honestly, one of the best things at taking down a DK is a Feral Druid. Feral Druids are very, very durable, and they just have that big burst damage as well that you can just take down a DK with. Very good at hit and running. Chains of Ice is not as annoying for a Feral Druid as well because you can just shift it. So we'll see. I feel like compositionally, I would give this one to Haha, but HOZI and Friends, they definitely have a pretty big hit in their back pocket, so they could erase somebody.
Hammer of Justice onto Fusion there, trying to get aggressive. Bean gets a Cyclone onto Mez. Sidu going back after Bean. And mana is probably the name of the game here between the priests. Who's going to be able to stay ahead? Bean still has Innervate, so protecting that from Dispel from Josito is going to be important later on in the match. And they are going to go for that Innervate. Fusion's made the call. He wants to regenerate mana, and Josito's trying to push up. But he gets feral charge here by being prevented from getting in range of dispelling that. Look at that massive mana advantage. Big swap onto HOZI when he pushed forward. Massive damage incoming. He clutches out a huge desperate prayer and manages to stabilize, but he had to use a lot of mana. He's got no Shadow Fiend. He's going to go for a hymn behind the pillar and try and recover mana, but surprisingly, it's the Ellie Feral that's kind of winning this attrition war in terms of mana. Perhaps they're going to have to commit it all in at Fusion if they still want to win, but Mez is stunned up. Damage incoming. Is he going to stay alive? Death Strike after Death Strike, trying to recover. Sidu gets Cyclone. HOZI gets Hexed. Crowd control heavily in favor of HaHa at this point. Triple Fear out from Fusion. Mez Lichborn's out of it, cancels it, doesn't want to get shackled. Now it's trying to reposition back to the pillar, but Cyclone's being casted onto Mez, being getting aggressive. Fusion still with pain suppression. They're making another swap onto HOZI. How much damage are they going to get out? Lava Burst going to connect, but HOZI seems ready for it. Sidu gets cycloned by Bean. Bean navigating to the left side of the pillar to push forward. Fusion trying to find an angle as well, maybe for a mana burn. Actually gets a mana burn onto HOZI. They go for a Repentance at the same time. Are they going to be able to get any damage? Bean looks fine. You do not want to see a team at full HP, but a big swap, double fear. Is Fusion going to survive the swap? He pain suppressions and gets a penance off with a Cyclone from Bean. And this is looking really evenly matched, but advantage is now to HaHa as HOZI gets blasted. This is not how I expected this game to go. Bean's team looking incredibly durable and flexible in terms of their strategy and execution. That bait to pull HOZI into the middle of the map to try and purge Innervate and then swap to him was excellent.
Yeah, definitely a surprising comp. I mean, it's quite a durable comp. Like, they go for that swap onto Fusion, and all of a sudden, he's just full HP while he's done. He just pops the PS, which is a fair trade. And because there's no Mortal Strike effect from DK, well, there's no Mortal Strike effect actually in the game from either side. You just have these kind of hybrids doing so much off healing that it just they don't have to use like any breakers to actually get out of those situations. And yeah, just a good strategy, good kind of outlast potential. And I think in terms of damage, it's really hard for Mez to get aggressive when Bean is on him the whole game. He's got his bleeds on him, and whenever he's in trouble, he just goes bare form. Here, HOZI got bash stunned. He gets freedom out of it, double fear, and then this is the swap over onto Fusion. And you can see Fusion, he's completely fine here. He gets a clone from Bean, and he's getting some off healing from Alori. He's getting all the support he needs, and then they just turn around, get a double fear of their own. This time around, Cedar's already used his bubble on a previous double fear. You can see it right here. His Divine Shield is still active on that last fear from Fusion. So he has no breakers on that final fear that ends the game. And I think that's the name of the game here for HaHa. They just slowly but surely survive the DK, go through all those defensives, get through Sidu's defensives, and then find a kill. You can find it on HOZI. They can find it on just mana. You can find it on Sidu. They can find it on Mez. I feel like this is a very well-rounded comp from HaHa. And I don't know, HOZI and friends, I feel like locking in the ret into an Ellie Shaman in general is most of the time not a good idea. So I wonder if they're going to swap that out.
Yeah, is it Holy Paladin? Is it Prot Paladin? Is it Resto Shaman? Is it like there's? I feel like still a lot of questions here that need to be answered. And this isn't a matchup again. Azale spoke about it earlier on. Is like if you're a team that plays a comp and you're the only ones that play it, like you're not going to get much practice into this on the ladder. You're not going to get example scenarios too often on what's the best case here. You might be second guessing yourself and thinking, you know, maybe this will work, but we don't know 100%, and then it doesn't. You lose the blind pick then as a result, and you got to navigate through the rest of the series, possibly second guessing yourself or committing to the wrong strategy. So this could actually be really difficult for them. It would be impressive for HaHa to be making it into the top two here against BWG Gold as this composition, because like you said, in Europe, although you deem them the superior region, maybe NA has a couple of surprising factors as well, teach EU a few new tricks. With compositions like this one from HaHa with Fusion, Bean, and Alori. Definitely an entertaining comp to watch, needless to say, with the different unique types of crowd control that they offer up to their team. But this is HOZI and friends' time to lock in. They've got a minute and 15 seconds. They're one of the few teams, I think, that has the ability to switch their composition so dramatically. So they're likely thinking a lot about it. They want to rush down double healer DK on this priest, rush down with a prop paladin maybe on the priest. To me, I feel like that's got to be the best strat, right? Because there's no freedom effect for the priest. As soon as they got Chains of Ice on Fusion, as soon as they got him, he should be stuck, right?
Well, you can dispel Chains of Ice, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like if they're gonna go after fusion, I feel like a good old fashioned TSG might just do the trick, but I don't think they have that available. So I don't know. Call me crazy, but I kind of want to see the Resto Shaman DK Rogue. There's no way we're gonna see it, but I feel like Resto Shaman DK Rogue and just send fusion. Yeah, I want to see the Seb Torillo. That's his Rogue. I want to see it tagged in. He's actually a good Rogue. He got rank 1 on Rogue, I think, in season 4, with no glaives. So yeah,
you got to add that in.
had to be said. Snuts got it, but he had glaives. No, but they have options. They definitely have options, and I feel like they're a very intelligent team as well. A lot of experience. You know, they played a lot of tournaments. They've won a lot of tournaments on the side of HOZI and friends. So I feel like they're definitely taking their time right now to decide what they want to go for. A couple of different options to go with. Sidu could swap to a Shaman. They could swap to an Enhance. They could swap to a Resto Shaman. They could swap out Mez for a Warrior. They could also play, I think, does HOZI have an Ellie? I feel like he did make an Ellie, but I'm not sure. There's options, and we are going to see...
Sidu Shaman.
So is this Shadow Priest HOZI, or is this double healer, or like what are we looking at here exactly?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, right? They don't have to 100% lock it in. It could be any combination of spec. It's just we know it's a shaman and a priest. Would Shadow really work here? It might, because there's no Mortal Strike effect, right? Like, I feel like those types of classes, like Warriors, just really make it so challenging for you. But it looks like it's just going to be a UI lock-in on our part, and it's actually the same comp. Is what I'm being told here. So Sidu is likely going to be playing Ret Paladin. you really wanted the Shaman here, possibly a Shadow Priest. But yeah, they seem confident with it here. Runes of Lordaeron, probably going to be an easier map for getting to Fusion. It seems like they spent a lot of their game just attacking Bean at the start and just letting Fusion heal and just letting the Elemental Shaman cast. It was kind of like, is this really the strat? Like no MS on the Feral, just kind of attack him. He's getting instant clones and his team is free to do what they want. I can't imagine that's going to be the best strat for the rest of the series. We'll have to see, though, here. Maybe Runes of Lordaeron changes things. There's not a lot of places to hide, but that also means that swaps to Hozito are going to be a lot more readily available as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like the no MS, like back in the day, we would call a healer plus 2 hybrids. We just used to call these type of comps triple healer. And usually people played it with... I think it was Ellie Shaman, Shadow Priest, Resto Druid. That was like the most popular triple healer clip. I think, who was it? I think it was Talbadar that used to play that in like tournaments. And it was really annoying because games can go on for a while, especially if you're playing against a team with no MS as well. So I feel like the outlast potential is for Haha. I think, you know, you have Innervate on your side. So you have 2 mana bars on Fusion compared to Hozito's 1 mana bar. And then in addition to that, if somebody is about to get sent, you always have those hybrids backing it up with those heals, with the off clones, etc. Oh, target acquired. They're moving in. Oh, but nice shutdown. They get a Earth Grab onto Mez and a Hex onto Sidu. And that's the problem as well, right? They actually can't do anything about the Ellie Shaman. They just don't have that many ranged kicks, really. And they don't really have too much to work with. They don't have a Hex Dispel as well. So I feel like this matchup could be tough, but if they can get good pressure, they can definitely one-shot somebody. Bean going for the Cyclone there onto Sidu right now. Mez looking for the target here. They definitely want to go after Fusion. As soon as that Cyclone ends, Sidu wants to make his way over there, press Hammer of Justice and see what they can get done. But Bean cycloning Mez this time around. Now Mez going to Trinket. Here comes the Gargoyle. Here comes the damage. And Fusion's going to trade out the Pain Suppression. Is that going to be enough? Big damage coming in from Alori. Hozito's in the backline. Fears up Bean. Alori not able to get the Tremor Totem just yet. Bean Berserker's out of it, actually. And Sidu and Mez both stuck in that room right there. Now Hex coming out as well onto Sidu. Doesn't have a Trinket. He would have to bubble if he wants to get out of that one. And he gets Cyclone as well, so he can't even bubble it anymore. Pressure coming out now onto Hozito. He gets full Maim Stun. He might get sent here. Trinkets out with the Human Racial. Gets Blessing of Protection as well as the Pain Suppression. Literally the whole spell book here coming out from HOZI and friends. But I do think Hozito is going to be fine. He gets Wind Sheared. He's still still not out of the woods just yet. Needs to try to get some heals. Bean's overextending as well, taking a lot of damage on the opposite side of the map here. Everybody's getting knocked out, splitted up here from Alori, but it looks like HOZI and friends will recover, but at what cost here, Sid?
Yeah, the map is maybe backfiring, but Fusion in trouble. Is he going to go down? Bean is healing. Global after global, both Alori and Bean are healing. That's classic Talbot, double healer strat, but Fusion's still just dying.
Whoa.
Triple fear on 10%. Will it be enough? He gets another big heal, but now a reversal fear by HOZI. Alori has no trinket. Fusion's getting gripped in by Mez. Wings is up. Big damage onto Fusion. Will he recover a third time? No. The thunderstorm is too little, too late. They are trying to set up for the kill on HOZI Jones. He is stunned up. Lava burst incoming. Is this going to be a cross kill? Is this going to be a 2 versus 2? Cyclones on Hozito. Hozito ducks into the anti-magic zone of Mez to try and tank out the elemental shaman's damage, but there's still a feral druid on his back. Is Alori going to be able to stabilize enough to get the kill here? No, and he will fall. That was as close as it comes, and we're going 1-1 here in this best of 7 series.
Beautiful turnaround there. They just found the pressure there onto Fusion, and I feel like they killed Fusion like 3 times there. But we're also going to see what I was talking about with the hybrid off healing, because we're going to see Fusion on like 10% in a Strangulate, and his HP is just going back up to full from his teammates saving him. But this was the close call on HOZI. Honestly, I think they might have gone a little bit too aggressive after this situation right here, because they were all split up. They were all kind of stacked up on top of each other, trying to get pressure on Hozito. Once Hozito and the rest of HOZI and friends recover, Fusion's positioning is very compromised, and that's the big problem here, because he can't really get away. He's a priest, and he's not in a good spot. He gets Hammer of Justice, no pain suppression. Cyclone comes out onto Sidu. Look at Bean here with the heals. Look at Fusion there. He's in a Strangulate. He can't do anything, but Bean coming in with the Cyclone onto Sidu's wings, and then he tops off Fusion. Then Fusion gets a big fear, catches some heals from the Ellie Shaman, and then they get triple feared. Fusion has recovered 2 full HP bars, but the 3rd HP bar, not going to happen. He is so close to surviving this one as well. That flash heal almost going off, but they managed to send him at the end of that cast. So, good peels there from Bean. But I feel like Fusion was maybe a little bit aggressively positioned, and that was because Bean was, I think, on the opposite side on the tomb. So Fusion at this moment had to kind of push in and compromise his positioning to keep his team offensive, and then that ended up costing them. I feel like if Fusion can just stay away as much as possible from the fight, they're going to win on mana anyway. They got Innovate on their team. So I feel like just try to play it a little bit slower.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Runes of Lordaeron can be a tough map to play a slow game, but there's so many close calls in this one. They're looking very, very evenly matched for this series, and likely to be entertaining, possibly going all the way to game number 7. I mean, look at this. If that knockback was maybe even 1 second faster, perhaps he's not dead there, and it's actually Hozito that's dead. So definitely a narrow victory, and now we're going to get the map picks of Bean's team. I imagine they're going to pick more defensive-oriented maps, a lot more open field. Maybe Blade's Edge might be double-edged sword, though, depending on how Mez decides to play it with his team using Death Grip on the bottom. But I feel like Dalaran's got to be. It's got to be like Dalaran or Blades with this one specifically, or maybe just safe line. Yeah, going to be going to Dalaran. Hozito's team not changing anything, at least as far as we know. We're anticipating Sidu is still Ret and not Holy or Prot. And then Haha, I'm not imagining has any options really to flex other than being on Hunter, but I really don't think you would want that with 2 magic dispels on the side of Cedo and Hozito. So yeah, just going to be sticking to it. Z-axis map. They're going to be really careful with how they position here and how they want to navigate it with Death Grip. This is a really tough map to do it because you can't. There's no like safe spot to just stand on the bottom like there is on Blades. You can hide behind a pillar and just wait till Death Grip's up and pull someone. But on this map, if you wait down there, like you're just getting casted on by the Ellie the whole time. So this is a dangerous map for HOZI and friends. And given how well Haha played that last game on a map where it's much more difficult to protect your healer, this one is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and it might be one of those series that honestly just comes down to map. I feel like winning on Dalaran is going to be extremely tough for HOZI and friends, like you mentioned. It's going to be the Nox and those DKs and Rets and Priests. Once they're stuck out there in open field, the LA is just going to have a buffet. So I think it could be tough to get the wins here. But at the same time, if HOZI and friends can pull it off, they're going to have that advantage if the series keeps moving on. So they definitely want to try to win at least one game here on Dalaran or Blade's Edge or wherever map Haha decides to lock in here. And HOZI and friends, they're not going to swap out anything. And you did mention it as well, Sid. Bean does have a hunter. I don't know about the hunter Ellie. I feel like it's probably not the play here, but he also has a rogue. So he could maybe go rogue.
No
Ellie.
way. No way. No way.
I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But it is an option. It is an option. A lot of these players have a rogue in their back pocket, Bean is definitely one of those players. So he has some options, but I think they're just going to stick with this and just play it a little bit different, try to keep Fusion a little bit more defensive compared to that last game. And I think the long game advantage goes to Haha. I think if the game goes on for a long period enough, they win. Because HOZI and friends, they rely on cooldowns. They rely on trying to burst somebody down in a stun. They rely on, Josito's mana as well. He doesn't really have like a easy way to regen that mana back. He doesn't have an Innervate or Divine Plea or something like that. He has his Shadow Fiend. He has his Hymn. And that's about it. And even those two, like you can crowd control the Shadow Fiend. Even on this map, you can just jump down and the Shadow Fiend is basically useless. And him, obviously, you can interrupt it, you can knock it, you can, and even if you get a full channel, it actually doesn't give you that much mana. So in general, HOZI and friends definitely going to be struggling in terms of mana compared to Haha. So if Haha just kind of slows it down a little bit, focus more on surviving, not getting one shot, and just keeping up their pressure, I think they take this in a similar fashion to game number one, because even in that game number one, like even if they didn't get that kill on HOZI, that game wasn't looking good for HOZI and friends. They definitely had a long way to go to actually get a win there. So just play it safe, play it long, and they should be able to walk away with this one.
I think it's just all about Haha identifying the kill windows. So Gargoyle, that's a kill window. If Gargoyle is up, you need to either avoid it or kill it and remove it from play or crowd control it, something. You have to deal with Gargoyle. The next kill moment is Hammer of Justice or Strangulate. If either of these are out on Fusion, then Alori and Bean need to focus on healing and playing defense and like immediately shift gears when that scenario has presented itself. Another one that's threatening is Repentance. So maybe like a swap off of Fusion, they Repentance him and go after somebody else like Bean. Being aware of that, tossing out off healing when necessary, maybe hexes as well. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of hexes actually coming out, but there's no way to remove it. It could actually be really devastating on the side of HOZI and friends. And I think as long as Haha identify those three moments, Strangulate and Hammer, Gargoyle, and Repentance, then they should be able to cruise to victory in a late game win. So it's up to HOZI and friends to try and make those scenarios more unpredictable or just get massive crits in those windows of time. I know as Ret Paladin, you're really crit dependent for ramping up your damage. Sometimes you might not be getting lucky, not stacking up your Vengeance. But if you do get lucky, you can get some big crits and even just in 1 second left on Strangulate, maybe close out the game. So HOZI and friends, I feel like it's going to be heavily disadvantaged, at least here on Dalaran.
Yeah, absolutely. What about in general? Like, who do you think actually has the advantage? Because we haven't really seen either of these two comps go up against each other.
I'll have to see it in the Grand again. I feel like the first game, the Grand, felt like HOZI and friends were either doing a really conservative strategy by going after Bean or didn't have 100% an idea of what they wanted to do and thought that they could just win by kind of like attacking. And then by the time they'd found like, oh, we need to do some aggressive plays on Fusion, they were already behind one setup. So if they're playing as aggressive as they were on Runes on the Grand and they can win, then I don't think it's 100%. But on Dalaran Sewers, I feel like it's hard to argue against a team that has an Ellie Shaman versus a team that doesn't have an Ellie Shaman. It's easily the most difficult map because you want a line of sight, right? You don't want to get lava bursted. So it's like, I need the box. I need the box. Let me hug the box. I'm going to hold the box really near and dear to me. Ellie Shaman's like, oh, you're behind the box, are you? Yeah, now you're not. I'm thunderstorming you off the side, and then you're just slowly crawling your way back to the ramp, trying to make your way up again to line of sight, and you're already dead at that point. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't type of situation for a team facing an elemental shaman here. Uh, and I'm very interested to see what they decide to do. Maybe they're using some time here to talk about strat, maybe even talk about comp swaps in the future if this doesn't go, because a lot of the teams have just been kind of like jumping into the next game. So it's very obvious either here that one of the teams wants to try and figure something out and discuss it a little bit more in detail. There's obviously a lot on the line. You win here, you're in Championship Sunday. You got at least a top 4 finish. Whereas if you lose here, you go down to lower bracket. And there were some very threatening teams, right? Like a Thundercleave and an LSP in that lower bracket. And those are comps that I can't imagine almost either of these teams want to fight. Like what what teams really want to fight a Thunder or an LSP other than a Thunder and an LSP, really, right? Like you want to avoid that problem as long as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe a Mage Ellie. We did see Mage Ellie do pretty well into it yesterday, but yeah, in general, I see what you're getting at. You definitely don't want to go down to that lower bracket. There's a lot of sharks down there. You do not want to be there. You just want to play your games now, advance, take the rest of the evening off, chill out. So definitely for both sides here, it's a very important game. I don't know, man. I feel like HOZI and friends, if they have like the perfect setups and they can do it multiple times, they'll win. But I feel like, so I like to think of matchups. Like when I try to decide like who is advantage in a match, I feel like HaHa's side can play worse and win. I feel like they can literally just keep Fusion alive, keep everybody alive, and do damage, and then you win eventually. Just don't mess up during the setups. Don't mess up during the setups. Try to stop them. Try to kill the gargoyle. Try to get good knocks. Try to get early off heals out. All that stuff. Early hexes, whatever. But as long as you have a solid defense, you can definitely get worked down. But here we go. The gates are open. Game number 3 here. 1-1 apiece. Fusion already forced to use that pain suppression. This is a very clean opener so far. There was a Hammer of Justice actually as well. So Fusion doing the trades here. Now getting a double fear. Sea-Doo caught up in a Cyclone. And Lori now trying to blast that gargoyle. That gargoyle is dead. That gargoyle was not up very long, but Fusion though in a Strangulate right now, but Sea-Doo's in a Cyclone. Sea-Doo trying to get aggressive here, and now Mez is in a Cyclone, but they're both on DR now. That means they're both gonna have uptime. We need to see the knock here. Alori doesn't have it just yet. I believe he has in a couple of seconds, but Fusion might not have a couple of seconds. Healing waves coming in right now. Big pressure onto Mez. Alori has the knock, needs to get it, and there it is. Mez now, can he get the grip onto Fusion? Fusion lines it, and
Mana
now
burns.
the fun begins.
Mana burns onto Hozito. 2 mana burns onto Hozito, down below half mana at that point. And what's interesting here is Sea-Doo and Mez are actually running double Draenei. So they want to get double Gift of the Naru, some healing. I feel like they need more damage, right? Like, is it really healing that's the problem with this? There's no MS. We'll have to wait and see here as they're pushing forward, but there's going to be a thunderstorm up in 7 seconds here, and you need to get out of the pool when you hear thunderstorm. But nice fear by Hozito, and Alori's out of the match. Is he going to be able to get back in time? Fusion is critically low. Penance has been disrupted, and Fusion goes down. Amazing push by HOZI and friends. That fear was key to removing the thunderstorm threat and enabling his team to finish them off. And now they've taken the swing match. They've won the map that I feel like we were counting them out on. Like, this would be the most difficult one to do it, and they managed to make it work. And maybe it was the double Draenei, maybe the extra Gift of the Narus enabled them to be more aggressive. But I was not expecting.
Yeah, that was all the Draenei. Any other race they lose that.
Just watch this. Like Fusion at this point, he's got no pain suppression, right? He's got his medallion still. Did he end up trinketing with Thunderstorm? Is the only thing I'm wondering. Or like he's got medallion here. So what exactly happened? He double fears the DPS. Hozito gets cycloned. Fusion gets stunned. Alori gets feared, and he trinkets pretty reasonably fast. I feel like it's about as fast as you could. Uses the trinket, gets a penance, just dies through penance. He must not have been expecting to die, but that was the avenging wrath of Sea-Doo. Which was another window. I guess that was the window I didn't talk about. I talked about every other window. I said Gargoyle's a scary window, Strangulate's a scary window, Hammer's a scary window, but I didn't say Avenging Wrath. So I guess he just didn't have a good answer here for Sea-Doo's cooldown. And this double fear was just so devastating. Josito trinkets, dispels it, gets them in there. Bean drops a war stomp. War stomp's not enough, and they just kill him with damage. Like he's healing this whole time. Did his inner fire fall off? It looks like he rebuffed it as his last global. It's tough for me to believe it fell off that early, but maybe it's possible. Either way, HOZI and friends showing signs of life in this series is not going to be washed away. Battling for that championship Sunday spot. They don't want to be taking Sunday off in this upper side, and they don't want to be facing those lower bracket teams for as long as possible. Not that BWG is going to be any more comfortable of an opponent for either of these teams, but avoiding as many opportunities of having to engage in that matchup as possible is going to be important. And it looks like Haha don't like Dalaran. There's no way, right? There's no way that was a bad map. They didn't lose because of map, right? It must have been some sort of overlap earlier. Like, why did Alori not have a trinket for that fear? Maybe Josito being in line of sight to trinket dispel on the fear, something to be a little bit more coordinated at that time, because the Thunderstorm was a hard reset. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that on this map where you're just chilling for an extra 25 seconds behind the pillar. Like, Mez and Cedar are going to be right on your road like the entire game. So I don't like this map selection from Haha, but maybe they're getting overconfident from that first game win, where it felt like HOZI and friends didn't really have a dedicated strat, but Fusion should be the strat. You got a Death Knight on one team and there's a Priest on the other team. Yeah, you're killing the Priest. I mean, like 99.9% of the time, like that matchup, you're going to be killing the Priest. So they're confidently locking in again, and Haha once again locking in their Ellie Farrell, and this could be the turning point of the series. Are Haha getting jumbled in their strats, their map picks? Is HOZI and friends getting in their head with that last win? They can't have it throw away because it was looking so good for them. So I would hate for it to slip at this point.
Absolutely. Well, in that last game, at the end, Alori actually had his knock. The problem for him was that he got feared so far away, and he needed to heal. So he went for the heals instead of the knock. If he got insta-dispelled, or if he had trinket, he could have just trinketed and knocked him off and kept the game going. So that run is definitely nice in that regard. But I know I'm in the minority here, but I feel like when the strat is this one-dimensional, just play big maps. I actually don't mind Nagran being picked. I feel like there's a lot of matchups where one team's win condition is to be on top of you. If they have a win condition like that, just pick a large map, because I really do believe that they can get some work done. With that said, though, this opener is not looking too good just yet, unless Fusion can get away from this pillar. He's still on his mount. I feel like he should have tried to cross there maybe, but I guess Maz would have just slowed him, so he didn't really have an option. Fusion getting Hammer of Justice, but they didn't get anything out of that Hammer of Justice. Now Fusion in a fear, Bean is in a fear, gets tremored. Fusion already taking massive damage. Gargoyle is out. Heals are coming in from Alori. They need to kill that Gargoyle as soon as possible. Lori is blasting it, and he manages to take it down pretty much instantly. Fusion still with this entire pain train on him. Now a Hex on Sidu. Maybe now they can actually use the map and get away here, because I feel like as soon as they remain on top of each other like this, that's when things are going to get scary. There's the Strangulate. Fusion gets gripped to the open field. This is big hits coming in. Double fear coming through from Fusion. Zito is there to dispel it. He gets the Blessing of Protection. They got the anti-magic zone, and here comes the Hammer of Justice. Fusion's not trinketing. Trinket's late. Catches a big heal once again, but his HP is not moving. So much damage coming in from Sidu and Mez. Alori once again saving the day with some heals, and Bean with a Cyclone. That should be a little bit of time here for Fusion to try to recompose himself.
All right, Fusion, how are you going to survive? You lived the Gargoyle, lived the Strangulate, lived the Avenging Wrath. The only next imminent threat is Hammer of Justice in 15 seconds, assuming he doesn't just die to damage, but a full Hex on Josito Jones, a double fear. Beautiful setup. Josito Jones exploding. Windshear on the penance. Is he going to stay alive? He drops a Desperation Fear. Alori's going for the kill. Can he kill Josito Jones by himself? He's purge spamming everything off of him. Bean is trying to get back there. Lava Burst. Massive damage. Knocked out into the open. If they connect anything here, Josito's going down, but Bean Bean gets stunned. He's dispelled instantly by Fusion. Mind Blast from Fusion. Josito lines it, barely staying alive. Windshield again. Bean getting pressured, has to Barkskin pull away. He wants to go in there, but Josito has recovered. Amazing recovery here, but his mana is devastated. He's down to about 10% at this point. Sidu getting cycloned up. Bean trying to get control of Mez and Sidu, prevent them from pushing forward onto Fusion. Alori has a tough decision. Go after Josito or get some crowd control on the DPS. He gets an Earth Grab Totem. He's looking for a Hex, and he actually finds it onto Josito. Where are they going to go with that? Mez is just going to Icebound Fortitude preemptively, immuning the stun. Josito looks like he might want to try and drink here, maybe? No, it's just immediately... Oh, but he walks into a Cyclone. He trinkets the Cyclone. Hammer of Justice. This is a big threat onto Fusion. Is he going to survive? Bean's healing him. Alori's healing him, and he does actually survive the stun lock. Alori now lobbying Lava Burst. Josito getting blasted. Bean is moving his way over. Wants to try and get to him, but it's so far. He doesn't want to leave Fusion behind. This is such a tough decision for HOZI. Do they leave their Priest unprotected and go for the kill? Or do they stay back and try and win in the late game? I think the late game might be the move because they're so ahead on mana.
Yeah, that's the thing. Josito has nothing left. And meanwhile, Fusion, he's got plenty to work with. He's stuck in the open, though. But it's not too bad at this point because Josito is trying, I think, to drink there in the backline. I'm not sure what he's trying to do. He's trying to regen some mana. And now Fusion getting absolutely blasted in Hammer of Justice. Trades out the pain suppression. And while Josito is drinking, actually, his team is keeping up the pressure. Manages to get a little bit of mana at least. Alori is there with him, though. Josito could potentially, actually did already fear. I guess he got Tremor there on the opposite side. Sidu's in a fear on the opposite side as well. Josito taking huge hits now. Here's Bean, huge damage coming in, and Josito gets blasted.
All right, we're up 2-2 here in this series, and I mean, Nagrand looked good. I really liked the teamwork from HOZI. They were just much more coordinated, didn't get out of position, were able to assist each other. They saw that they could win in the late game, so they just played a more conservative strategy, didn't overextend, really assessed it, but maybe 2v3, maybe don't want to count this out. Bean down at half, I feel like there's no way, right? Survival Instincts, Barkskin, there's no way, right? Penance coming in, Powered Shield, gets knocked back with a Root. No, yeah, I think he should be good. Mez gets Cyclone. Bean is trying... Bean's moving around the map here. Divine Him from Fusion behind the pillar. He's got Power and Fusion. Lava Bursts are coming in. Bean has restabilized. I think that is checkmate here at this point here. Mez and Sidu want to just play it out. You know, it's never over until it's over. I feel like that was a phrase that we used a lot ever since the Orange Marmalade moment. So they want to keep playing it out, but yeah, they're going to be crushed here. Tied 2-2. They take the swing match back, possibly for the rest of the series here. And they're looking just more even every single time. And I got a little bit of intel that their intent with Draenei was that Draenei are tall enough, apparently, that they can jump from the bottom of Dalaran to the top. But if that's the case, then why didn't they do it? Is the only question I'm begging, because they walked all the way around the ramp side instead of jumping. And I've seen EMCL do it. Actually, he did it against me. Jumping up from the bottom corner. There's like a specific little edge. Like there's all these like little jump things you can do, like getting on top of the auction house and stuff. And it is possible to do it, but I'm just surprised if that was their plan, why they didn't actually use that. But look at all of these close calls throughout the game. Excellent teamwork from HOZI. Definitely well prepared. The swap onto Josito. I can't believe he didn't die here.
Yeah, that was nasty. He was on sub 1% HP, Josito. At this point as well, here he fake cast with that penance, and then this lava burst almost kills him right there. If Alori, I don't know if he had his Thunderstorm actually available a little bit earlier, but if he got it a little bit earlier as well, Josito would have already died here. Very, very close call. Nice fake by Josito. Nice survivability. But at the end of the day, this is Nagrand right here. Look, they're trying to get aggressive. What happens? Fusion just walks away from Josito, and then Josito is stuck in open. And what happens to Josito? He gets blasted. So he's basically trapped at this pillar. You can see Alori is just pinning him at this pillar here. If he ever leaves that pillar, they're going to go after him. And Fusion is just playing on the opposite side. So I personally, I'm a big fan of large maps because this is 100% because of the large map. And then there you can see it at the end. Anti-Magic Zone was a nice try by Mez, but not able to find it in time, and Josito does get dropped in that name stun. Nice swap there from HOZI, and we are all tied up now. The interesting thing is, what map do we go to? Are we just going to go to Ruins and Nagrand over and over, or like what is actually going to happen here? We might actually go to Blade's Edge. I'm not sure. No, yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. We're just going to go Ruins and Nagrand every game because. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because of that jump thing you were talking about, that Draenei can jump up on the little wall if they get knocked. Maybe they did that in the last game. I didn't actually see it, but maybe they did that, and that's why they're reluctant to locking in Dalaran. Blade's Edge and Dalaran are both small maps, so I feel like if you're HOZI and friends, you don't want to deal with the knocks, so you don't pick the knock maps.
Yeah.
You also don't want Nagrand, so your only option is Ruins. And for Haha, for some reason, they don't want the knock maps either, so they're just going to go for... I feel like Haha could lock in Blade's Edge. If they want to abuse the knocks, they got to do it on Blade's Edge. But yeah, it's also a small map, so I don't know.
It's kind of like the same scenario that would happen in a retail tournament, right? One team wants a small map. It's just in Wrath Lich King, there's only one small map. So they're going back to this one instead of a different small map. And then Nagrand is the same type of deal, whereas Blades and Dalaran bring other, things from Pandora's box that maybe you don't want to open. So just bouncing between these two maps, I think makes logical sense given the history of how WoW Arena is, with some teams having preferences towards smaller maps and towards larger ones. So definitely a cleave-friendly map here. They were able to pull off a win, but it was really close too. Remember that Thunderstorm to protect Fusion was just right on the edge of maybe keeping him alive at that second, and this could be a big turning point again. It seems like every game is just a turning point between these teams. I can't quite stay ahead of who's favored overall in this matchup. So tough to call for anybody here. Definitely entertaining, very exciting. This isn't match point, it's a best of 7, but the winner of this will move to match point and be one step closer to locking their championship Sunday in and at least a top 4 finish. The game has started, the gates are open, and it looks like Bean and Alori and Fusion are more than happy to take up a defensive position. They don't want Fusion getting anywhere near Mez on that Death Knight. They want to make it as difficult as possible for them to get to their target.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do just that. The game number 5, this is a best of 7, so this one will not be the decider here, and we'll see exactly what they decide to do here. I think Bean wants to potentially intercept Sidu and Mez if they try to run into the room, but Sidu and Mez seem reluctant to do it as well here, so I'm not entirely sure if we're going to just have a stalemate here in the opener. Kind of Bean's team doesn't want to push in, and Sidu's team doesn't want to push in, so... who's going to pull the trigger first? Maybe they get Bean out of stealth. Maybe a little Death and Decay snipes him, and they can start off the game by going on to Bean. We'll see what they decide to do here, but I feel like the game is going to open, not with anybody overextending like that, but with a grip maybe? No? They are going to push in. Mez going in here. They're going for Fusion already into the room. Risky business. Hammer of Justice coming out, actually. Are they going after the Ellie Shaman? It looks like they're actually going after the Ellie Shaman, or they wanted to, but they got knocked. And now Sidu's in a clone. Yeah, they are going after Alori here. Rosito's in a Hex, though. Mez actually by himself right now, 3-on-1. Sidu was in a Cyclone, but now Sidu coming out. Divine Sack gets popped. And it looks like they are going to be fine on both sides right now. Alori's going to be taking some damage, but I can't help but feel like the Ellie Shaman it's just not a good target. I think their win condition is to send the Priest. If they go on Bean, if they go on the Ellie Shaman, they're going to play that longer game, which they have been known to lose in this matchup, but we'll see. Maybe they can get enough pressure here onto Bean. Drops quite low there, but Mez now forced to sacrifice his pet right there, taking huge damage, goes to the Frost Presence. Is it going to be enough here? Alori's just free casting lightning bolts here. He's just basically having a target dummy in the middle of the map. He's hitting. This is not good for Zito's mana here. He gets kicked. Mez dropping quite low here. Could be an Elemental Mastery, and he will be dropped.
That's tragedy right there. I don't know if that's a miscommunication on who was going to use what, but definitely don't want to be going down when you have so many answers still left in your toolkit there, especially when now it's a match point situation. But that can happen. Those are the advantages of bringing an Elemental Shaman, because you can just get big Ellie Mastery one-shots and kill somebody outright if they're not prepared for it. You cannot be caught relaxed at all. You got to be on the edge of your seat at least until that cooldown is out of the way, and we'll see a massive launch of damage towards Mez here in this game, and they're just keeping their position in the middle. Bean's the main target. Ellie's not going to be a great one. Mez just getting free cast on. Look at these lightning bolt, just flying in, lava burst, massive hit of damage, and they just pop them with massive pressure. Very surprising damage coming in from Alori, but if you're just going to leave him free casting, I mean, I guess he's going to have a pretty good time. Just watch this, just incoming. Oh, it's going to get slipped away into the ether with so many cooldowns left. Anti-magic zone, pain suppression, icebound fortitude, a lot of options, but just the turreting Elemental Shaman is just going to always be a danger. and they didn't have a response for it here on Runes of Lordaeron. If Runes of Lordaeron isn't going to work, if Fusion and Ilori are going to just kind of like post up in the room and drag enemies. Also, I feel like they haven't committed to Mez or Sidu really in any game. I was honestly kind of feeling like, can Mez or Sidu actually die? Like maybe Josito doesn't want to allocate cooldowns because he feels like Death Knight is a target that shouldn't normally die and he needs those for himself in a swap. Is maybe what I'm thinking their thoughts were in that position. Because every other game, like Mez has looked pretty much impenetrable. So this was definitely surprising. A big turn of events as HoHo now take the lead and look to send HOZI and friends to the lower bracket with their Ellie Shaman Feral Disc Priest. If they manage to do so, they advance to face BWG Gold with their Lock Shaman Paladin. Curious to see how they would navigate that series because they're the only team playing this, I think, in the world, right? I mean, you said this comp doesn't exist in EU. They're literally just one in the world running this comp. And it would be very entertaining to see. But of course, HOZI and friends are not out of it yet. But that's got to be a tilter, I feel like, a little bit, right? Like you still had cooldowns.
Yeah.
You didn't make the trades. Maybe you thought you could be greedy because it's the Death Knight. And then it's like, you can't be at each other's throats. That's the only thing, right? Like, it's like, yep, okay, in that situation, if that happens with a turreting Ellie next time, we need to do this and just kind of like be definite and actionable in your feedback towards the match. If it's like a blame game of like, you should have pain suppression, it's your fault, why didn't you IBF, or why did you, like, if anything like that starts to happen, or a little bit too critical and it's not actionable towards the best interest of the team, then I could see this spiral out. We see 4-2 for HoHo in this series.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But on both of these teams, everybody. Well, I don't know about Ilori, but the rest of the gang that is playing right now, they're all super experienced players. They've been in this situation many times. Enemy team is on match point. You just had a bad game. You're down in a series. Things like this. They've all experienced it. They've felt the pressure before on the biggest stages. So. There's no doubt in my mind that HOZI and friends can bounce back from that mentally. The problem is, what do they actually want to do in terms of compositions? Because right now it feels like they're losing a little bit of faith here in their cleave, and I'm not sure exactly what they should do. I think maybe go for a Dalaran pick if you're going to play the same matchup, or maybe just swap out the comp. It feels like in that last game they were kind of reluctant to go into the room and push into Fusion, and they wanted to hodge him, rep him, and go after the Ellie. But what ended up happening was they pushed into Fusion. Sidu got cycloned. Mez got left in a 3v1. They got no pressure on the Ellie. They got no pressure on Fusion. They had to use AMS. And then Mez was just kind of sitting there in the open field, had to waddle all that long distance back to get to a safety, to the pillar. And they had to use something, right? They had to use either Anti-Magic Zone or Icebound maybe for some damage reduction. Although I think I would rather see him save that for an all-in. But yeah, they could have used Icebound. They could have used Pain Suppression. Just need better defensive communication in that situation. And also, preferably, they need to shut down the Ellie Shaman. If you're playing this cleave, you want to go in, do your hodge, do your hit, and then you just want to run, right? And whoever's getting blasted, make sure that person maybe has freedom to get away faster, and make sure that you run either early or that you have some kind of interrupt on the Ellie Shaman, or you have a fear on him, and by the time the fear is ending, you're already pre-running, things like that. But I feel like they're kind of pigeonholed to this Ruins map now. And I feel like if HOZI and friends are doing these jumps on Dalaran, I think they should just lock Dalaran because it's the smallest map that they can pick where they will have the most amount of uptime on Fusion. On this map, it's very tricky to actually get a kill on Fusion. But they can also just swap up their comp entirely. And we did get a word from our admin that this time around, guys, it's not a visual bug. Sidu is playing Shaman. The question is now, what are we working with here, Super Tees? What do you think this is? Is it an enhanced Shaman DK? Is it a Shadow Priest DK Resto Shaman? Like, what are we actually about to see here?
I mean, I feel like the best comp has to be Resto Shaman Disc Priest, right? Double healer, and you just run down the priest and be really tanky until he runs out of mana and win. But at the same time, a Shaman can too. Like, I feel like a double healer with a Resto Shaman this early on, like, it could backfire on you. You run out of mana, and like they don't have a paladin either, so the Death Knight might be sitting a lot of crowd control. This could be, yeah, he is Resto.
It's
Shadow.
Shadow.
He's actually Shadow. Oh my God, there is another Shadow Priest in the tournament. Hozito Jones, Death Knight, Shadow Priest, Resto Shaman. I'm not gonna lie, this kind of reeks of desperation in a way of like your last pick is gonna be breaking out a Shadow Priest here. Bean and Aloria Fusion are probably like, oh whoa, that's a Shadow Priest. What's the strat, guys? Like, we've never seen this before. Nobody plays this, so they're in the room wanting to talk this through, I would imagine. I almost wonder if Mez's team should have ran in and not give them time to think about a strat.
I mean, maybe.
He's sniffing the desperation right now.
Yeah, it reeks. It's definitely desperate right now. But HOZI has played Shadow Priest in the past. It's not like he's just a Disc Priest player who only plays Disc, and this is like his first time playing Shadow or something. I've had the pleasure of playing with him as a Shadow Priest before, and he has been practicing it quite a lot, actually, in Wrath. So he has experience on it. We obviously know Sidu is a phenomenal Resto Shaman, and Maz is, still on his DK. I actually would have liked to see this maybe more with a Warrior, because I feel like the Mortal Strike could be how did they end the game here, Sid? I feel like how did you actually end the game if you're a Shadow Priest DK? Do you just Strang into silence the healer and disarm, and you try to 100-0 fusion, or you try to fear fusion and kill the Ellie, or you just dot everything and try to outlast? What even is the strat here?
I mean, the double silence, not being able to trinket silence is definitely a threat, but you have two healers and no MS. I feel like this is honestly not a good pick. for a lack of a better word, I actually don't think this is a good pick, just because you have so much hybrid healing. You have to split your silences. I feel like maybe stun fear the Ellie, strang fusion, and then maybe silence Bean, stop his off heals, stop his clones or something. I don't know how this is going to work. We can see they're actually pinning them in the room, which is good for the Death Knight. You can just attack whatever you want. So maybe just dogpile in, get triple fears, get pressure, go after fusion. Sidu's moving in as well, and the fight has begun. And the Shadow Priest looks like the main target for Alori, and Bean already getting bashed very early on. Sidu trying to assist with the damage incoming from the Ellie Shaman, trying to stay in range so that he can ground and cheer, but he actually ultimately gets X'd. That's going to be a long time to be crowd controlled. Fusion goes for a Divine Hymn back in the room to try and heal through the Gargoyle, it seems. Managing to keep him stable for now, but Bean might be overextending. That Gargoyle is laying in at the moment. They're just targeting down Bean. Survival Instinct's blown through. Barkskin already faded, stunned on his Berserk. Hozito Jones line of sighting Alori now on the center tomb, using this spike to avoid lightning bolts and avoid lava bursts, while Bean is just taking the brunt of the punishment. Fusion surprisingly low on mana. I think his Shadow Fiend got feared. He has to dispel it as soon as possible. Bean is critically low. He's looking for Cyclones, trying to assist, gets ground on it, gets sheared on it. Sidu shuts him out completely. Hozito gets knocked into the middle of the map, but Bean is still being pressured. He charges in with Pain Suppression to get a bash and maybe go for the kill. Lava Burst, Hex getting casted, gets sheared on it. It's a Shaman war between Alori and Sidu. Who's going to get the upper hand in terms of shears and hexes in this scenario? It looks like right now that Sidu has stopped so many. Triple fear by Hozito Jones. Is this surprise composition pick actually going to work? Alori gets sheared once again. Fusion is almost out of mana. Bean is getting crushed. Massive damage incoming, and Bean will fall. A surprising pick here, relying on the Shadow Priest on match point to take us to a game 7.
All right, the desperation pays off here for HOZI and friends. Sidu, after that last game, he's like, you know what, HOZI, you go do some damage. Let me take over the healing here. Let me show you how it's done here. And it was a tough opener, man. He had to trinket that Hex basically as soon as the game started, but they found an insane amount of pressure. And when you look at the mana as well, Fusion was actually getting burns on Sidu, but Sidu was ahead on mana. Now, sure, Bean had Innervate, but if you can keep this kind of chaos going, you keep this pressure going, it's not like Fusion can just get Innervated and sneak away with it or something. You can definitely purge that. You have 2 purges on your team, so I think this has actually worked out surprisingly well. They were able to get so much damage out, and I think a lot of it is going to be kind of answered when we take a look at the damage done. But now, what kind of map are we going to go to here? That is a big question, and exactly what is the strats going to be? Are they going to swap up something on the side of Haha? It could go. I don't know about a hunter. I don't know about Bean's rogue. But there is options for sure. So I mean, they could swap it up as well. They could just maybe go for Blade's Edge or a map with a knock as well. Definitely a lot of options there, but that was a beautiful amount of damage coming in. And look at that, HOZI and Maz doubling Lori and Bean respectively. So definitely keeping up the damage. And I mean, if you have double purge, you have super high AoE damage. I guess that's a win condition.
Definitely impressive here, because I was counting them out just theoretically. Like, you're thinking cleansing totem from the Ellie, triple healer, off heals, but they actually did so much damage that they were ooming fusion and keeping Bean pressured the entire game. So Mez and Josito Jones stepping up here, switching roles. It's not very often you see this where a team has two people that can play healer either, right? Like, normally it's one person plays healer and they play all of them, or that's it, or they've only played one healer. But in this situation, it could be life-saving for them to stay in the upper bracket. It will be map selection for Haha, and they will know what comps is coming their way. I don't know if there's like any build changes they can make, given how they saw that match play out specifically. Or if they want to go to a knock map of any sort, or maybe just a big map like the Grand might be better for them. But I don't know if they can win just on attrition. Like, the mana on both sides, like, I feel like Sidu was surprisingly ahead. I think he still had mana tide at the end of the game. Shadow Priest could still him at some point to give a little bit of extra juice and mana to keep the game going. So I don't know if a big map will work for them. Or I feel like they just need to target the Shaman. Like, there's not really a lot of peels, right? Like, trade defensives, Pain Suppression Bean, Barkskin, run down the Shaman maybe, and try and kill him very fast with maybe double fears on HOZI and crowd control onto the DPS. But again, this is a comp that we never see. Like, how often do you see these comps individually, let alone going head to head? This is new ground that's being broken really between Haha and HOZI and friends.
Absolutely. And I mean, where I come from, there's a saying: kill blue.
Yeah.
Kill skull,
I think that's universal.
Blue
isn't it?
is skull.
I don't feel like that's the universal language of World of Warcraft right there. Kill the blue.
Yeah. You enter the arena, you see the blue, and that's your first test in World of Warcraft. Do you know what to do? So it definitely could be a strategy there. They could go after Sidu, just try to crowd control maybe Mez and Josito as much as possible. But it's interesting because now the ball is really in Haha's court. We're going to a game 7 here, and it's just going to be who can kind of ride that momentum. Right now, I would say HOZI and friends have it. We are going to go to Nagrand, which I do like, by the way, because yes, Fusion was losing on mana, but on Nagrand, that is one of the maps where he could get an Innervate off. I feel like if you're on Dalaran or Blade's Edge or Ruins, even there's not a whole lot of places to line. Like on Ruins, if you want to get that Innervate off, you most of the time are just gonna have to abandon the whole fight, like at the tomb, and go all the way to the room, try to heal people from the room, and then when everybody's stopped, you can go in there, you can coordinate the Innervate. But on Nagrand, it's a lot easier to do that. You can even do it when you're at one of those large pillars. You can just kind of duck behind the pillar and just wait. On all the other maps, you're kind of going to be exposed to getting double purged. So I like a large map for Haha, but I don't know. HOZI and friends, they look pretty solid. Do you think this is something they've been practicing?
I want to say no. I want to say no because I feel like on ladder, this sounds like a miserable experience fighting any warrior team ever. And there's so many of them. But Josito Jones is a phenomenal Shadow Priest. He was a Shadow Priest before he became a Disc Priest. Although now he's been a Disc Priest maybe longer than a Shadow Priest. I don't know with the length of TBC. But Sidu's been Shaman forever, so I feel like it's going to just be second nature for him. And then Mez, there's not really a lot to talk about with Lord Mez on Death Knight. So it does theoretically make sense with the experience they have in the past. And they can just kind of like throw themselves together in this scenario and try and make it work. Now Haha respond. They're not going to make any changes either, I can imagine. Grand Arena, bigger map, try and secure an Innervate so they can get a mana advantage later on. I think you got to field out trying to attack Sidu at some point. But maybe it's dangerous. I don't know, because Sidu stays right next to Alori the whole game. He's trying to shear him and ground him and stop him from doing whatever. So if Sidu's right there, like, all right, go, like, go attack him a little bit. It feels like it's a missed opportunity, at least. I do wonder if he's running Alliance or Horde. Maybe if he's running Stone Form or something, maybe for the Feral Druid.
He was a Draenei.
He was a Draenei? Okay. So not wanting to, obviously not too worried about being a target for a Feral Druid. But maybe something to consider for this final game, as I feel like Josito Jones didn't really get pressured and I don't think Mez is a good target with kind of like the double healer that's backing him up. Just throw out a shield or a paramending and a couple of heals, and I don't think Mez is a good target. Sidu, I think, is the best target, but the riskiest. Hozito is like a middle ground target where if you can get an innervate, maybe you can kill him a little bit more into the game. But this is going to be tight. This is coming down to the wire. This is game 7.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't ask for it to be any closer than this. And the winner moves to Championship Sunday. The loser goes down to the lower bracket, has to battle for their life against LSPs and Thundercleaves. Oh my. You want to avoid that as much as possible. So a lot on the line here with very peculiar compositions providing our entertainment here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody expected these comps to be brought out here, and the last time, because you touched on it a little bit, Sidu versus Bean, Game 7. I mean, we're going all the way here, and the last time we saw a Game 7 for Sidu and Bean was in the BlizzCon finals, where they came second. And they lost that last game, but they were on the same team. Now, at least one of them is going to walk away a winner. Maybe this is what settles the score, because Sidu and Bean, they're always kind of poking a little fun at each other, always on Twitter. I always see Bean making polls about Sidu if he's a good player and things like that. Just old teammates, having a little fun. But yeah, now there's no fun. There's only one winner here. One of these teams, they're gonna automatically qualify for Championship Sunday. They're going to have their top 4 locked in. They're going to be chilling. The other team, they're going down to that lower bracket. There is a lot of scary teams waiting down there, honestly. So you probably don't want to be that team. But it's all going to get decided here on the grand Game 7. Haha versus HOZI and friends. Who's gonna take it, Sid? Quick prediction. Let's go.
Oh man, this is too. This is the hardest prediction I've had to make in a long time. These comps are just so random, seemingly, and they're going head to head. It's like anything could happen. They're going to flip a switch, go on a different target based on the results of that last game. I feel foolish to not think that Hozito's team is going to take it, but it's a bigger map. What if Fusion gets an innervate? What if he gets away? They can stagger out their cooldowns a little bit, maybe burn out the shaman. Oh man, who's more likely to choke? Like you got team with Mez, Hozito, Sidu, all tournament veterans, maybe Fusion and Alori, tournament setting. Are any jitters getting on the line? There's a lot of pressure here. Seems like haha, the ones that, if they make any mistakes, they're probably going to lose. So based on that, safe bet is HOZI and friends 4-3, but it's still so tough for me. What about you?
I mean, I can't. I'm sorry, Bean, but I'm gonna have to go against you. I can't bet against my boy HOZI. He's gonna hold it against me forever. He's a sub in my channel, so I gotta go with him. Plus Sidu as well. I don't think Bean is subbed, so I'm gonna go with my subs here. HOZI and friends. I'm gonna go with HOZI and friends here. I feel like they have what it takes. They've been studying good material on how this game works, and I think they're gonna be bringing it to the bitter end here to haha. Let's see if they can do it. Fusion going for some burns here early on. Already fears being used here for Fusion. Already some silence is coming out. Mana burns actually coming in onto the Shadow Priest here by Fusion, and maybe trying to force a mana dispersion here, and then they can find an opening onto him later. But I'm worried because it does burn Fusion's mana quite a bit. Zito on that Shadow Priest is going to have a pretty easy way to get that mana back. Here comes the disarm. Here's the setup on the Fusion. Big damage coming in. Huge hits coming in. There's the Gargoyle as well. Double fear coming in, but the Gargoyle is blasting. Nobody is killing it off just yet. Alori, actually Fusion, so much trouble still. What is he going to do? Catches a big heal once again. The Warstorm coming through. You look at Alori and Bean just channeling out regrowths and lesser healing waves. Basically 3 healers, but that Gargoyle is doing a lot of work. Fusion might just go down here. Gets kicked, gets mind frozen. Do they have the damage? And they do. HOZI and friends are going to be advancing to the upper semis here. And haha, unfortunately, gonna go down to that lower bracket, that Shadow Priest DK. They had it in their back pocket all along. They could have just 4-0'd this series with it, but they wanted to give Sidu a little time on that ret as well before they take this series.
I really feel like Bean's mistake was not being a Zico sub. I feel like if he was, maybe he would have had the experience and knowledge to win this match here in the final game. But this was well done from HOZI and friends. It's good to see that they had confidence also with this. Like you're already down so many points in the series. You're really going to pull a Shadow Priest out to try and reverse sweep it, but it definitely had a lot of good tools, tons of disruptions, lots of interrupts. Death Knight on a Priest. You can't really ask for a better situation. Mez is having the time of his life right now. Look at him with that Betrayer of Humanity, just giggling and laughing, attacking Fusion with his Gargoyle uncontested, while his Ellie is silenced, and Bean can't really do too much. They didn't find any momentum. Looked like a brick wall here in game number 7. Very impressive showing from them overall in this series. Well done from both teams. Excited to see them play out on Championship Sunday, as well as see how Haha can do in the lower bracket with this oddball composition.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this replay. You see the Gargoyle? It's been up the whole time, just standing on top of Fusion, just blasting him. Look at that. Look at the damage. It's unhealable. It's look at Mez damage. I bet you like at least like 30k of that is Gary.
Dude, Lori didn't get to do anything except heal.
It was literally a Resto Shaman.
I don't know. Looking at the scoreboard, I don't know if Sidu's the Resto Shaman or Lori's the Resto Shaman when I'm looking at the scoreboard.
Wait, what? Sidu did more damage and less healing, and Alori is an Ellie Shaman who did less damage and more healing. That is crazy, man.
Maybe they needed to trade specs. Sidu should be Ellie and Alori should be Resto. I mean, that looks like a tough way to finish the series, but for Haha, at least, HOZI and friends are very happy. And they're moving into Championship Sunday to face Lock Shaman Paladin. Now, do you think their Ret Paladin comp or their Shadow Priest comp is what they're going to need to beat Lock Shaman Paladin, right? Because it seems like their only options.
Lock Shaman Paladin.
Yeah,
I feel like they're going to lead with they're going to probably lead with their Red DK. It's going to be an exciting series no matter what. I feel like either way, it's going to be like kind of an upset for HOZI and friends. Or it's just going to be business as usual, you know, Sidu getting knocked down by former Cloud9s like Wizard Cleave to the lower bracket. It's just, either way, we're in for a good showing, that's for sure.
No matter what, in a WoW tournament, you can expect Sidu Cleave into Cloud9 Wizard. That's just
doesn't matter.
It's just like a staple throughout the history of WoW Arena at this point. So it's kind of like the kryptonite, the villain, and the superhero just going head to head constantly, seeing who can make it all the way into the finals. But I'm really interested to see how that lower bracket plays out. Like who's going up against who now for these last 2 series of the day. We got Ganking Top against Bing Bong. So this is going to be Pieces Thundercleave against the Lock Shaman Paladin or Priest from Bing Bong, but I'm imagining Paladin in this instance. And we got a breakdown of Mez's damage from this game. You can tell that he was able to do a lot. He doubled everyone's damage. His Gargoyle got the most value of any game. Mez is a happy camper this game on Death Knight. They totally shut down everything in that game, got tons of pressure out, and as a result, we're able to just collapse Fusion in that final game and get the win. Now they're at least guaranteed top 4 with this composition. You love to see it here. Very impressive showing overall. The only Death Knight that we've seen in the competition, despite Death Knights being so prevalent in the original Wrath of the Lich King. It's a different patch. Times change a little bit, but Mez is still repping it, trying to make it work despite nobody else locking it in. And we've got our lower bracket settled. We've got Haha versus Levels PvP as the final series of the day. That's going to be very exciting. Thundercleave versus Feral Ellie. Is Haha going to be tilted? Because, I mean, coming off that series, you played all the way game 7, lost, and now you got to fight a Thundercleave. Like, you got to keep the hopes up, you got to keep the positivity there at least a little bit if you want to stay alive in the tournament, but it's likely to be a struggle for them.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. It's going to be a tough one down there in the lower bracket for sure. But I don't know. I kind of want to see more of Haha with their Feral Ellie. I feel like it would be a shame if they got eliminated now because they were so close to making it to that semifinal in that upper bracket. But HOZI on that Shadow Priest, a little bit too strong on the day. And ganking top Bing Bong. It's gonna be a real good one. We got the Thunder coming back as well. They did take a game off of BWG Gold, and honestly, that series in general, it was a 4-1, but I feel like it was really close. It was a lot of close calls in that match. So I think they're a really good team, and it definitely is going to be an exciting one.
If you had to predict this all playing out, like who's making it to the finals?
Ooh, that's tough. That is. I'm gonna have to think about that one, Sid. I'm gonna have to think about that one for sure. I think for sure, I think BWG Gold will make it to the finals, but the second team that will make it to the finals is gonna be tough.
You can reserve your answer until the rest of the series play out. We're still kind of pretty ahead of it. I'm kind of leaning towards Bing Bong a bit, and like, I mean, this next series will determine it or not. But basically, they totally just whomped the first team of the tournament, and it seemed like they knew exactly what they wanted. Prayer of Mending bouncing against the Aflock, running down with mana burns if they need to, knocking enemies, swapping targets. Like, they had every single moment. They knew what they wanted to be doing and executed on it. And I feel like it's that type of play that gets a team to the finals. But to be fair, Ganking Top really put up a fight against BWG Gold in that upper side, and it's going to be the similar matchup. So a very anticipated match in the lower bracket coming up next after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in the cat tournament. I am joined by the lovely Azel. And,
thank you.
We
Thank
are
you.
about. Yeah, of course. You're a legend. You know, I used to. Was it? When was it? Was it the? I think it was the NAO tournaments. I think you used to cast those, right? With
Yeah, I used to cast a lot because I used to play in them, and then if I would lose or if I wasn't playing, I would cast the ones that I wasn't playing. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I was a big fan, actually.
No, thank you.
So it's an honor. But yeah, we got what do we have here? We got Ganking Top versus Bing Bong.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad for Ganking Talk. It's like they're in the upper bracket. You lose to an LSP. You have to play Snuts and Chan. It's like okay, we lost that, but sure we have an easier match in the lower bracket, and then they have another LSP. So you know, out of the oven into the fire a little bit. It's going to be a tough one, but maybe it'll be an easier matchup for them. Bing Bong played Priest in their last series, so you know is basically the same kind of matchup or similar matchup at least that Ganking Top just played. So we'll see if Bing Bong's going to play a Pally or if they're going to bring out the Priest, because like we were talking about this before. You know, you were saying you think it might be a bit easier with the Priest.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think just in general, a big thing when you're that warrior, you have those hamstrings, and as a paladin, you can actually get away from those with the freedom. But as a priest, once you're hamstrung, that is it. You're hamstrung, and that's your life now. Yeah, just a little bit easier target to hit. Not to mention, of course, you got a clothy versus a plate wearer. So we'll see. That could potentially be an opening. But also, I think it was Supatis that said he expects Bing Bong to maybe be the second team that makes it all the way to the finals.
Oh, interesting.
So Ganking Top definitely got a tough one ahead of them here. They basically have to go against the two biggest teams, essentially, also playing that Lock Shaman, like you mentioned.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see. I mean, Bing Bong clapped their last match. They had the LSP versus LSP, and they absolutely slapped them. But they are going to be playing a Holy Pally, so it is literally the same matchup that we just saw Ganking Top play. They did lose that one. I want to say 1-4. They took the first game against Suts and Chan and then lost 4 straight. So we'll see if they can do a little bit better here against Bing Bong. Though to be fair, they were really, really close games. And Kosaki did change up his gear in the last 2 games. He swapped over to a lot more PvE gear, so his mana was doing way better. In those first couple games, he was really losing hard on mana to GOOB'S in that series. So we'll see if that one makes a difference here.
Yeah, we'll see. The gates are open. The game is live. Juke already. Oh, JPEG is playing UA. Yeah, that's right. Kosaki actually getting a UA dispel right away. And we'll see. We have seen one UA Warlock today. Did not go well for him, Mr. Goob earlier. But now we'll see what JPEG can do here. I know you're a big fan of UA Warlock. This is, I think, your preferred spec, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Juke taking a lot of damage here. I do think it can be really good. You're a lot more susceptible to the Ellie, though, because you don't have that Nether prop. But Instant Howl so strong here. They kill off the Tremor. They get the Instant Howl. That is going to force Trinket Tremor from pieces, and we'll see just how much pressure JPEG can get out here. You know, a lot less burst, but you do have that ability to try to rot these people down. If you can get multi-dots out, especially against a Paladin, it's not like they have easy ways to deal with it, like a Priest does, for example. So I could definitely put a lot of pressure on here. But Kosaki, you know, already rotting down here quite a bit. JPEG, though, is out of mana, and he's in the middle of the map. And I think his port is split from his Pally. So he's actually in a really awkward spot. He's going to have to port, but look at the Paladin is on the other corner of the map. So he actually has to wait for Tempest to get over here. He can't just pop into LOS. Now he does, but still, he's on 0 mana, so he's going to have to tap it up. And it does mean he could be a little bit vulnerable, but a nice route there from EMCL is going to buy him some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, he still has his Feldom. His pet is still alive. We've seen it in the matchup, kind of be a liability. But JPEG right now taking huge hits of damage. Juke trying to get the job done here, but also not feeling too safe. And Rage Region going to come out, EMCL in a Hex. JPEG will stabilize a little bit here. Pieces in a Fear. Kosaki dispelling another UA here, dealing with a lot of pressure here, but Juke on full HP, Pieces on full HP. He's going to allow them to stay aggressive. Now he relays that demonic circle in a much more defensive position, and JPEG actually doing a lot of work here onto Juke, getting the haunts out, and that's going to be the shield wall here. A lot of pressure coming out from this Affliction Warlock, and if we take a look at the mana between these two Paladins, we can see Kosaki has a Divine Plea coming back off of cooldown just now. Tempest just used it, and he has a slight mana lead, so once Kosaki uses that Plea, if he does right away, they're going to be somewhat even, but for now, I would say Tempest definitely in a clear lead, and Juke right now forced to use his Trinket, wants to run back, but beautiful reflect right there, and Juke is going to be able to stay in because of that.
Yeah, really nicely done. Reflects the EM there coming out. He's charging in. He's behind the pillar here, but JPEG is going to be split from Tempest and could spell trouble for them. Peace is also getting pretty low here, but Kosaki is on 0 mana. He has the plea available, but his team is just rotting down here. JPEG doing a really good damage, just getting these dots out everywhere across the team here. They're trying to buy some time for Kosaki, but it's a pretty significant advantage for Tempest right now, and his plea is almost back up as well. Kosaki's rotting down. Juke is in trouble. He drops the fear to try to peel it out. Aura Mastery is up there is from Kosaki as well, trying to top off his team. But once you're on the run here from this Affliction Warlock, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. The Hodge comes through. They can't dispel it because the UAs are there. And Juke is in a lot of trouble. Great coil coming through to follow it up. The Drain Life coming out. You got to watch out for those Soul Drains if you can actually get it down. Another nice Reflect, though, from the Lava Burst. But now EMCL looking for the Hex. It's going to get Shield Slam. Intercept back out onto JPEG, who's going to kite it out, gets the Freedom. Shadow Flame landing onto Juke as well. And now the Intercept comes out. He could just early port. Yep, he's going to port right out of there. And Kosaki is running on fumes. They just need to keep getting damage out on whoever they possibly can. Kosaki needs to find some sort of a moment to reset here. And Juke is just going to be LOSing the dots. Kosaki even bandaging, just trying to catch up as much as he possibly can. But Pieces is down very, very low. Gets behind the pillar. Kosaki getting a drink. Got about 10% mana back there. Will that be enough for them to stabilize?
He's got the Divine Plea as well, but his entire team is rotting down here. And this is exactly what I want to see. JPEG and Tempest just swap side. Don't ever play on top of them. Force Juke to go out into these really, really awkward spots, forcing his healer to kind of leave the pillar. Piece is going for a Hex, but he gets knocked on it by EMCL. EMCL trying to close this one out. They're going after Juke. Piece is in the back line, going after, I think, the Fell Hunter, actually, trying to get some work done here. JPEG, though,
Kosaki's
looking good
drink
on that Warlock.
But
big damage coming in onto Juke. I don't think he can drink. I think he's going to go down if he does. He's got no shield wall. Kosaki, what are you going to do here? Bubbles, but it's not going to be enough. And that will be a victory here for Bing Bong and for the Affliction Warlock.
Yeah, nicely done. The Affliction Warlock actually really, really worked. But I've got to say, again, Juke, not always on the same page as his Paladin. These two have got to get their communication down. This really did bite them when they were playing earlier against BWG Black, against Jan and Stutz. There was a number of times where they're extending here, trying to push in for a kill, and his Paladin is not on that same page, right? Juke was behind the pillar looking for a drink. Their Ellie Shaman is turreting the Fell Hunter to force JPEG to pull back the Fell Hunter so he can drink, right? And he pops his plea at that moment, and Juke is in across the map. And again, it's one of those situations where they're dying with cooldowns up because Kosaki had his bubble. So if he's on the same page, he can plea, move forward, drop the bubble, and just free cast actually top up Juke. But they're not on the same page here. And Kosaki, we'll watch, does go back behind that pillar looking for a drink here eventually. And Juke is pushing in. It's right now. You can see Kosaki at the top of your screen, back behind the pillar. He's looking to drink. And Juke is just continuing to move forward. He's way too far in. Without something like the Enraged Regen Shield Wall to trade out there's no way you're going to be able to survive on your own. And by the time that Kosaki runs up, he has the plea running, so the healing is cut in half, and the Divine Shield just a little bit too late, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They were definitely not on the same page there. Right when he charged in there, that should have maybe been an intervene instead towards Pieces and just hit the closest wizard on the pillar and just try to get some mana back, try to extend the game. But look at this damage coming out from JPEG. It's so nice to actually see an Affli Warlock kind of play the game. Because in that first series with the Affliction Warlock, it left a lot to be desired. They just got one shot in the opener basically every single time. And we were saying, like, man, maybe just try to swap side when their team gets on top of your team. Just try to swap side, play long range, just get your dots out, try to survive, put your pet in a good spot, and just try to play the long game. And it's nice to see JPEG being able to do that with great success.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting, right? Like you said, we saw the Affliction Warlock come out earlier. It was not the representation, It's like you get promised a really delicious meal, but it's really burned. It's all overcooked. It doesn't taste good. Now we're getting that perfectly cooked, that nice little medium rare Affliction Warlock coming out here from JPEG. He played it well. And honestly, like, it's interesting to watch these Wrath tourneys because back in the day, if you remember, it was almost only Affliction Warlocks, right? And I will say, Affliction is way harder to play. I do think that the floor for Destro is pretty high, because it's like, you get kicked, you cast your other tree, who cares? You just Shadow Fury someone, you set up a conflag into Chaos Bolt, whatever, you look for some sort of burst. It's pretty easy to set this up. Not necessarily to play it perfectly, but like the floor is pretty high. Affliction, you really have to be avoiding interrupts constantly. You have to be more mindful of your positioning, because you take a lot more damage. But we did see some of the advantages here, right? Like Hodge was actually pretty deadly. Every time Hodge comes out when UA is overlapped, it's really threatening. Yes, there's not as much burst damage from the Warlock, but EMCL is still going to be pumping into the Warrior, and you can't just spam Dispel into a UA Hodged Warrior. You've got to heal him, because Lava Burst and everything is coming in. If you get that UA or something instead, your Warrior could just die. So I think they played it out really, really well. But I will say, like, I felt like that was a potential turning point in the game. When Juke pushed in, like, they had just killed off, Pieces had just killed off the Fell Hunter. So Kosaki could have potentially drank to full there, right? And if he just played that a little bit more defensive, just pulls back a little bit, allows his Paladin to get that drink, that's where you can start to really kind of turn this game around, because once the Pally on the LSP, is low on mana, it becomes really hard to actually deal with Mortal Strike, right? So that's where you can start to kind of really swing the game, but they've just got to make sure that they're always on the same page in these later stages.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, because I do feel like both teams could win on mana. It's all about the pressure and kind of what happens before the mana is low on each healer, which team is ahead, which team has pressure. And if you have that Mortal Strike on your side, you can definitely get some drinks. You can definitely kind of just snowball a lead. But at the same time, if JPEG just remains untouched, he can do a lot of work. And there's the combo that you're talking about, Hammer of Justice, Hodge. He can already get some good pressure onto Juke. Double Fear coming out here, gets Tremored, I do believe. Tempest now finally coming out of that one. He actually trinketed that one at the last second there. JPEG going for a Howl of Terror here. And I don't see his pet. No, his pet is there in midfield. Big damage coming in here onto Juke. He's going to maybe have to use something. What is going on here? Kozaki trying to keep him alive here with the Divine Sacrifice. And it will be enough for now. But I do like JPEG's positioning. He could also, I think, has his Demonic Circle in the room there. So if he's in big, big trouble, he could potentially teleport out of everybody's line of sight and just get a couple of heals in there.
Yeah, he moved it out to midfield, which I think could be a bit problematic, because he's actually kind of playing on his port now. You can see it off just to the side there. But they get that Hodge down onto Juke. Juke could be in some trouble, is going to be able to get out of that. But that's the Shield Wall traded out here very early on. So Div Sack already gone, Shield Wall and Enrage Regen already gone here very early. So it could be problematic here for Juke. The Howl comes down onto him. He has the Berserker Rage back up and ready, though. EMCL looking for these hexes. It's this hex battle here between him and Pieces in the center of the map. Going to get sheared on that one. Trying desperately to get this out, and he does now land it. It's gonna be a full hex onto Pieces, and the EM could potentially come out here. It is going to get ripped out there from Pieces onto JPEG. JPEG going to be taking some serious damage, but it's Juke who's getting the worst of the trades here, down to about half HP already. Drain Life's coming through. He's rotting more and more. There's a CS over onto Kasaki. Was that a lockout? Juke could potentially be going down here. Can they get the Soul Drain? No, he's healed up out of range of it, but he's down low once again. They're going to look for it. The Shadow Flame comes through. The Lava Burst is going to get knocked away by Pieces, but they're falling so low. Everyone is rotting down here. Pieces in trouble. Juke is in trouble. Kosaki's going to have to drop the bubble to try to catch up. Pieces down about 5% HP. Exorcism, Hammer of Wrath even coming through. Everyone is falling down. Kosaki somehow, some way keeping them up. But EMCL is trying to finish off Juke now. They're going to turn, but a great Reflect comes through. Juke is down to 10% as well. He looks like surely someone has to fall. Kosaki is tapped. He's running on fumes. Tempest is right in there. They're on the push trying to get a kill.
Oh, can he get an Earth Grab here? They're swapping to Kozaki. Big Hammer of Justice. Kozaki will trinket out of that one, but he's got nothing left to work with here. No mana, and his whole team is rotting down to the pressure of Bing Bong. Can they close it out, though, is the question. Piece going for a Hex. He gets Wind Sheared on it. Gets Howl of Terror into the open, and he's about to get blasted. Exorcism coming in. Big Lava Burst. Big Thunderstorm coming in as well. Can they stop the heals from Pieces? He fake casts, actually, the Wind Shear, and he's able to top himself up with Kozaki at the same time, trying to keep himself alive, and they've stabilized. They've done it. JPEG is actually the one taking a little bit of the pressure for the first time here, but Juke definitely not feeling safe. He's got nothing. If you look at his portrait, he's got 0 cooldowns to work with here. I feel like they need to try to find a way to get some more mana here for Kosaki, and Kosaki is just not able to drink right now with that Fell Hunter bullying him.
he actually popped his rocket gloves on the Fellinger. He's trying to kill that thing back there, but Kasaki dispels a UA. He's actually dangerously low. Juke into the coil. Oremaster comes out. He's got to get a heal down, but I don't think he can do it. The Soul Drain comes through, and Juke will fall. Bing bong, taking the second game.
It's fun to say, right? Bing bong. Bing bong taking a commanding lead here. They're looking very, very solid in this matchup. The UA Warlock, I can't wait to see how much damage he actually did in this one, but at some point it looked like everything was dying, like literally everything.
He was brewing them up, man. That's where you're getting nice and juicy for the Ellie Shaman. You have full dots on everyone, and the Ellie just tab targets whatever is in your LOS. When the Pally's falling that far behind, it is so hard to catch back up there. You know, JPEG, as soon as he gets away, as soon as they actually push Juke back, it's just open season for the Affliction Warlock, right? He's going to be able to just spam cast out all these dots. Everyone is getting rotted down. Kasaki has to bubble here. He was even getting low. Juke got down to about 5% HP. Pieces is down incredibly low here as well. Just desperately, Kasaki trying to pick everyone back up. And it was just such a good push here from Bing Bong. And it just felt like that really gave them all of the pressure they needed. It was incredible that they even survived at this point, but that knock from EMCL was great, right? Like, I think that Bing Bong did a really good job of just kind of riding the pressure, not just over chasing for a kill, but as soon as someone's a difficult target to get to, he just thunderstorms them away and they swap.
Yep. And that's exactly what you want to be doing when you're playing these wizard comps. A lot of wizards, they do this mistake where they over chase for the kill. Yep. They have somebody low and they go behind the pillar and then they lose all their pressure. Instead of just tabbing to the next target, getting him low as well. And then maybe when the healer comes out, you swap to him and just rotate that pressure once you have it. Never actually try to never lose it. And then, of course, here they get that big setup with the Death Coil, Lava Burst, Rocket Glove, Drain Soul. And look at EMCL as well. JPEG, I mean, look at JPEG's damage. He did more damage than the Warrior and the Ellie on the opposite side combined. That's definitely that's a medium rare Warlock right there if I ever saw one.
That's perfection. You're not sending that back. I mean, it's exactly what you want to see, right? Like you're talking about it. They just got to keep that pressure rolling, and they're just doing max dam, right? And all it really took at the end was, one UA dispel. It's not even just the damage that the Pally takes, but he is silenced now for 4 or 5 seconds, and they throw out the coil. They recognize that window, and they just pump out the damage, even though Oremaster was there to follow it up, so they couldn't have a CS coming through after. He's just too far behind. It was really, really difficult for him to actually catch back up. So it is a bit of a tricky game. It's interesting because it was like, they lost on the Grand. They went to Runes. Runes seemed worse for them, right? Like they got ran over in Runes. So I felt like they were actually a lot closer in the Grand. I don't know if that's just mispositioning or what it is, but it definitely seemed like a really difficult one for them. So they're going to go back to the Grand where we started, but you're in danger of going down 3-0 here. So they got to try to start picking something up.
I feel like if I'm an Affliction Warlock, I mean, you play one, so you tell me shouldn't this be your favorite map? You have so much space to run around on. Like there's a melee on the other team that's just going to be chasing you. You can drag him wherever you want, basically. So I don't know. I think maybe Dalaran actually is better for ganking top.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like the difficulty with Dalaran is obviously the knockoffs on the Warrior. I think Runes can be dangerous if you're going to train 100 to 0, but I think the thing with Runes is if you're not going to full commit to an all in and like full send it, everyone goes in, and you just stay in until you win or you lose, then it's really easy for them to get a lot of return damage out, right? Whereas like on the Grand, as you say, there's lots of space for the Warlock to work. I think where things can go bad for maybe the LSP is when you're changing sides, if you get caught away from your port or your Pally is split from your port, things like that. But as long as Bing Bong is doing a good job with that, Juke is going to get pulled into the middle. That pulls the Pally into a bad spot, and that's where you really start to really take advantage. Because when you push in on this Affliction Warlock, if you ever have to pull back and he starts free casting with Eradication and haste procs and stuff, he's going to get full dots everywhere, and then it gets really, really difficult because Ellie will be in the middle of the map. He starts harassing the Paladin, and that's where things really start to snowball because every time the Pally's trying to fake cast, every time the Pally's trying to deal with a Hex or anything like that, the dots are ticking, and you're falling further and further behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. You really are on the timer to get something going. So I don't know. I like small maps just because everything is an intercept range. Like even if you can't get JPEG, you can just intercept to maybe Tempest, get a Mortar Strike up, get some pressure going. and just try to burn that mana. But ganking top, we're going to have to see what they can do here. Bing Bong coming in with a little bit of a surprise with JPEG on that Affliction Warlock. And this is exactly what we've been talking about all weekend. We want to see those wizards actually swap sides.
Juke literally just dismounted and charged the pet. They're full sending on the Fell Hunter. They want to kill off this Fell. Their first one's already dead. JPEG might have to Feldom already. He's going to try to create some space. He doesn't want to actually get it interrupted. The Howl's dropping. Juke almost goes down. The wall is going to be forced there. Juke getting knocked away as well. Pieces trying to stay in on top of JPEG. They are back out onto him. The Feldom did come out, so that second Fell Hunter is out. I think they should just go right back onto it. It's right on top of him. I want to see Juke drop the hammer, just blade storm that thing. He's stacked on it with that Warlock. But instead, they're just going to keep going onto the Warlock. I think this is a mistake. When you hard commit to the first pet, you need to kill off the second to really gain any sort of an advantage from it. But Juke a bit on the back foot. He's playing one-hand shield here. He's got to get going aggressive. I don't think the long game really favors them. Pieces now going to land that Hex onto EMCL, and this is going to be their moment. Oh, the Sacred Cleansing makes the Death Coil actually miss there from JPEG. That's so frustrating for him. But Juke not able to quite commit. Pieces is just tunneling that pet. The second one's dead.
JPEG with no pet, no Feldom. What is he going to do? His port is on top of Kosaki as well. He can't really get away. He might actually have to port here. He gets Blessing of Protection. He ports away behind the pillar. He's going for the hard cast. Kosaki, is he playing a Blood Off? He might Blood Off that. We're going to see if he is. Nope, he's not. He is a human. And JPEG will get that full summon there behind the pillar. Behind the pillar, very, very crucial. And the thing is, Pieces actually popped Lust there to send that second Fell Hunter, which I think was a good move. They're going to try to take it down again, and I think it's not a bad strat here. They just need to try to have Juke get some uptime onto JPEG and then maybe swap when it's low, something like that. But right now, Juke in huge trouble here. Exorcism coming in. There's the Rocket Gloves. EMCL, though, stuck in a Hex right now. Otherwise, that might have just been Juke's life. And it looks like they are going to stabilize on the side of Bing Bong. And now their pet's dead.
Yep, they kill another pet. Pieces is just chasing the pet, and Juke is chasing JPEG, and JPEG can't actually get a good place. They're parking, but Juke is in trouble. He's going to go down. Kosaki is not there. Had the bubble available, they get him split, and Juke is in chasing. I'm not sure if that was a thunderstorm to spread him out, but again, gets taken down. This keeps happening to ganking top. It feels like every time they get pressure, Kosaki and Juke are getting split up and aren't able to actually stay in there to finish off a kill. That's got to be a frustrating one for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's just that bop pet that he got. I feel like that one was a little bit tough to swallow. I feel like as soon as you kill that pet, if you're Pieces, you want to be keeping track of where the Warlock's portal is. And then you want to try to pre-run to that destination. Leave your warrior to do his thing, and then just play on top of the port. And in a different world, maybe they dogpile on him when he ports there, and they can actually stop that pet summon, because that was their big win condition. And Bing Bong, they had great pressure. I mean, every single one of these hard setups just got so much work done, and they even got a little bit lucky with that one Death Coil missing onto Juke, because. That was a moment where it started snowballing a little bit for ganking top. But look at Juke here, just instantly, almost died in that first howl. Gets the reflect off, gets the shield wall off, and then again, he's just chasing JPEG. Pieces just chasing the pet. And eventually they do kill off, I think, even the third pet, but it's just too offensive. Like Kosaki, what is he actually in here? He's in a UA Dispel here, and he has Divine Plea. So again, Juke pushing in, Kosaki on the opposite side of the map with Divine Plea, wants to maybe play it a little bit slow. Juke staying in his line, Kosaki's there, and then he charges in, but he's already still a bit low, and then he gets knocked out of line and sent with the Lava Burst. The Rockets coming in as well. And actually, I think Tempest, did he get the kill with that Exorcism?
It looked like he hit an Exorcism and Hammer Wrath coming through. But yeah, again, it's one of those situations where it's like you say, Pally dispels UA. He has Plea up. He tops himself with the flash, and then he's crossing the map. And there was a moment where, Juke was basically given the pillar, and he could either just sit at the pillar and wait for one flash and then go back in, or go in. And he decided to just intercept straight in. And then it's just a great thunderstorm from EMCL that puts Juke so far away from Kosaki. And it's just that little overextension. When you go a little bit too far, you kind of start seeing red. You think you're going to kill that guy off, but it gets turned around on you. And it's happened to him 3 or 4 times today between the upper bracket match and now the lower bracket match. And that's where you can definitely start to have that frustration setting in, where you've lost They lost 4 in a row to finish it off to Snuts and Chan against LSP. They've now lost 3 straight, I believe, here to Bing Bong as well. So that's 7 in a row to this very comp. It can start to feel really, really frustrating. I do think their strategy was actually pretty good, though, like killing off the pets. And like you said, had Pieces actually camped the port, I don't think there's much that JPEG could do there, because even if JPEG just tries to walk to the other side of the map and then relay his port, he has to walk like 40 yards to the other side of the map, then relay his port, then waddle away from the port before you can port, right? So you still have so much time to then cross the map if he's walking out of range of that. But had Pieces actually camp that port and stop him from getting the second one, I think potentially they could have taken it. You know, they hard committed to it early on. They literally dismounted on it, EM'd it, everything for that pet. So we'll see if they're going to try to repeat that and just clean it up a little bit more. You know, Ganking Top are putting themselves, I think, in pretty good positions. But this is also the power of the LSP, is that no matter how the game is going, they always have a chance to win, right? Like they always have that chance to turn it around and just one-shot you. And that's one of the things that makes this comp so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and also now apparently you have to deal with multiple variations of this comp. You got Tempest playing Priest, you got Tempest on Paladin, you got JPEG on Destro, JPEG on Athlete. They can win early by bursting you, they can win late, and we'll see if they decide to go for that same strategy. Juke's gonna go after JPEG. His pet is parked behind that pillar. You can barely see it over there.
Pieces on it though.
Port, and Pieces is on it. He's already firing off here. Big damage coming in here from Pieces. He gets spell locked and he gets wind sheared. They're doing a good job shutting him down, actually, moving the pet now into Tempest line of sight here, but they do actually get a double fear, EMCL, trinkets, tremors. The pet, I think, actually went down right there for JPEG, so what is he going to do? The rocket's coming in, big damage coming in onto Pieces. Can they take him down? They knock him. Oh my god, that knock was insane. Can he finish him though, is the question. It doesn't look like it. The Warstorm comes in, Lava Burst gets timed, he gets it. Can they take him down? No. Heals coming in the back line. That was a beautiful knock though. He knocked him actually out of range right there from the heals, just a little bit further, and they could have maybe closed it out there. But now once again, it's going to be all about these pets. Yeah, it's pet time here. JPEG already had to use his Feldom as well.
Yeah, already had to use that Feldom, and his next pet is in the middle of the map, so they're going to actually counter Lust here. EMCL trying to get some pressure up, but the EM, the second pet, the second pet is down here, and JPEG looking to try to resummon this. There's no trinket available, so he's just going to get the full resummon in his face with Eradication and Bloodlust. That pet is also somewhat vulnerable, though, and Juke is getting the pressure out here onto EMCL. JPEG trying to reposition the pet now, but EMCL is pushing in here, and Juke is just chasing him. Again, Pieces is just Flame Shock up on that Fell Hunter. He's looking for it. You can see, though, the Lava Burst coming out on the Juke. Juke extending very far in. He's too far away. It looks like from Kosaki, he could get taken down here. The Lava Burst does land, but the shield wall is traded out, as well as the Enraged Regeneration. Kosaki now trying to push in, but just being harassed here by EMCL. A great grounding comes through, though, and a shear as well onto EMCL, and still Pieces just tunneling this pet. The Health Funnel trying to come out to actually keep it alive. It is still alive for now, but for how much longer? Let's see. The pummel is going to land there onto JPEG, so the damage is going to be slowing down, and still Pieces is just pumping this pet. It's so hard to keep up. It is going to fall again now, so JPEG has got to run for a resummon. A Fear is going to get reflected onto him. It's another Hex onto Pieces, so will this buy him the time to create the space, get another pet out? We'll have to find out. He's going to get intercepted, but he's running towards his port. He needs to create space from it. He's going to land the Howl onto Pieces, and there's no Tremor down. Pieces looks like he's stuck in that. JPEG now trying to create some space, but going to get pummeled again. And they're connecting to him quite well here. As long as Kosaki is on the same page and they can push in, try to finalize this kill. We'll see if they can do it. Pieces, though, taking a lot of pressure himself. He's going to get sheared on the Hex as EMCL tries to keep the pressure rolling. Pieces trying to get some damage going himself here. Will he be able to land the Hex? No, he's going to get sheared on it once again here, as EMCL is really locking him down. Now JPEG creates that space. He's going to go for it here. Can they actually get it? It's a bubble coming out potentially from Tempest. Yeah, it just expired. He's going to get another pet out. That's so frustrating for them.
Yeah, and Feldom's coming up in 45 seconds. Can Tempest keep his team alive, though? He's got no cooldowns left. Mana also not looking too good for him. He's got Divine Plead, just ran out. That Hex did bite him a lot of time onto Juke, but Juke now making his way out. He fears up EMCL. Trinket Tremor coming out from EMCL. Big damage coming in. The Lava Bursts are flying in. Kosaki trying to deal with the pressure. Pet died again. JPEG, though, on the opposite side of the wall. EMCL with a beautiful knock there is going to buy them enough time. Nice grounding totem. Now EMCL, though, in a little bit of trouble here. He's getting blasted, but a beautiful root coming out. And there's the Fear now onto Juke. EMCL now trying to counter pressure here onto Pieces, or actually onto Kosaki potentially. Both of them taking a little bit of rot pressure there in the back line. And here comes the Hodge. Here comes the damage. Huge hits coming in. Chain Lightning. Haunt coming in here. Juke actually gets knocked on top of JPEG, but JPEG doesn't seem to mind. EMCL has been the one who's been taking most of the pressure. Tempest mana not looking good.
He's
got the Divine Plea rolling, and he's drinking. Kosaki gets spell locked. He's got not too much mana to work with as well. Right now, EMCL in a Hex. The game is slowing down a little bit here. JPEG going for the Feldom Summon as his pet was just killed down once again. If they can get this pet, it's actually going to look pretty decent here for ganking top.
Yeah, Pieces is trying to push here. Well, can he get that damage out? He's again casting onto this Fell Hunter. It's very squishy to it, but a great grounding on that Lava Burst coming through. Will keep the pet alive for now. Tempest going to be trading out the wings here, trying to top his team off. He's getting low on mana, but that little sip of drink he got, is really keeping this team still rolling here. Juke under pressure. He's getting dangerously low. Kosaki may have to trade out the bubble to try to keep him alive, and Rage Regen is up in 3 seconds, but JPEG is under pressure, and his pet is dead once more. Pieces, though, getting dangerously low. He's going to be top back up. There is the bubble, in fact, committed by Kosaki to keep his Ellie Shaman alive, but that is going to expire, and the damage is not going to stop coming here from JPEG. He is going to get pummeled, though, on the UA. Juke just can't get enough damage out to finish him off. The intercept comes through, though, and that means that it's time for the port. He tried to go for the stun, but it's just going to be a port into a resummon for JPEG. Surely he's getting another Fell Hunter behind the pillar here. He does, and there it is coming out now. They're just going to try to prevent any more drinks. Don't want to send it towards that warrior, though. Got to be careful about that. Kosaki getting a little bit low with that UA Dispel. And JPEG, a bit of a misposition here, but it's buying time for Tempest. Look at all the mana. He's back to half mana there. That is devastating. Kosaki is pretty much tapped. Yes, one pet did go down. Another will fall, but doesn't even matter because they're so far ahead now in the mana game.
Yeah, the pressure is insane. Tempest just sat down there in Pieces' face, actually getting a couple of ticks. JPEG now going for the summon here. Kosaki going for the Divine Plea. Pieces in a Hex. EMCL slowing Juke here, doing a great job with the Thunderstorms, with the Earthbind Totems, making sure that nobody is touching his Warlock while he's going for those summons. Now they're going after JPEG. Once again, intercept coming through. Damage potential here. I actually think his Hex got grounded right there, and Pieces not going to be happy about that one. But now, once again, another pet gets blasted here for JPEG. No Fell Dom for another 2 minutes, but maybe they don't even need it. Kosaki actually has regained a surprising amount of mana himself. He takes a huge hit of that. I think he must be playing with PvE gear because Kosaki just lost about 80% of his HP to one Lava Burst. Pieces, though, getting knocked into the side here. Can they finish him? He gets feared, which will proc his Astral Shift. He's taking huge damage. EMCL trying to close it out, going for the Hexes here, going for the Wind Shears, not able to find a win here. He trinkets out of the Hammer of Justice right there, and EMCL not going to have a trinket for that next Intim Shout. Bladestorm coming out onto JPEG, huge damage coming in, and he's got no pets still. JPEG here, they're just trying to counter pressure, playing it out without Soul Link here. Could be a mistake here later on in the game, but full howl.
Oh, Juke just goes down. Oh my God, that howl just stopped any prevention really coming out. Pieces gets howled up, and it just allows EMCL to go for that free cast. Such a nice setup there. They really were getting a lot out of these instant howls, and that's going to be a 4-0 for Bing Bong.
Bing Bong, 4-0. Looking strong. How do you feel now? You've seen a little bit of medium rare Affliction gameplay. How do you feel? Do you feel like all warm and fuzzy?
It's really good. It's looking good. I mean, a little bit of pet genocide there. I feel like he maybe could have protected a few of those pets. We saw about 400 Fell Hunters die. It's like, as the Fell Hunter, you get resummoned. It's like, shit, again? Like, really? Just go out there, get one shot. He goes back behind the pillar, starts resummoning. It's like, man, this is kind of messed up. But at the end of the day, they make it happen. Being able to split them up, some really great knocks from EMCL. That one was beautiful, really getting between Kosaki and Pieces, created so much pressure early on. Kosaki did a great job with his mana there, and they were able to force out those pets getting killed constantly, but they couldn't actually finish off a kill ever. And I wonder if they needed to just like full stack on the Warlock and really just commit to it, to just try to everyone be on top so Juke could fully stay in. At this moment here, when you have no port on JPEG, when you have the Bladestorm available, maybe they really needed to try to push for it. But Juke, getting counter pressured here pretty heavily. That howl was so big. I thought they were going to go for Pieces in it, but instead they just turned right onto Juke, and I think Juke just didn't see it coming. He might have thought they were going for Pieces as well because he had the reflect, he had the shield wall that just came off cooldown. So might not have quite noticed it, but that's the danger, man. At any time, you can just get lit up like that. And Bing Bong did a great job just kind of kiting it out, finding their windows to really look for burst.
Yeah, absolutely. And JPEG even at the end of that game didn't have a pet, and he just said, we don't need that anymore. Let's just go for the kill. Let's just end this. Fell Hunter or no Fell Hunter, and they're able to take the win. Very dominant performance, and honestly, it's good to see some affliction, Ellie, because this was all the hype back in the day.
Yeah.
This is what people played, and now everyone's just playing Destro Warlock. So it's nice to see kind of the original flavors come out as well for these guys. Bing Bong definitely looking like a scary team now in the lower bracket. We've seen them perform with the Priest Healer. Tempest looked fantastic on it. We've seen him now on the Holy Pala as well, going up against somebody like Kosaki as well, who has a lot of experience on that Holy Pala. It's his main class, and he looked good in that matchup as well. So this is really a team that could go the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of funny to say, and it's not always a 1-to-1, but it's like they 4-0'd this team. Snuts and Chan only 4-1 them, only.
Oh.
So who knows? Maybe we'll have an LSP mirror at the end of the day. And it would be interesting to see, because we know Bing Bong can bring out the Priest. We know that they can bring out the Affliction. So they can look to try to get some kind of potential counter comping advantages. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think Bing Bong played it out really, really well. It's unfortunate, for their opponents to be going up against LSP in the lower bracket, LSP again. I'm sure they would have wanted to fight against some different comps and see how they could have done there. They had their moments, but I just think when you're playing against LSP, you have to play so cleanly, right? Like any mistake can cost you the game. And so some of those little miscommunications where sometimes the Pally is pulling back, the Warrior's pushing and stuff like that, just kind of spell the end of it. Or when they did get pressure on those pets, not having pieces be able to camp the port so he can't get a resummon, things like this. You really got to make sure you're taking advantage of that. But a lot of credit deserved. I think EMCL felt like he was winning a lot of the Hex battles. JPEG, I think, did a really good job finding some really good howls. Like the instant howl, I felt looked like stronger than the Shadow Fury a lot of the time, right? Because they still have HOZI. The HOZI is actually getting protected by the UA, and someone is just poking the Tremor, and then he's getting an instant howl, and all of a sudden it's like a 3v1, right? So I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Instant Howl is so underrated as well, just because of that, especially if you can get it onto the Shaman, and then you can set up out of that. We saw it right there at the end on that last setup. They hit the Warrior, I think, and they hit the Shaman, and then out of that, they can just get, some casts into the Howl and then chain it with a Hammer of Justice as well. So very, very strong synergy right there. And also just good kiting, because I feel like all the Warlocks I've been watching so far are just tanking these Warriors. But JPEG actually did a really good job with this, what's it called? Shadow Flame?
Yep.
The little slow. Just trinketing using that instead of using his portal if it was better, and then saving his portal for Bladestorm, Intercept, things like that. Just in general, playing a clean game. But here we can see our bracket right now. We got BWG Gold versus HOZI and Friends. Sidu versus Snuts and Chan, just a tale as old as time. And then we got Haha. We got Haha versus Levels PvP is going to be our next and final game of today. And the winner of that will be facing Bing Bong tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? We'll have to see how Haha versus Levels goes, and if one of them could take down Bing Bong. But it feels like there's a pretty good chance that it could be, CD's team just in an LSP sandwich. In the upper bracket, there's LSP, and then you lose and you land on the lower bracket LSP, and it's just like, no. So we'll see. We'll see if anyone can kind of throw a wrench in the gear of the LSP domination, because I agree. Bing Bong looking really good. BWG Black, I think, are definitely the favorites for the tournament still. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if Bean and his Ellie Feral healer comp can maybe shake up the meta a little bit. And we will be back with our final game here. Haha versus Levels PvP. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Classic
Oh,
Arena
thank you.
Tournament. Oh yes. Oh, hello, Azale. Good to see you again. I was on a little bit of a break, but we're back now, and we have one final series here today.
Yeah, what a delight to be here with Benruki. Carrying me in 2v2, carrying me in 5v5, now you can carry me doing some casting. It's just a delight.
Oh wow, it's so nice of you to say, but yeah, I don't know about all that, but yeah, certainly a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm excited. I was sitting back and I was watching all those games. I feel like the competition of this tournament is fierce, right? We saw it yesterday in Europe. We're seeing it here in North America, very back and forth, but seems like some teams have really kind of like stepped up. And this is going to be an interesting series because I feel like for Haha, they run a really unconventional composition with that Feral
Yep.
Druid Ellie Shaman, and levels PvP is rocking kind of the bread and butter of Wrath of the Lich King, that Warrior Ellie, and they had a phenomenal performance earlier today against Golden Guardians.
Yeah, they did really well. I'm less familiar with these players, so I guess maybe just showing some of my bias, but I had lower expectations because I was less familiar with them. But
That's normal.
they did really really well against Golden Guardians. I think most people definitely would be looking at that as an upset. We're able to take them down. Some really really solid play. I thought Vader in particular was really impressing me. It felt like he was doing a great job. Locking down a lot of what Absurge was trying to do. We're not seeing any double healer feral or anything crazy coming out from Ha, though. It is just going to be the Ellie feral and the Disc Priest. So we'll be interested to see how they can actually set this up. But it does feel like on paper, it seems pretty tough, I would think, for the feral because he seems like a much better target potentially than the warrior. But they're actually going to leave, so something must have gone wrong.
Yeah, and they do have until the gates open up. As long as the gates don't open, they can leave and we can get back into a new game. Hopefully, everything is set up nicely. But yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I feel like the composition. One of the reasons why Thunder's so strong. You have the Arms Warrior, the Ellie Shaman, the Holy Paladin. They're all very durable targets.
Yeah.
They're all super difficult to take down. They have a lot of longevity. And for Haha, they do have decent crowd control with the hexes and cyclones, but they don't have any mortal strike effect. And I feel
Yeah.
like it's gonna be difficult. I don't know who their main target in this match is really gonna be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to think about. It's like, who do you even go for? Because I think one of the big problems with ferals in Wrath is that, they do have a lot of CC, but they have to be playing in cat to be able to actually get out that CC, right? So a lot of times if you're pressuring them heavily and you just pressure them with the warrior and spam purge them, you can either be purging off instant clones or you can be forcing them into the bear where they don't really do anything, right? So it's like, yeah, they may be tanky, but like they're not really putting out any counter pressure. So I think that could be the difficulty for them. But by the same token, if Haha can get out a lot of CC of their own, like if they can get early hexes on the warrior into roots and clones and like really kind of harass him with that, maybe there's potential for them just kind of like overwhelm levels with CC and try to really get something going. But I feel like in general, I'm assuming that they would have to go for like the enemy Ellie or even the Pally, but I don't know. Like it's gonna be tough to get past the warrior to do that. I guess I just have a difficult time seeing them taking down the warrior unless the warrior really kind of like biffs it on, and like doesn't get his cooldowns out or something.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't seem like. Well, to be fair, it seemed like he was pretty good under pressure when
Yeah,
fighting the Golden Guardians. Like
I think so.
he did a good job with his positioning and peeling at the right times, and that's my main concern. Right, is if you're pressuring the Feral Druid, or you're pressuring Bean in this match, you're purging off his instant Cyclone procs, and you're keeping him in bear form, exactly like you said. Where does the damage really come from? At that point, it's going to be all up to the Elemental Shaman to cause the pressure, and
Yep.
that's just not going to be an easy thing to do against another Elemental Shaman and a Paladin, dispelling your flame shocks and stuff. So potentially, trying to set up fears, like having Fusion actually push in and get big double fears and setting up on maybe the Paladin. I
Hmm.
feel like Haha, they kind of like to go after healers a lot, right? Like Alori likes to chase down the healers, put a lot of pressure on them. Potentially, that's something that they can do here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're gonna be able to do it. It's always that risk versus reward with Disc Priest, right? Because it's like for a Disc Priest to have to be more valuable than a Holy Pally, I feel like they have to play aggressive. But at the same time, by doing that, you expose yourself to getting swapped to, and that can be really, really sketch. So we'll see if they're gonna be able to get anything done here. I do think Vader did a really good job in his previous match of actually shutting down Search. So we'll see if he can do the same thing here against Alori. Because if they can just tunnel Bean and have Vader really preventing a lot of the burst coming out from this Ellie Shaman, with those kind of sheer battles, that I think things could look really good for them. But both Shamans just kind of purging each other up in the middle of the map for now. Lori looking for some early harassment damage, but I don't think they want to really push out in the middle until they see Bean.
Yep. So it's going to be up to Bean. We can follow him. He's in stealth right now. Let's see where he decides to go. in the early stages of the match, potentially just looking for a counterattack too, right? Just waiting for the warrior to move in so we can get a pounce on him and kind of get the game going that way. I would say for Lori, it's going to be really important to land hexes, right? So
Yeah.
there's going to be no hex dispel on the side of levels PvP. So if you can actually land those full hexes, if they shrink it out, they get instant cycloned. That kind of crowd control is going to be really important to not get like grounded, for example. And I think that's going to allow them to kind of build up some momentum, which is exactly what they need.
It looks like they're going to go in for it. Bean already propping the sprint, so he's moving on in. Going to be looking to find some sort of an opener. We'll see who he wants to open on. It is going to be Vader. The pounce going to be coming in. An immediate thunderstorm from Vader, trying to create that space, and it's a Hodge onto Bean. He's out of LOS. Is going to get dispelled there, though, by Fusion as he pushed in. And they're just going to pop the Lust. They're going to let it rip here on the side of Vader. And popping that out very, very early. No counter Lust coming out yet from Alori, so they're trying to use that double offensive dispel to just get all those Lusts off. And they've already taken it off of both Zinx and Vader, so, really not a lot gained by that Lust. And we'll see if Haha can get anything done with theirs.
Yeah, ironically, Bean was the distraction there on that cat running around, and meanwhile, Fusion and Alori were able to just purge off all of the heroisms, and now they can go for kind of a counterattack, because that's a really scary moment. Now it looks like Bloodlust will be traded out, and Bean looking to get very aggressive here on Vader, as all three members of Levels PvP just kind of running out of line of sight. There's the instant Cyclone. It's going to be a trinket from Racials for the win. Keep Vader aggressive in the match, keep him topped off, but they're still just using this pillar, trying to line of sight, but those Cyclones are devastating, knocked into the open. So let's see if Alori is able to get off any kind of burst damage here. Fusion just throwing in Dispel after Dispel. Heals coming in from Vader. This is great crowd control. This is a great push from Haha. Can they continue this momentum?
Yeah, Vader's in a lot of trouble. Bean's just going to go right back in onto him. Needs to get that rip back up and get that pressure rolling. We'll see if they can get any sort of CC onto Racial, though, because he's already traded out his trinket. He's getting burned here by Fusion. Blade Storm going to get dropped here, though, by Zinc, trying to get some counter pressure out onto Alori. Bean, though, still sticking to Vader. The Thunderstorm will buy him a little bit of time, but there is that rip, and he is rotting down to it very, very quickly. Fusion, though, getting somewhat low on mana, but he's gotten so many burns down on the Racial for the win. He's absolutely tapped here. He has Plea in a second, but there's double offensive Dispel. They should be able to get it off as soon as he pops it. We'll see if he can find a moment to do it. He's actually going to bubble for the Plea here to try to make sure he gets some sort of mana back. But that is really all in, it feels like, at this point. And Fusion still has PS, still has Desperate Prayer. They have so many cooldowns remaining here. And Vader's still in a lot of trouble. The Purge comes out on that bop immediately. Now there's a clone out onto him. They're just going to try to reset. And it looks like they want to chase in onto this Pally to try to prevent him from drinking, because Racial is back behind that pillar trying to get some mana back here. We'll be able to top up Vader one more time, but Alori is on the push, looking to try to land that damage onto Vader.
Yeah, big damage coming in from Bean. They smell blood in the water. They want to make this push here onto Vader. Vader, how's he going to survive? Racial for the win right now, almost completely tapped on mana. If they can shut down Vader, at the same time, Bean is kind of a vulnerable target on that Pharaoh Druid. Beautiful instant Cyclone coming in. Bean has been able to get a lot of Cyclones off so far in this match. Vader, I think this could be the end of the game. Could be a game one victory here for Haha. Instant Cyclone coming in from Bean, and Vader will get dropped. A beautiful push there. And I feel like this is one of those examples of Levels PvP just playing too defensive. I think at some point, if they're just running, it just allows Bean to continue to get these Cyclone procs, right, that are really setting them up. I think they have to kind of flip the switch, get aggressive, pressure Bean more in the match, maybe even go after Fusion a little bit more in the match. And try to generate some sort of pressure, because that just seems really one-sided.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, to me, you didn't really need to see anything else besides healer positioning in this game to really kind of tell the way it was going, right? Fusion is playing, max range, just healing it out, like having no care in the world. Whereas Bean's team is actually just stacked on the enemy Pally, right? And he's getting burned. He's getting harassed by instant clones. He's getting sheared. He's getting constantly pressured. They're just stacked in on top of them. It made it incredibly, incredibly difficult for them to really get anything going. And I kind of agree. It's like, you want to be on the offensive here, as this warrior. You want to be in the face of this Feral, pushing in onto him, making swaps over onto the Priest if you can. But instead, it was Bean and Alori playing on top of Racial and Vader, and they're the ones keeping that damage rolling the entire time. Vader gets that rip back out onto him. The Maim comes through, full clone lands, no trinket, no bubble available, nothing to do about it. They're able to clean up that kill. Was really nicely done, and Bean actually topping the damage meters. Both Ellie's basically pixel perfect, almost the exact same damage here. But Bean getting a lot of damage out, a lot of CC. But I agree, it was kind of like that positioning and that pressure that felt like it was the difference.
I want to see Xanax go after the Priest. That
Yeah.
Whenever I play with a priest and it comes into a situation where a thunder just attacks my priest really aggressively, if Vader can get purges off on fusion early on, remove all of those helpful buffs, and then Zynex can kind of just sit on him, I think Bean is going to be forced to come back and actually use Cyclones more defensively instead of
Yeah.
offensively, and they'll have to peel. So I think levels PvP, they played a very cautious strategy where it was like, we'll kind of do nothing and win, which I mean, sometimes that is the right strategy, right? Like we just live and we'll just win the late game. But I think in this particular instance, they need to actually go in and
They just do some
really pressure
stuff.
fusion this. Yeah, they have to do some stuff. Exactly.
I
think
hate doing stuff.
Yeah, it's that old saying, you know, sometimes the best defense is offense, and I think as a warrior, getting pressure on the healer and really forcing fusion defensive, that's going to be a lot more valuable than, you know, occasionally intercepting Bean and really not hurting him.
Something that I think is also really underrated is how obvious it is that when the druid is going for a clone when you're separated, right? Because if you're both playing here together, he gets the proc, he clones this guy right beside him instantaneously, right? Whereas if your priest is just getting trained by this warrior across the map and Bean is on the Ellie 30, 40 yards away, if he actually wants to go over and try to clone that warrior, well, he has to run directly away from the Ellie with that instant clone proc, and he has time to get it purged, to get it grounded, to get it reflected. You know, there's much more of an opportunity to actually react to it. And I kind of agree. It's like if you start to actually pull back and you have to train the warrior while the warrior is stuck on the back of your priest, I think it becomes a pretty losing battle potentially. And then it's fine to actually start hitting the feral as well. Like if the feral comes back and is hitting the warrior while you're hitting the priest, you hit the feral, and then when the priest pops out to heal him, you intercept back, right? You can kind of keep that pressure rolling. But they definitely can't allow them to play on top of Racial, and they can't allow Fusion to just be spamming burns because he got a lot of burns out at the start of the game. And that really tapped Racial out early on.
Fusion had an all-star game, right? He's just so happy, chilling in the back line, pushing in for fears, not a care in the world in that match. And I feel like if you're levels PvP, you gotta rain on his parade just a little bit because that was just not
no fun for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what you got to do. Because a priest that's left alone can do quite a bit in the match. And I also think like.
Oh, they're going in now. They're going in now. Target acquired. Who are they going to go for? It looks like it's just a Lori, though. Oh, man, they're just going right back. Nice knock on a Bean. Now the intercept comes in on a Fusion. The purges are going to come through as well. Power PI already going to get popped, and that knock doesn't actually get him off. Now the Bladestorm is connecting. Fusion is going to have that defensive lust here, trying to keep himself up. He's looking for the fakes, but he's getting very low. The PI is expiring. He's going to drop the PS, but he's just dead. Oh my God, the EM comes through from Vader, just knocks him down through the PS.
I hate to say I told you so, but that's kind of how I thought that would go.
You don't. You're a liar. You love it.
I did like it, but yeah. Get the aggression out on the priest because I feel like they kind of do lack peels for him. And if they do commit their peels, like the instant cyclones and stuff like that, then they don't have any crowd control on the paladin, right? So you get all the crowd control off of your paladin while also creating the most pressure possible. So if Fusion's ever in the open, he gets purged up. You have the Recklessness Bladestorm. It's lights out for Fusion, I think. So levels PvP, I think switching their strategy, rightfully so, and we could see here exactly what happened.
I mean, it was just target acquired, right? He charges over on a Bean. Bean gets knocked off, and then Bean is a mile away, intercepts straight in onto the priest. PI was out early, trying to get those offensive dispels. The knock from Alori just didn't quite get him off, and the root comes through. But I love this from Zinx. Just no hesitation, just drops the Bladestorm immediately. PS comes out, but now you're in this difficult position where you're trying to spam fake. He fakes, I believe, the pummel on the flash, goes for the penance, gets sheared on it, and EM comes through, and you are just toast. So, not able to actually get things rolling. You got to create that space as the priest in this matchup. If they're going to be swapping over to you, you have to try to be LOSing that Ellie. And unfortunately, they just couldn't really get him back towards the box. Fusion, I think, was positioned to try to do what he did last game and play it really aggressive, to go in for burns, to look for fears, offensive dispel. But that meant he was just in the middle of the map and an easy target.
Definitely. I think it really changes the dynamic of the match because if you scare Fusion, I don't think they necessarily have to kill Fusion. Yeah. They can't allow him to do what he did in that first game. So what just happened in that game totally changes the dynamic of the matchup. Because now Fusion likely will play a little bit more afraid. He's not going to play in the open. He's not going to push in for burns because if he does, that's going to happen. So now I think you actually create that space, like you said, where you can go after Bean maybe a little bit more in the match. And I think things just go a little bit more in favor of levels PvP just because they have that threat of taking down Fusion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know if Fusion was rocking any regen gear, like if he was rocking PvE gear in that first game, but after the second game, you're definitely not wearing any PvE gear anymore, right? And it's like it's one of those situations where I used to play a lot of Holy Pally back in the day in Wrath, not in current Classic Wrath. I always feel like Holy Pallies are winning if you're 40 yards and healing efficiently, right? Like if you're just standing 40 yards away, you're not having to continue spamming out Beacon and Sacred Shield and stuff, whatever. You're just like flashing and just playing max range, plea on cooldown. Like that is the game you want to play. That is such a losing game for Disc if you're in that kind of battle. You're just not as mana efficient. So being able to put pressure onto him, like you said, they don't have to commit necessarily to a kill. But if you can get in on top of Fusion and pressure him anytime he moves in, if he pulls back to the pillar, you swap to Bean. He starts moving forward again, back to the Priest, right? There's no freedoms and things that you have to really deal with. So as long as you're pressuring him anytime he tries to move forward, you can keep the game locked in that situation where the only way Fusion stays safe is he hugs a pillar at 40 yards, your Paladin is hugging a pillar at 40 yards, and well, that's just a winning situation for Thunder. So we'll see if they want to just charge right in off the bat on this one and try to create that scenario.
Yeah, I feel like Levels PvP really set themselves up with that game, and I'm curious to see how Haha is going to adapt. Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to keep Fusion back this time? Are they going to have a target change? It seemed like their pressure on Vader was pretty solid in that game number 1, but I wonder if that just was because Fusion did have so much flexibility in the match. Being going to be moving forward now. See, Fusion is not going into the open. He does not want to get purged out, and that's a huge part of the equation, right? If Vader can actually purge Fusion, then those swaps are absolutely devastating. And if Fusion can avoid that, then it gives him a lot more safety in the match.
Yep, it looked like he just popped out a cat trying to get a clone. I think his instant clone got purged off there, though, unfortunately for him. Bash coming down onto Zinx. Bean, though, taking a lot of damage. And again, Bladestorm just going to get ripped out there. Swapping it over onto Aloria. Nice shear onto Fusion does come through. He's dropped the PI as well. The clone now defensively used there onto Vader. But again, it's Racial at one pillar. It is Fusion at the other. And that means the Paladin is winning. He hasn't even dropped the plea, but he's way ahead in mana already here. They do get a clone over onto Zinx. Vader is the target here once more. Aloria trying to play back 30 yards, just trying to free cast here, getting a lot of damage down onto Vader. Vader getting dangerously low. Racial going to have to pick him back up. They're using the Lust defensively here, trying to turn things around, but the bash comes through, and Vader gets cleaned of that Lust before he gets anything off whatsoever. And you look over at the other side, the Lust is still available here for Aloria if they can get the setup to try to lock him down.
Yeah, so this is the battle we talked about, right? The Paladin sitting in the backline, Fusion sitting in the backline. Let's look at the mana bars. Racial's way ahead at this point, so Fusion's going to have to go for a drink. And I think if they continue to play the match this way, actually this is massive. Fusion sitting down right now, able to recover a ton of mana, 20%, 30%, 40%. He is almost completely reset. And I feel like for Levels PvP, allowing that to happen is definitely unfortunate, but
yeah,
Zinx is going to connect on to Fusion, and it could be really difficult to get the Warrior off of the Priest. I really worry for Fusion here. They're going to have to get a lot of pressure on Vader. That full hex on Racial, so nicely done there by Alori. Set up the crowd control, and now Levels PvP, they're under a lot of pressure, and Zinx is going to have to abandon the chase.
Yeah, he does. The bop comes through from Racial just to try to remove those bleeds off of Vader. He's going to get the heal back out, but now Shadow Fiend getting dropped. Bean in some trouble as well. Does pop the Bark Skin here. Bladestorm coming through, though. Bean getting dangerously low. A shear lands onto Fusion. Bean is going to have to try to kite this one out. Can Zinx actually get in and connect to him? He's caught in caster form here, but it could be a swap over onto the Warrior. It looks like Zinx is just going to go for the Warrior while Vader continues the pressure here onto Bean. Thunderstorm coming through, creating a little bit of space, but it looks like they want to get back on the Feral here now. Vader, though, is completely tapped. He's on 0 mana, and he just uses Thunderstorm. Lori also getting really low on mana. I'm not sure if Fusion got a burn down on Vader or what, but it's going to be hard for him to actually keep up any sort of a pressure now. Bean does land the clone, though, onto Zinx, and that's going to buy time for the MS to potentially fall off here to try to get in top back up. And Fusion, thanks to that huge drink he got earlier, is sitting pretty on the mana. Alori now, though, is also tapped on mana. He's trying to get back here for a drink. He is sitting down for it. Can they actually stop him? It doesn't look like it just yet, but while Alori is drinking, Fusion is in trouble. He's down to half. He's down to 20%. He's going to have to prop the PS. He uses it, but is it too late now? I'm not sure he can recover here. Fusion trying to get away. The clone does land onto Zinx. He doesn't have the trinket just yet. Can they keep Fusion low here? The Warrior, though, going to get Earth grabbed up. He gets War Stomp. He's into the intercept now. He's back onto Fusion. Great Thunderstorm, creating the space that Fusion needs to recover, but it may be too little. It may be too late. Fusion getting low on mana. Another Hex comes here onto Zinx, but the Hodge is there as well, landing in onto Fusion, and Vader is really not under a lot of pressure. As this Hex expires, Zinx is going to be right back in onto him. The Tremor is killed off, and Alori's into a full fear. The Hex lands as well. Vader is going to get actually maimed up. Oh, the Reflect on the clone on Bean. Bean. Bean gets shield slammed as well on the next one. Ziggs is going off here, and he's trying to close it out. Fusion down to 10% HP, and this should do it. The Blade Storm coming through. Can he stay alive? I don't think he's got anything left, Ben.
Oh my goodness, Fusion hanging on by a thread, going for the flash heals. A beautiful Cyclone coming in the last second here, allowing Fusion to survive, but he has no mana whatsoever. And this is what I'm talking about. You're in a perpetual state of defense. Alori and Bean right now, they have to get some offense going. They're actually going to go after the Warrior. Try to pressure him down just a little bit. Fusion going for him, getting some temporary mana. And let's see if he can sit down for a drink. If he can, I mean, that's a great little reset there for HaHa. What a close call. Some beautiful plays coming in from Zyx with that Reflect, as well as that Shield Slam. But now target acquired once again, and they are going for it. Ratios for the win still has a Divine Shield. I feel like Ratios for the win, if there's ever a moment where they are kind of like super pressured, just throw out the Divine Shield, because if they can continue the pressure here on Fusion, I feel like at this point, Fusion's going to have a really hard time surviving.
It's going to be really tough. They actually let the EM rip there onto Fusion. Fusion getting really low, did get sheared there, trying to fake out on these interrupts. The bash comes through, but it's only for a second. The shear lands on the penance. Fusion down to about 10% HP. Pops, does he pop that inner prayer? He's trying to actually survive here. Will he be able to do it? The clone lands. It's going to buy him some time, but the MS is still up there during the clone. He's got to get LOS of this Warrior. He can't allow him to get back to him, but the Earth Grab Totem onto Fusion keeps him in onto him. Alori trying to peel out, trying to keep some pressure off of Fusion here, but he's just in so much trouble. Zinx not able to get back to him, but now the Hodge comes through. They connect onto the Priest. Great Thunderstorm buys some time. Fusion again trying to LOS here, trying to stay away as much as he possibly can. Alori doing a great job with these peels. The Thunderstorm into the root here, getting LOS here so Fusion can get away, but Alori again is very low on mana. The mana though, overall, it's evening out a lot. Racial is also getting really low here too. They've got to try to see if they can finish someone off, and they're going to swap it over onto Alori, but Fusion is drinking again. He's getting so much mana back, and this is going to be huge for HaHa. Going to be able to get right back up to about 60% mana, but Alori himself is now tapped. We'll see if he can actually get a drink off here. Racial looking like he wants to set down, but Alori is having none of it. He's going to push straight in, deny that before the opportunity even arises, and now the clone is there. Bean, though, getting very low on health. Going to have to pop the Survival Instinct, see if he can actually stay alive here. He's into the intercept. He's down to about 30% HP. The Vader on the other side is down to 5%. The clone comes out. Will he be enough to try to finish him off? The Bop was there to remove the bleeds, and that's going to keep Vader alive for now.
Vader, no mana left in the tank. Both of these shamans just working the fumes. Lava Burst going to be landing. Vader knocks him away, covering a little bit of that precious mana, but Nyx wants to get on top of his target, get on top of Fusion, but Fusion has some tools. He's got the pain suppression, and I feel like maybe this is not the race. Maybe this is not the time. I'm not sure, though. Racial's for the win. He's got the Divine Shield. He's going to have to pop it. He goes for the Avenging Wrath instead, but he gets caught into a full Hex. An absolute disaster. He made the wrong choice. He could have used the Divine Shield, but he goes for the wings instead, and that will be the final nail in the coffin. That was a risky situation. He has so much mana. That's a disaster. If he just uses the Divine Shield, that was GG, I think.
That was a tilter. I mean, it's tough because Fusion, I think, was drinking on the other side, but like, if they could stop Fusion from drinking and he just bubbles there and actually keeps him alive, I mean, Fusion was tapped. I just don't know if they could actually stop him from drinking or not. But man, that was actually so close. I thought that Fusion was dead for sure, right? He was at like 5% health, and the Blade Storm gets popped, and you're like, it's lights out, right? But all the cross healing, all the peel coming through from this Pharaoh, from this Ellie, was enough to actually keep Fusion alive. And he got ridiculously low. There was a lot of close calls in this one. This one, pretty late in the game, the Bop coming out to remove all those bleeds. They were able to keep him alive, but it was a pretty aggressive push here onto Vader. I'm going to be happy that HaHa were able to clean this one out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You can see Bean getting super low. So many close calls. Fusion getting knocked away there and barely holding on with that full Cyclone coming in from Bean. This is like kind of the defining moment of the match where he was able to recover. But even after this, there was just so many close calls. Nyx doing a really good job with that Shield Slam. And at that point, Bean's like, all right, you're on your own. I can't help you whatsoever. Look
at his health.
And look, I mean, so low. This Blade Storm.
How are you not dead? That is crazy.
The knock, the bash. Like, look at, there's the bash, there's the knock. Fusion's able to get the flash heals off. It's just not enough. And then you have the shaman kind of backing you up with heals and stuff. And this is like such a close call. Vader gets a blessing of protection, barely holding on. You can see Racial's for the win right now. He's got his Divine Shield and his Avenging Wrath. And
is right here.
Out of this Cyclone, unfortunately, makes the wrong call. He could just pop the Divine Shield right now. But
yeah,
unfortunately, Alori with a beautiful hex, super punishing, and then you're there with your wings, but you're stuck in crowd control and you can't do a dang thing about it. So really back and forth match. This was maybe one of the closest of the day.
Yeah, that one was really exciting. I mean, both teams having multiple close calls, living with 5%. I want to say Fusion was lower than 5% health. Like, he was ridiculously low at that one point. And it's always frustrating when you miss out, especially in a tournament situation, when you miss out on a kill. When someone's that low, you're thinking about all the little things you could have done differently. Like, was there a different spell you could have used? Could you have, interrupted something to keep your warrior aggressive instead of going for the kill yourself? There's all these little things that really can make the difference there. But now, Haha going to be up 2-1. Pretty big deal for them. And yeah, I'm sure that Racial is really kicking himself. Went for the wings plus the div sack. If he doesn't get hex there, he probably tops them and he's chilling and he has the bubble to kind of greet it out. But really punished heavily for that. And it's gonna be a tough situation for them now, because it means that Bean is always going to have that map advantage, right? Where you're always going to be able to go back towards the Grand, which it seems like that's kind of what they like to play on. So you're going to eventually have to be able to take down this team on a map of their choice, or you're going to lose the series.
Yep. And here we go. We're going to Dalaran Sewers, and we'll see. Having the knock for both of these teams, kind of wonder who it's going to be more advantage for. We saw Fusion get sent in like 10 seconds the last time we were on this map, so definitely a possibility. I think Fusion, if he gets knocked, you're in a rough spot, right? You don't have a pillar to recover. You're going to get purged out. So I think that's going to be one of the main factors of this game, is if Fusion can avoid those really, really crucial knocks.
Yeah, I actually agree so much. I mean, I think it's easy to look and say, oh, well, there's a warrior, so of course the other team, has more of an advantage. But I do think, if it's just kind of like up a lot to the Ellies on how good the knock is. Because if Alori can knock off Zinx and Fusion stays up top, then you cross the map and you actually go to the other side. You get to the other box and you're getting rooted and harassed along the way as Zinx. It's like almost impossible, it feels like, to get back into the game. But at the same time, if Vader knocked Fusion down, you full send it on the Priest while he's on the bottom. There's nowhere really for him to go, right? So it can be incredibly difficult to actually recover from those situations. So we'll see who's going to be able to get the better knock and who's going to be able to get the early advantage here. I'm expecting to see levels just go straight in for Fusion. But, Fusion, I think, is going to be well aware.
Yeah, I think so. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So getting to the pillar immediately and wants to avoid that warrior at all costs, and can't blame him at this point. See what Bean wants to do. Looking for some early crowd control. He's going to get intercepted, as it looks like Levels PvP wants to punish Bean in the match. So as long as Fusion's going to sit back, having a target you can hit, kind of forcing Fusion in the open. That was a really nice knock there by Alori. And that's going to allow Bean a little bit of flexibility. But look at where Fusion is now. Zyx can hold on to an intercept, hold on to a charge. Maybe they can go for it. A beautiful knock there by Vader is going to separate Bean and Alori. And a little bit of damage now on the Feral. And Fusion's burned through quite a bit of mana. Bean almost getting one shot, down to 20% health. He's going to have to pop some defensive cooldowns, but he is just not recovering. His health is going nowhere but down. That's pain suppression. Bash now on the Warrior. Looks like Bean might be okay, but basically at the cost of everything they had.
Yeah, they fully overlapped. Barksian, everything, Survival Instincts, I believe, even got traded out. PS, everything coming through there at the same time. So we'll see if they can turn it around now. They did get the Lust out from the other team. Wings, EM, so a lot was used. Lori here now going to be free casting in onto Vader. Vader could be in some trouble. He's getting pretty low, but Bean is at the same time. Bean down to about 20%. Going to have to pull back here. Lands the clone there onto the Warrior, and Fusion is going to be bought that time he needs to actually top him back up. And now Bean trying to get in there. Fear going to get dropped, but it is tremored out. And Zinx is just right back in onto Bean here. Bean going to be pressured pretty heavily. They try to get that knock. It doesn't actually get Alori off, unfortunately. And now Alori pushing in here onto Racial, trying to separate him from the Warrior. I think he got knocked. Yeah, the Pally's on the bottom here. So he's actually separated from the Warrior, but it's Bean still that's in more trouble. Bean getting dangerously low. Vader rotting down here as well, though, as finally Racial able to get back to his team, but Bean down to 5% HP. The Shear comes in on Fusion, and that is going to do it. They're able to keep the pressure rolling here. And the early push that forced out the PS, that forced out all those Feral defensives, was really what sealed it felt like. Because on this push, just one interrupt on Fusion, they didn't have anything left to actually recover.
Yeah, and this is one of the consequences of what happened the last time on Dalaran we were talking about, where this is kind of like the default position you want if you're the Thunder, where the Priest is sitting back and the Paladin's sitting back, and you kind of you're doing like a PvE heal rotation. And I think fact that they went after Bean a lot more in this match was super solid. You know, purge him out, get these big swaps on him, and it can be really difficult for the Discipline Priest to recover. You know, if your Renew's getting purged off, your Powered Shield's not getting value, and you get interrupted on Penance, then you basically just can't recover a Feral Druid who has Mortal Strike on him. So I think these pushes on Bean are really smart from Levels PvP, especially if Fusion's going to play so far back.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it felt like one of the key differences was on a lot of their pushes, Vader, I think, was just still interrupting Alori a lot more. And it felt like in this game, when they went for those aggressive pushes, he was actually harassing Fusion a lot more. Like you say, you know, your shield is getting purged, your Renew is getting purged. You go for a Penance or a Flash, you get sheared, just like we saw right there. And you just fall so far behind, right? Because you come out of it and you're just falling further and further behind onto that Feral Druid. And that early overlap, it felt like on Bean, really cost them a lot, right? It's so punishing because really all a disc has, your big defensive is PS. That's it. So if you're overlapping that with your teammates' defensives, it can be really difficult to actually recover on the next go.
Yep, 100%. Look at the damage. Look, this is why you bring Warriors. I mean, they have the Mortal Strike effect, and they're just absolute juggernauts if they can connect to their target.
The whole team's
right?
damage plus MS. Seems good.
Seems very good. And that's the thing. Warriors are susceptible to crowd control, right? They can have a difficult time connecting to the target if they're getting knocked or they're able to pour it away, little things like that. But if that's not happening, then you're just the absolute terror of the match. And we saw that in the last game. And I'm curious how Haha is going to adapt if we're going to go to a different map, probably Nagrand. It seems like, yeah, Nagrand. They just want space, right? They want Fusion to be able to be very far away and allow Bean kind of an open field as well where he can pull back behind a pillar if he needs to.
Yep, absolutely. You know, be able to have that pillar. And it's also one of those pillars that I think can be difficult to actually reconnect to Priest on, where it's like, because it is that kind of like sharp angle, you can't just like really get the intercept off. The split second he gets around that corner, he's kind of gone, right? So, you know, we saw Alori doing a really good job in the earlier games with that, where he gets a knock on Zinx, he earth grabs him, Fusion just gets barely around that corner, and now all of a sudden you have to change targets, right? So it becomes difficult to actually stick to him. But we'll see. I think Levels PvP definitely have the opportunities. You know, we have to think back to that previous game. It was ridiculously close on Nagrand, and it was, you know, if Rachel had used his bubble instead of his wings, potentially they could have actually won that. So definitely by no means are they out of it on Nagrand. But we're back to a tied game here. Or no, excuse me, Levels is up 1 now, right?
I think it's actually tied.
It's tied?
I think it's tied, yeah. It's tied.
I'm not sure.
We're going into game number 5 right now.
Okay.
I'm like 99% sure. We'll see soon. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, thank you. Saved by production. We're too boomer. We have 2 old men on the desk here. Well,
I think they should talking about something. I'm not sure.
Back in my day, there weren't even 7 games.
That's true, actually. So from watching these games, I don't know how you feel about this, but the way I feel about this matchup right now is I feel like Haha has a bit of like a surprise factor, right? Like they have a oddball composition you're not really prepared for, but I feel like Levels PvP should win this matchup. And in theory, if they're players that can adapt, like the longer of a series they have, the better.
You're evolving.
They seem like they're getting better in the matchup, right? And if they play it right, I feel like they should win.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, sometimes those long series can be an advantage, you know, when you don't have a lot of practice against this team. There's no one else playing this comp on ladder. I can tell you that right now, that Haha are playing. So a lot of Thunders out there, you know, it is giving them that opportunity to learn. They are just target acquired onto Bean and Cat, taking a lot of damage here early on. Going to have to trade out that Bark Skin, dropping the Matrix Grass, trying to get away. They're going to lust it up here. They get the clone over onto Racial Invader under some pretty heavy pressure. The Hex there to follow it up. But no trinket, nothing used actually from Racial. It's just the Divine Sack, and they're just going to kind of kite it back. So
actually,
oh, he did. Okay,
he actually trinketed into his Hex. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what happened. So if that did happen, that's kind of a disaster. Vader's going to be pressured here, but big damage on Bean at the same time. They're just going all in on this Druid. A nice interrupt there on Fusion. He's going for the Penance, but had to trade out the pain suppression as well, and Bean's health is just not going up. Look at this damage from the Warrior. He is just ripping into Bean. Bean has to try to get away. It doesn't look like there's any more mobility there. Bean is going to be able to escape that bash in the Thunderstorm, but a very close call, and Fusion burning through quite a bit of mana in that exchange, and now it's actually going to be a Lori who is pressured. As soon as Bean gets back to the field, they are just target acquired.
Yep, right back onto Bean. They do still have the Innervate available. They have used the Fiend. And we'll see. Zinx is now under a lot of pressure, but Bean is as well. The shear is going to land onto Fusion. Bean having to run right back to the pillar here once more. Just not able to really hang with that pressure from this warrior. Innervate going to get dropped there onto Fusion. He's going to LOS Vader here, make sure they can get a lot back. So he's going to actually use the Divine Hymn to make sure that Innervate can tick full, won't get purged off. The clone coming out here onto the warrior. He's going to get actually sheared and intercepted on this next one. But Bean and them haven't really been able to get much pressure going. I will say, though, Vader is very low on mana, so if they can actually fully tap him out, he just got burned to 0, I think, and just used his Thunderstorm. He's got very little, and now the warrior under a lot of pressure here, getting very low, down to 5% HP, is going to have to pop some defensives, uses the enrage regen, holds onto the shield wall, as there was a clone over onto Racial, who looks like he still has the Everyman for himself and the bubble available, so I still don't think he's actually used any of it, but Vader and Lori really getting low on mana, and Racial having that big advantage over Fusion, especially when you consider that the Innervate and the Shadow Fiend are both gone.
That's crazy. I feel like Zynex is like the greediest warrior I've ever seen when it comes to using shield wall. Like normally most of the warriors that I play against, when they're 10% health, it's just immediately macroing, D-stance, shield wall, panic, like, but he's been playing it very patiently. It's impressive. And now Bean is in trouble once again. Beautiful, intimidating shout. They need a tremor totem immediately, but it's coming in a little bit too late. Zynex just really setting up with some hero plays, and Bean in this game was under a tremendous amount of pressure. I mean, when he was in the open, he was dead, pretty much. There's a few close calls, but at the same token, I feel like levels PvP in terms of pressure kind of ahead in this one.
Yeah, they were way ahead. And I mean, again, they're pushing in, they're harassing Fusion, which is making it really, really difficult when he's actually falling behind in these situations, right? Like at that last moment, they throw the intimidating shout on him. I think Fusion wanted to wait for the tremor, but then realized Bean's going to die. So it was like a late trinket that comes out. In some of these earlier pushes, he's getting sheared and really kind of falling behind as a result of it. They're doing a good job just pushing, harassing, and setting him further and further behind. And every time Bean gets really low like this, he's just got to fully run and try to reset. And the damage is never going to stop here from this warrior on the other side. Every time he's on someone, he's really going to be putting out that pressure. At the same time, they did get him incredibly low. I mean, that is about 5% HP there. And yeah, you look at the Everman for themselves, I think it was still available. So like Racial never used his trinket this game, never used his bubble, just held on to it the whole time.
Yeah, maybe I must have been mistaken about that at the beginning, but this is that moment. Look at Bean just under pressure, forced into bear form. This is kind of the hero play Zynex makes. He goes in for the intercept, goes for the double intimidating shout, and unfortunately, Fusion, he's forced to trinket, but it's too little, too late, and Bean just gets dropped by a big execute there. And Zynex, once again, just tearing it up in terms of damage, and now they've brought it to match point. So Bean, Alori, and Fusion, they got to win 2 in a row to not be eliminated here. This is definitely a tall order. And to me, it seems like Vader, Racial, and Zynex are getting better in this matchup every single game that goes by. Yeah,
we'll see. I mean, it's definitely it's definitely tough. I think at any time, like even at the very end there, when Bean has to kite back to Fusion, and the Warriors playing on top of him, just like that little bit of CC, the little bit of harassment that you get, just post Fusion behind to where he can't actually catch back up. So they need to find some sort of a way to actually play aggressive themselves and kind of recreate some of the magic it felt like they had in the earlier games. But it's just not really working out in that same way. It's kind of like we said, every game has felt like it's gotten a little bit worse for Bean's team. You look back all the way to game 1 where this Thunder was just turtling the whole time, and it was Fusion who's not harassed at all in the middle of the map, playing 40 yards, they're actually up on mana. And then, you advance all the way to this game and the last game where it was like Bean was just constantly getting pressured. They're using all their interrupts onto Fusion instead of the Ellie. And Disc Priests just don't really catch up on healing that well after they are kind of put behind. It's like, it's very difficult to actually recover. Once Hymn's down, once PS is down, those are your kind of big recovery tools. And besides that, Bean just needs to run, right? And if he's running, you're losing.
Yep, pretty much. You don't want to run to your hero, too. I get yelled at all the time by my healers. Don't kite to me.
Pull them in for the pummel.
Yeah, that's just, I've made that mistake one too many times, I feel like. When you have double melee on you and you just want to run to the safety of your healer, run to those open arms, but then he just gets pummeled and you die. So you have to be really careful about that in these types of matchups. So I'm not sure if Bean should have maybe kited more in the open. But he didn't exactly run on Fusion. It was more of like that charge that really set it up. So, but definitely something you need to avoid. And one of the difficulties of the match when you're under so much pressure, right? You can't exactly always just safely run to your healer because then you expose them to pummels and stuff like that, which is definitely not the move. But haha.
I think it's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it's a really good point because, like, if I think back to that situation, Fusion was kind of on that like right pillar. If Bean just ran to the opposite pillar on that side and is getting healed like max range, if the warrior intercepts Fusion, Bean doesn't get feared, and Bean is just out of LOS of the warrior, and then just pillars him until Fusion can get back to him, right? So, there's also way more of a cost as a warrior when, like, if you try to go for an off pummel or an intercept and it's 30 yards away, it's
Yeah.
much harder to get back, right? It's so much easier to get harassed when you're trying to reconnect. If you do get earth grabbed or you do get thunderstormed or whatever, then you can really start to regret your decisions.
Oh, 100%.
Sometimes you can get a little bit too fancy when it's just better to just just W key someone the whole time. So we're going back to the Grand. It's going to be the same comps. We'll see if they can get a little bit of a better start. It feels like I think that their team needs to get some amount of pressure at the start, or I think it's kind of doomed, right? Like, I think they need to get something out of the opening. Like last time they got all the CC down and it was cloned into Hex and they didn't even get a trinket, right? So they got to find some sort of a way, I think, to really get the pressure going. I wonder if it's like more about, maybe even just CCing the Ellie, because if you CC the Ellie, like I don't know how you feel about this, but if you CC the Ellie in the Thunder and you get him into like a clone, he trinkets and you get him into full Hex, then you can lust without any of your lust getting purged for the 10 seconds and really try to pump on either the warrior or the pally or something. But it feels like they need to get some amount of damage going, or I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, they went to this map once again. I wonder if they maybe should have changed their strategy. They go to a smaller map,
Yeah,
something like that. But they're going to
on
go
a
to this
pally
map
or something.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. But they're just going to go for kind of the safe pick here on the Grand. But how safe is it? Because they've been kind of not doing so great. They've had a lot, even the games that they won outside of game number 1, the games that they won on the Grand. Yeah, it's been a close call, and now I feel like Rachel's is just super happy. He's like, "Yep, this is exactly the kind of match I want. My shaman's not kiting on top of me. We're not killing anything. And Bean's just under pressure the entire game. It allows them a lot more space, like you said, where when they're not grouped up, Bean has to televise like moving in and getting a cyclone a lot more in the match, and it's easier to avoid and line of sight, and it's just a lot of little things adding up to making the matchup more in favor of Levels PvP now.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of some of the beauty or the curse of these long series of best of sevens. You can make those adaptations, right? And you've got to be able to kind of stay ahead of the curve, so to speak. Clone does land there onto Racial, and it looks like they are going to actually put a bash over there onto Zinx. Fusion trying to push in, so they're going to try to play more aggressive. That is the adaptation. The Hex comes out onto this warrior. He triggers it straight into a clone, so Fusion going to be able to get out of LOS here, or at the very least he should. He needs to get around that pillar, but it's this warrior getting right back in onto Bean. Vader, though, being pressured pretty heavily. They do get out the div sack from Racial here, so putting on a little bit of damage here on the start, but still not that much really getting done. The intimidating shout does come down onto Ilori. He's going to drop the tremor to get himself out of that after he actually trinkets out, but Fusion is down his trinket as well. Fusion now trying to push in onto Racial. Looks like they maybe want to try to swap in over onto this Pally if they can. A full clone going to land onto the warrior. They're just still tunneling onto Vader, onto this shaman who's getting down pretty low. The Shadow Fiend coming out, he just gets sent.
What?
He just got EM'd. See you later. 6K lava burst right to the face.
Is that just a EM? I feel that was absolutely insane. That's happened.
Maybe
to
a
me
little
before.
chomp too.
I've been bit for
Maybe a little
10K
ferocious
before.
bite.
I've been bit for 10K before, and I've also been like, lava burst rocketed, frost shock for 10K. So, I mean, these things definitely can happen. That was a very the way basically all of these games have played out, that was a very unexpected kind of finish. But this is the Wrath of the Lich King. These things can happen when there's elemental shamans on the other team. So
anything is possible.
No, it is true. This replay is going to be bonkers, though. Like, I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah, I think it just makes a funny death like that so much funnier when their team name is haha, and it just you just see someone get absolutely one deeg, and then the victory screen comes up and just says victory haha. It's so much funnier. It's just kind of good picture them memeing about it. But let's see it one more time. So Vader was, I mean, he's actually pretty healthy here at this point. He gets topped up to about 80%. I'm not sure if this is right when they actually got that killer. Well, I think it was. He's at about 70% right now, 60%. Shadow Fiend comes out, and was it even EM? Or
It's
did
just
he
a
already?
bite.
No, EM was on cooldown.
Bite.
So it's just a bite. That's
that
just
was EM.
rockets. No, it was EM. It was.
Yeah.
So it showed that it was on cooldown. That was weird, but it wasn't actually on cooldown. So it was EM. I saw the animation. So it was EM, Chomp, rockets, everything as well. Just gets dropped out there.
I love what Alori did there too, where he basically gets in melee range. So you can't predict it at all, right? Like, look at him.
Ground it.
Watch exactly what he's doing. He's just spamming purge, spamming purge, spamming purge. He knows he's got the EM in his back pocket, ready to go. Purge, 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 and then he only uses it when he gets point blank melee range, like shotgun style. Watch, boom. So there's no time to really react.
Finish him.
Yeah. I've died many times to elemental shaman, so I'm not afraid to admit it. It can be quite a devastating amount of damage if you're not prepared for it. And that's one of those games where it's like, for levels PvP, they need to shake it off. Just play next,
Yep.
Got to do something
Unlucky.
different. Yeah, exactly. Those games happen, right? Especially in a series like this. Two really, really good teams. You can get those free wins, and you can also have those losses where it's like, you could sit there all day and talk about what happened, but at the end of the day, it was like, that was just a crazy amount of damage.
Yep, absolutely. Not that big of a deal. It does happen, as you say, but unfortunately, that does mean that it is match point now, for Haha as well. So levels, you want to shake it off, but also it can be frustrating. And that's where the mental game, I think, actually matters a lot. I think when teams get negative and teams get defeated, and I don't know these players, so I don't know how they're going to be reacting to it, but it can be really, really hard to bounce back if you get too frustrated in a game. We used to always have rules with our teams where there was no complaining during the match. You're allowed to complain as much as you want after, but it can tank the mental, right? And if you're not kind of having that good vibe, if you don't feel like you can win, it really does change the way you play. And I think it can kind of set you on that back foot.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So we see levels PvP shake off that loss, and Haha, they want to obviously continue that momentum. We're going to Dalaran Surizo, a small map. So access to Fusion is going to be a lot better. I think Fusion's going to try to play the box, try to avoid the warrior. And I will say it feels like levels PvP is... I don't want them to forget that they can go on the priest, right? Like if Fusion is pushing in, and they need to punish it, right? That's how they got into this position where they're actually winning games. They're punishing the offensive priest. You want to keep Fusion at a pillar where he's scared to do anything offensively. If he does do anything offensively, you send him home, right? That's exactly what they need to do. So if Fusion gets off the box, he's playing too comfortable in the match, I really want to see levels PvP try to punish them. And then for Haha, they have to take a risk, right? At some point, they need to try to go in, get this aggression like we just saw in that match, and try to close it out.
Fusion just got knocked.
Yeah.
He's already kind of like sent off the side, but he's going to be able to get back up. And yeah, I agree that they've got to punish Fusion. But Haha did do a really good job of actually CCing the Warrior at the start of last game to allow Fusion to move up, because I think they want Fusion to be able to be offensive here. Rachel's going to get knocked off, so is Vader, but they are targeting the Warrior. EM's just going to get ripped there from Vader already here on the beam, but not going to get really any responsive cooldowns whatsoever. So maybe a bit preemptive, because a Warrior wasn't even connecting at that point. Now the MAME does come out. Warstomp clone looking for it. Not going to be able to actually land it. He does get sheared, and now Bean may have to go on the defensive. The full Hex, though, does come on the Warrior. That is going to be tricky to, but Bean getting knocked down to the bottom, and that is not what you really want to have happen when you just pop that Lust. So they're going to have to reset off of it. Both teams looking like they've sent their Lust now. Rachel is stacking up here onto Alori. They're going to just go for Vader again, though.
Yeah, and it looks like they're still just going after Bean. Look at Fusion. He's in the middle of the map. He's playing aggressive. This is the ticket for Haha to actually win, is getting Fusion enabled in the match, and they are not punishing it whatsoever. Vader taking a huge amount of damage at this point of the game. The Sacred Shields are being dispelled. Where's the pressure? Fusion's mana is not looking good. Bean gets caught into an intercept. Big damage incoming. There's a nice knock there by Vader. Fusion got sent to the other side of the map, and that's a panic. Survival instincts as well as a pain suppression. Hopefully he has that instant cyclone for Zionix in order to get him in some crowd control and hopefully get that Mortal Strike to fall. But no, it does not, and Bean does not recover. He's not able to kite away, and this is a really scary moment for Haha.
Yeah, absolutely. Bean's just going to keep going after Vader, though. I think that was the rip animation coming out onto him. So Vader's in trouble. Rachel's been separated, and the clone comes down. He doesn't actually have it. Okay, he did have that trinket. He just drops it right now. The Bop comes through to remove the bleeds, but it's instantly purged off. Fusion's in trouble on the other side. The PI is going to get dropped, but he's down to 5%. He gets knocked. The shield comes up. I think he's going to be able to survive. He's just got to stay away from this Warrior. He is going to top himself back up, but Vader has recovered as well. The Hymn of Hope coming up, so he's going to be able to get some mana back, but Bean is in big trouble here. He doesn't really have much of anything left. They're trying to actually go all in for a kill onto Vader, but can they actually do it here? The knock separating them. Vader going to be knocked down, but Bean's got to run. This Warrior is looking to finish him off, and Fusion is pretty much entirely tapped at this point. A great Earth Grab, though, from Alori, actually splitting them up a bit here. And again, Alori playing in between these two. The clone is going to come out. It's DR, unfortunately, onto Racial, but Vader's in trouble. He's down to about 30% HP, but so is Bean, and Bean's going to get intercepted. The Barkskin comes out. He's trying to feral charge away. He's trying to create some distance, but the Lava Burst, there's no interrupt, and it's going to land on the Bean. EM potentially coming out here. The Fear does land, and Bean's down to 5%. He's down to 2%, and Bean is going to fall. Levels PvP going to clean up an incredibly close series 4-3.
Yeah, Levels PvP really doing a great job through this lower bracket, and today, I have to say, there was a moment there where I thought Vader may have just thrown the match. Fusion is like 10% health. He's got Mortal Strike on him. He's pummeled, and then he thunderstorms him. And to be fair, the thunderstorm took him for like 1% health, but it also knocked him out of line of sight away from the Warrior, who would have certainly been able to take him down as soon as that Cyclone ended. So a really close call, but when they knocked the Fusion away, they decided to go after Bean, keep up that pressure, and this is just a really well-fought series by both these teams. But Levels PvP, you said it, I was thinking it. I haven't really played against these guys very much. I haven't really seen them play, so I wasn't really sure what to expect, but definitely a contender in this lower bracket. They've been looking super solid today.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking out a couple of big name teams here along the way, doing really well with this Thunder.
Watch this knock.
Yeah, I mean, this knock, I think this is one of those ones where, you think Super was talking about it, where you think you're about to send him flying. I mean, you can't even blame him. You can't even see health. There was literally no health bar remaining anymore. And there was Flame Shock and Ren ticking. But then they're just completely tapped. Bean has the Barkskin up, but I believe it even expired. They're trying to get away, but Fusion's got no mana left. And when you're turtling and Bear at no mana, there's just nothing going for you. And I really like that Racial just pops the bubble here at this point. Keep your team offensive, push in for the kill. You can see some of the adaptations that they have made throughout this series. I think that is one of them. You need to recognize those windows of opportunity when you can really get aggressive and make sure that the healer is spending cooldowns to keep them on the offense. And this is really the closest it looked like it got on the other side. Oh my God. You literally can't even see his health bar. It's like behind the priest icon.
I know.
That was ridiculous.
I'm not saying it was a bad play, but it's one of those plays where if you're the Warrior, you're like, I can kill him so quickly, and you can't get there. It's so close. What are you doing? But then also, if it does take him down, you look like an absolute hero, right? So it's like
you just shoot his corpse across the map, like Super was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I was watching the games upstairs, and I was like, what is Super T's talking about right now? But it is fun. Playing Fire Mage, it is definitely fun. But yeah, this is crazy. So even we're gonna get a chance. That kind of wraps up the games for today, but we'll have a chance to look at the bracket for Europe, look at the bracket for North America for Championship Sunday. But yeah, there is a lot of Thunder. I think going into this tournament, a lot of teams thought Thunder potentially be the best composition, but we also have the Warlocks, right? And then a few kind of surprise compositions, like Sedu's team. Let's see how they're going to be able to do. I'm just really excited to see how these matchups kind of evolve, because the games have been so close today for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we still have a jungle alive as well in EU. There was a jungle team. There's, Sedu's team is still alive and stuff. You kind of have to feel a bit bad for Haha losing. They lost 2 7-game series, right? Both of them were 4-3. So really, really close ones where they just couldn't quite finish it out. So got to be a frustrating way to exit the tourney. I mean, look at the Warrior damage again. The Warrior doing about as much as everyone else combined, it feels like. Was really putting out a tremendous amount of pressure. And I do think levels really improved throughout this series. It felt like they got a better handle on how they should be playing out this series. Yes, there was that loss on the Grand, but the loss on the Grand seemed a little bit kind of out of left field, right? Where their shaman just gets one shot out of nowhere. So it's harder to blame them for that one. But overall, they should be really, really happy about it. And we'll see how they can actually deal with all these LSPs, because we have multiple LSPs left. Now we have one in the lower bracket, one in the upper bracket for NA, right? We have Bing Bong and we have BWG Black, and it feels like those are kind of the Goliaths right now, and everyone else has to see if they can actually prove that they can take down one of those LSPs.
Yeah, and I mean, so far both LSPs have beaten the Thunders too, right? Like they've both been a really good
in EU as well, right?
Yeah. So yeah, maybe just Thunder kind of beats everything, and then LSP beats Thunder and also everything. So it's like,
Beats everything.
yeah, exactly. But we have a mage in Europe, Remnant. I'm excited to see them play as well. Laners, and the Elemental Shaman with their Disc Priest. That's a really
Where's the
explosive
Van Ruki
composition.
mage in NA?
I'm here. I'm with you. That's what I'm doing right now. Means
Not in the arena, pumping
No.
them with the fire.
No, but we could see exactly how the North American bracket kind of played out. HOZI and Friends making a deep run in that upper bracket. BWG Gold as well. Both those teams still undefeated in the tournament. Very impressive, considering we had hundreds of teams sign up to these tournaments. And then in the lower bracket, you have Levels PvP and Bing Bong. They've been putting in a lot of work today. It's not been an easy road.
I mean, Bing Bong 4-0'd their first match, 4-0'd their second match.
Easy road for them.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're looking at make it look easy. And they just played against the Thunder, who they 4-0'd. Ganking Top was the Thunder, who lost to Snuts and Chan in the upper bracket 4-1, and then Bing Bong beat them with UA. So I'm expecting them to just run back the UA against Levels as well, right? And I'm really interested to see if we do actually get that mirror. It feels like we're going to, because I think LSP is really, really hard to take down. I'm not actually sure who beat Bing Bong in the upper bracket. I'd have to go back and actually check who actually knocked them in the lower bracket. But it would be interesting to see if they did have a mirror. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, they're gone, so they don't have to worry about them anymore. But it'll be interesting to see if Bing Bong goes up against BWG Gold, like if that does end up being the eventual finals, because there's potential for Bing Bong to play UA. There's potential for them to bring out the Priest and mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, lots of different options here. Snuts as well. I mean, he's been playing the Elemental Shaman, but he can also play Warrior. Chanimal randomly plays Elemental Shaman, so they could play Thunder if they really needed to. And then, I think a big surprise for me today was seeing HOZI and Friends actually see Sea-Doo tagged in on that Restoration Shaman, bringing in more flexibility with their comp as well. So really exciting to see how these teams are prepared. And we could see the European bracket, which is what we got to see kind of play out yesterday. In that upper bracket, you have Black Betty as well as Remnant. Remnant, the only remaining mage team. They're playing that mage Elemental Shaman Discipline Priest. And then you have Black Betty, which is unbelievable Thunder. Queener on that Warrior. I think Queener has been the most impressive Warrior to me when I was watching on Sunday. Just his ability to stick to a target, get off those intercepts, just really impressive, his overall pressure.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it just felt like they were super coordinated as well on when they're going to push as a team, when they're going to play slow as a team. And I think that's so key because it is like, just let's be honest, it's harder to play out positioning wise when you are playing melee caster healer versus double caster healer, right? It's a lot easier to just like have everyone kind of triangle formation in the middle when you're playing something like LSP. Not that they don't have their own struggles, but we saw a lot of times today Warriors getting punished on overextension. So that's something that I think he hasn't really fallen prey to.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in that lower bracket, we have Feed, which is actually Swapsy, Targo, and PvE Lord. They're playing Thunder as well. It's cool to see Swapsy competing in this, kind of a makeshift team. He said, I think prior to qualifications, he didn't actually have much experience with his partners, but they grouped up and they made a deep run in the tournament so far. They're in that top 4, and then BWG Black, which I believe was
the jungle, I think.
Jungle as well as Rat Hunter, right? They're hunter-based composition. So I think they played both the jungle as well as a Retribution Paladin. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. But yeah, I think that's going to make for some really interesting games as well. So yeah, the last 2 days have been absolutely awesome. An absolute pleasure being with you here today, Azael. Is there any matchups tomorrow you're particularly looking forward to?
I'm pretty excited for all of them. I mean, I'm most interested, I will say, because it does feel like LSP is kind of to me, it feels like the God comp. I've always felt like that's kind of like reigning supreme in Wrath. So I'm most interested to see if anyone can come up with an answer for that. Because if you can come up with an answer for it, I think it really does kind of change the meta as far as the tournaments go a bit. Puts a lot more pressure on those teams. So, whether it is just like a mirror match with a different healer or whether it is a completely different comp or what, I think that would be pretty exciting to see if someone could kind of bring something out to shake that up.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys want to join us tomorrow, we'll be live at 10 Pacific once again. We'll be closing out the European region with their top 4 teams and then moving over to the North American region for Championship Sunday. Really looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. Thank you so much for watching today, and have a great night.
Bye.